This might be the best video on my YouTube channel so far for a couple of reasons. And I do have a 10-hour free course that's so far been seen by 250,000 people. But this one might be better because this is another long form banger. It's another free course where we go over everything that you need to have in place to actually build a successful business. One that is aligned with you, one that you enjoy with multiple income streams, a great offer and a great foundation you can scale upon. And if you don't have these systems that I'm sharing, it's gonna be pretty impossible for you to actually build a business, then sustain it. And the reason is this. Imagine it's like a house and built on the wrong foundations. And so in bad turmoil and bad weather, it's gonna crumble. During rain, everything's gonna fall apart, kind of like building a business on a house of cards. And so in this video, we're gonna go through you, your foundational inner being, your vision, your mission, your customer avatar, your identity, who you are. Do you believe that you can actually build a business? Do you believe that you can deserve it? And can you make money, use it as a tool to give back to other people? We're going through all of that beginner foundational stuff day one, and then we're going into day two. We're going to talk about numbers. How much do you need to make in your business, your personal life, your expenses? Having clarity on your numbers will remove all of the doubt and all the unclarity and confusion that you have right now that is making you feel overwhelmed. And then we dive into offer creation, positioning, marketing, selling, the new way of actually creating offers, which I call Offer Creation 2.0, a system for making better offers than anything you've ever seen before, so that you can present something that makes sense to your customers when you do it. We're talking pricing, everything. It's free. Enjoy. All right, so just to give you a heads up before you dive into this training, this is part one, and it's 5 hours because this is a 30-day live sprint that we're doing. I thought I was just going to do this with Personal Brand X and Funnels University members. But then I thought, what about people who can't afford those? I want to help you as well. And so my mission this year is to just give more free courses here on YouTube. So with that, this is part one. It's 5 hours. Yes, I know it's long. It's a replay of those 5 days, but we're still going live Monday through Friday. So you still have a chance to jump on live after these as well, but they're not going to make sense unless you know what's in these sessions that you'll see in this video. So watch this first, take a lot of notes, block out everything else. There's nothing for sale. I'm not selling anything. I'm just giving you exactly what you need to get up and running in 30 days and start getting your first sales. So with that, hopefully you enjoy it. Hopefully it's helpful. I'll see you inside of the training. There we go. Welcome to the challenge, the live challenge, the 30-day challenge with me. My name is Gusten if you're new here, and the founder of Funnels University, Personal Brand X, and author of Freedom by Design. And today, I'm excited to kick off 2025 officially. Some of you may be looking back at 2024, and it wasn't the best year. There's a lot of things that happened that maybe were out of your control. Maybe you made some bad choices. That's fine. You get a second chance. It's a new year. We're turning the chapter, we're turning the page, and writing a fresh book with every single day of 2024. 2025. Imagine if that was actually how this went. Like every day we would actually write a physical book, kind of like a journal, but also with your vision, your standards, your new identity 2.0, and the goals that you have. I learned a little bit about goal setting and revenue numbers and planning the last week that I wanted to share with you before we dive in. And it's about connecting your goals to something that's meaningful to you, because a lot of times we've set new revenue goals, and I want to make 10,000 a month and I want to hit these numbers, but they don't mean anything because they're just rounded numbers, like $1 million business, 7-figure business. And, I'm guilty of this as well. But what happens when you actually do the numbers, you know exactly how much you need to make in revenue, cash collected. You calculate your personal salary. Maybe you pay your wife, your partner, your spouse. Maybe you have a team. And so now you understand both what's coming in, what's going out, and you're able to understand how much you'll have left by the end of the year. You even calculate taxes, even though nobody wants to, right? And so my goal with this kickoff And this 30-day life challenge is to, yes, help you get up and running, set new goals for yourself, set a new vision, create new offers, launch new funnels, create a personal brand, create multiple revenue streams. But more importantly, I want you to understand what you're trying to build. Like, what do you actually build? I had a call this week. I've had a lot of calls with systems people, integrators. One of them had a mission of building a family of companies, bringing the kingdom of heaven to earth and writing books about it, giving back to other people. And I thought, how beautiful. I had goosebumps as he was telling me this. And I was like, this is what it's all about. And he's like, Gusten, what are you building? I'm like, I'm building community, a personal brand, and all these like software and agency and inner circle coaching, and I love giving back and teaching. And he's like, no, but like, pause. What are you really building? Like, what is it actually that you're building? What is it leading to? And he's like, I don't know if you like Russell Brunson or not, but if you look at ClickFunnels, everything that Russell Brunson has done over the last 10 years has been very strategic. And I thought about it, I was like, that's true. Like, to some people, it may seem like he's all over the place. Some people love him, some people hate him. But he's actually building something, right? Like, everything leads to, like, his books, it leads to ClickFunnels. His challenges and webinars and conferences lead to ClickFunnels, and everything leads to one place. And he's like, what are you building? Right? He said, I'm building a family of companies bringing the kingdom of heaven to earth and writing books about everything that I'm learning, because books are legacy. Books, and I know because I just launched Freedom by Design, my first book. And when you have it in your hands, by the way, who's got my book, Freedom by Design? Let me know in the chat if you got my book. Just put a 1 if you have my book. And when you have it, I can't change it. I can't edit it, which is why I did like 10 iterations of it. I rewrote it so many times because I wanted to be great. He asked me, what are you building? And I sat down and I thought about it. And I said, that's true. Like, I've been, and it's okay to admit sometimes we've been, unfocused. We've had challenges and we've made mistakes, and we've also done a lot of great stuff. And that's what we're going to cover today. We're going to dive in and we're going to look at everything we've done right. And we're going to look at everything that we can change in 2025 to make it the best year of your life. Amazing. So many people here. And a lot of you are typing 1 in the chat. That's another W in the chat. I'm going to be a streamer, right? I'm going to put that on my vision board. I'm officially a streamer. Now, I want to kick this off by sharing something interesting. So I'm going to share desktop 1 and open up my computer. I want to share this. So this was my vision board a while ago, a couple of years ago. I don't remember exactly if it was 2023 or if it was beginning of 2024, but it's a while ago, and you could see that I had a picture of my family. By the way, who believes in vision boards? It's okay if you don't. It's okay if you're like, oh, I don't believe in that. It's woo-woo. It's it's action is all that matters. I don't believe in law of attraction, but law of action is a saying amongst a lot of entrepreneurs. But this was my vision board, one of my first ones, and I said, well, the first thing, what are you building? You're building a business for your family. So the first thing was my family, right? Second thing was I wanted to write a book. And now looking back, I'm like, I finally did it. When I started writing my book, I just wanted to get everything on a piece of paper. It was actually for Funnels University. I wanted to take everything I've learned about funnels and write a book about it. And the first version of it, maybe you remember, was 7-figure funnels, right? And then it was Funnel Agency Blueprint. Those books never launched. Freedom by Design was the first book that launched. And I wanted to write a book, and I put it here, and I forgot about this vision board. The goal, I get it. Like, the goal is to look at every single day, but I put it on a vision board because I wanted to, let me just make sure I have the chat open as well in case there's like, no audio, no screen. I can't see it, all of that. They're great. Going to vision board, pickleball event tonight. There we go. I was going to skip the vision board part. Amazing. All right. So I put it here, and now it's a reality, right? My home office, my dream home office. Now I have this dream home office at home. Well, now I got a new office that I'll be sharing more about here soon. Me and Russell Brunson, meeting Russell and working with him, that became a reality. Fitness, taking that more seriously. Sometimes life will throw you a curveball, And now I'm very focused. In fact, I also had a call this week with a peak performance optimizer and biologist who's helping me figure out like deep root cause issues for my immune system. And we finally found it after weeks and months of trying to figure out why I was getting sick so often. So sometimes your goals are not going to happen today or this week, but having a vision board and knowing where you're going and why you're getting there, will 10x your chance of actually hitting them and getting there. And again, it's not going to be straight to the line, straight to your goals. Sometimes it'll happen through setbacks and challenges, and it'll force you to become a better person, stronger person, and it'll actually be a blessing in disguise. And it's like, because I've went through that, this is who I am today. Traveling, I've traveled a lot. This is in Cyprus, by the way. When I started my business, I saw this ad from booking.com, and I wanted to travel to this specific place. And 2024, we traveled as a family to Cyprus, and we've been in Portugal for weeks on end. We were 3 weeks one time, we were 5 weeks one time. Public speaking, I spoke at a high-level summit, my first international speaking gig after I created the vision board. Having businesses with my friends and family. This is something in the works. And also, I literally today got back from a quick one-night trip. We went yesterday to like off-grid villa, and it was Mika and Yanni, as you can see here on the picture. These two of my friends, it was their villa off-grid, and we went there to mastermind for a night, sauna. It was great, and we just got back a couple of hours ago. And this was on a vision board that I would be able to go and build businesses with people that I enjoy being around. And it's like, all of these things are happening. And it's crazy to me, like Ironman challenges, setting new challenges. Me and two of my other friends, Mats and Kenneth, we are setting new challenges for the new year because, yes, it's about business. Money is important, but it's also about creating a bulletproof mindset and becoming the person who can handle everything and anything that life throws at you. So having these challenges. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I am a little bit of a car fanatic. I sold my Audi R8, and I'm like, I don't care about cars, but it's a fun thing. And if I can inspire young people, going back to my vision and mission, my mission is to inspire young people who are struggling. Maybe they're caught up in drugs and lost, and they don't see the full potential that they have. My goal is to inspire those people and educate them and create a community that allows them to break free. Now, one of the things you can do is make a lot of money and give back. You can also have nice things and inspire people to start following you, build a personal brand and a community where you can give them the tools and resources and belonging to go out and change their lives. So it's okay to have quote unquote materialistic items on your vision board because there's a greater good behind it. Some people would say you don't need that. You can just buy the sports car because you want it, and there's no right or wrong. It's okay to have that belief as well. Investments, a simple life, big goals, but a simple life. This is where it's starting because this is where it started for me. When something bad would happen, I would also, let me stop the screen share and get real with you for a second. When something bad would happen to me, when I started my business, I would think about having a stage where I could share with people and be an inspiration to others. The bad thing, the horrible thing that felt like I was gonna go under, I was like, I can't wait to share this story on stage one day. And guess what? We're here today to maybe and hopefully inspire one of you in this digital stage, on this stage, where I get to be a testimony what's possible, whether you're Christian or not, whether you believe it or not, but what's possible, even though you may feel sometimes that life has knocked you out, it's like, it's never over, right? And God can use you for a greater good for other people. So anyways, I'm not going to start preaching. I just get so inspired when I look back at, where I started, where I'm at right now. And hopefully that doesn't come off as me being, cocky or anything like that. My goal is just to share with you what was possible. And so one of the things we're going to do over the next 30 days is we're going to go over exactly what to expect, how it's going to work. But we're also going to give you tools, right? I'm a big believer of tools and systems because, as you'll see, in your business, if it's just you and it's just you trading time for money, then it's not sustainable, right? Because you're selling time of yourself. You're trading time for money, and it's not a system. It's not a process and an outcome, right? It's not a product of your value, but it's you being the value, and that's not sustainable because things change, right? And so I'm going to give you tools and systems. We're going to give you a 90-day freedom planner. It is the updated version for 2025. I'm going to show you mine that I created a year ago, so you can copy it. And then we have a business dashboard. I'm a big believer in knowing the math and knowing your finances. I've been in a negative place, like a bad place where I didn't have any clue about upcoming taxes, bookkeeping. I've been in places where I didn't know how much I would have at the end of the month, right? When I started my business, I had 0. I was making 400 a month. I didn't know when you make money, there's the tax man, there's insurance, there's like all these things that you have to do. And it's like, we're building a real business, and we only do that when we have data and we have system process in place, and we're not winging it. We're not building just a side hustle. Sure, you can do it on the side and make 5,000, 3,000 a month. But typically that comes from you saying like, oh, I don't need to be a millionaire because I don't need $1 million. I just want to make 3,000 to 5,000 a month. That's fine for now. But just remember, when you make it and you actually start making real money, there's a lot of people that are counting on you. There's a lot of people who aren't as fortunate as you that you can help. And money is just a tool to help more people. It's an accelerator of who you are. It's a mirror. If you're a good person, you can use more money to help other people. This business dashboard is going to expand over the next 30 days. Again, I'm doing this with you. Remember, it's not a course. It's none of that. It's a challenge, a sprint where we get up and running, and it starts with the vision and knowing your numbers and everything like that. And then we have an online business operating system, where you market research, your offer, your delivery, your team, and all of that. And then because I'm doing this myself right now as well, how many of you have ever done like a client journey, right? Like an actual sit down for 2 hours and writing down, how am I getting clients or customers? What's the customer journey looking like? Like step 1, step 2, step 3, the bigger stages, but the smaller steps in between. Who's doing what? And what you'll notice is it's about 10 different stages in a business, from like first, like your market, your offer and everything, to actually delivery. When you have that and you have like 10 stages and you have 10 steps within those, let's like 100 data point of your customer journey, now you can systemize it because it's not in your brain anymore. You don't have to, like, the reason you feel overwhelmed is because you don't have clarity, right? But when you map it all out, you have clarity of, how do I get customers? What do I say? What's the first thing that they do? How do I onboard them? How do I send the invoice? How do I deliver? What's the communication like? What do I say where? When you have this, you have a clarity, and you know exactly what to do yourself and what you want to outsource. And guess what? When you give this document that you can create by the end of the day 30, so in 1 month from now, you'll have all the systems that you need to build a 6 or 7 figure business. And the reason I say this is because I've built one, and I did it. My Katie, who's my systems coach now and consultant, she's like, you build a 7-figure business without these systems? I'm like, I did have some systems, like I have a team and people helping me, and I hire people, but some are full-time, some are part-time, some are project-based. And she's like, wow, that's impressive. I'm like, yeah, but it's also maybe why I get sick sometimes, because I keep it in my head a lot of times. I'm like, that's why the team doesn't always know what we're working on, because it stays in my head. And when you create systems and processes and you take your idea and your vision and everything, you put it on paper, you have data, you have a plan, you have a breakdown on everything. Now you can give it to your team. And in day 1 of joining your team, they will know the vision and the path and the customer journey, and they'll know exactly what to do, what you're doing as a company. Now it becomes a machine. A business, I heard this once, a quote by Steve Larson: a business is just a set of systems attracting. He said it in a different way, but there's 3 things. There's attracting, converting, and delivering. If you can systemize and create processes around attracting, then you just do that because you know exactly what to do. You'll create KPIs, you know what numbers to look for. And then conversions and delivery and customer satisfaction scores and so much more. I'm so excited for 2025 to bring all of this to you. You can probably tell that there's a different Gusten standing here than a year ago. And that's how it's supposed to be. because every year, if you're not growing, what are you even doing? You're not getting outside of your comfort zone. And this is me showing you a little bit of tough love, but some of you need it because I know I needed it, right? And yes, you can make 6, 7 figures with chaos and you doing your best, and that's fine, but you don't know what you don't know. It's only when you hire someone with expertise that can tell you like, hey, why don't you do this instead? You're like, oh, I didn't even think about that. It's also a fun part when we get into week 2. Actually, it's week 1. It's next week, but because I'm live here on a Saturday, it's next week we're gonna talk about the new way to create offers, and I'm very excited for you to go through that as well, and I'll give you some updates on how we're doing offers in 2025 to be different and stand out if you're a freelancer, agency, funnel builder, a growth partner, a creator partner, IPGA, whatever you want to call it, or if you're a personal brand and you're selling a coaching offer, you're selling an info product, consulting. I'm excited to share that with you as well, because we had amazing discussions the last couple of days and even on the way here with my 2 friends. So, all right, I'm seeing some mind blows emojis. We're tracking so far. Just put a 1 in the chat if we're tracking so far. We got more and more people joining all the time. This is amazing. Great. Amazing. All right. Share my screen. All right. So let's get into it. So officially welcome to the live challenge, the 30-day business growth sprint. The goal of this is to help you launch your first or next successful project, or business in the next 30 days. So what I want you to do, I want you to lock in, as the kids say these days, lock in. And let's get to cooking. Let him cook. Now, but half of the success formula is just showing up. So I want you to show up every single day. And if you're watching this on the replay, I want you to show up every single day, just as if you were here live. Set aside time every day. Set aside time is supposed to say. Set aside time each day to be here live and actually take it seriously, because it's amazing how much you can do in 30 days. In fact, I want to share a quick side note. My systems person, my consultant, Katie, she mentioned that when they're doing 12-month programs with her clients, the client journey, 12 months, and comparing it to people who are doing 90-day programs, guess who's getting better results? Because you'll think, when you create an offer, you would say oh, if it's 5,000 or 10,000, let's give them a year, a program that's 12 months, because then they have more time. And it's yeah, but actually, statistically, what they've found is 90-day sprints. Those people at the same price, they get better results, which means they're happier. Even if they renew after 90 days and pay more, because they're getting more results, they're happier with the feedback that they've been receiving. So sometimes when you set a deadline of 30 days, then you'll get it done within 30 days. So every single one of you right now, you have one thing that you want to do, whether it's an agency, an info product, a YouTube channel, 30 days. If we go and talk about other things that might be helpful to you in the future, you'll have the recordings to go back and watch that. Just focus on the one thing that you're going to launch in the next 30 days. And get rid of toxic distractions. Distance yourself from people who don't support you and your goals. Another spelling error here. My bad. Schedule 30 to 60 minutes to actually implement this as well for you and your goals. So here's the agenda for the challenge. We're going to go through how to build a business multiple income streams from one traffic source, which is your personal brand. So without spending money on ads, we're going to build a personal brand that is true to yourself, nobody else. We're not going to copy anyone. And this will allow you to build authority and attract high-paying clients. We're going to automate your sales with high-converting sales funnels built by me in the next 30 days, actually live. So new funnels that you haven't seen anywhere else. We're going to use AI to create your marketing sales assets for you. And we're going to scale with predictable systems to finally give you clarity. Who's right now lacking a little bit of clarity? You're I know it's a new year, but there's a lot of distractions and terrible things happen in society and in news, and it's hard to stay focused, right? So maybe you feel a little bit of confusion or lack of clarity, and it's showing up in different ways. There was someone who said, you don't actually have burnout. You don't experience burnout. You're actually experiencing a lack of clarity. And when you have clarity, things become so much more fun, but you also have more energy because your energy expenditure is just like in one direction. It's not like in 10 different things. And it goes back to the question of like, what are you actually building, right? The purpose behind this is there's a lot of information out there, and it's even in the programs. Like you're inside of Funnels University or Personal Brand X, my two programs that I have. One of those or maybe both of them, and there's a lot of information. So in the next 30 days, we're going to simplify things and do things together, and you'll pick and choose what you want to implement, but you'll get it done without learning new things. Because you're going to be here and we're just going to implement together. You can ask me questions. And I've also been looking for a new challenge to do myself. Like I said in the intro, like I've been looking for a challenge to do, and it's you're going to see the next 30 days what that is. Hint, hint, 8-figure systems. System processes, right? It's amazing to have a solo business if you know what you're doing. It's very profitable. You can do 7 figures in one business, one offer, one customer avatar if you're focused alone. But you can also do more faster together when you have a team and systems, and that's what I'm focused on as well. So I now get to share everything I've learned with you, and I'm still learning. I've been doing like vlogs behind the scenes that I'll post on YouTube of the lessons that I've learned just this week alone from the consulting calls and the deep dives we've done on my systems. And the reason I'm doing it live is because number one, you can ask questions, but also I feel like we're doing it together then instead of just me sitting here and building funnels and creating content and systems. Plus, I love gamifying things to make business fun and exciting. So we'll have a reward for those of you who are showing up every day, you're engaging, you're taking action. We'll have a prize, a grand prize at the end of these 30 days as well. So what it's not a hype training to get you inspired, because I hope that you're already feeling some sort of inspiration. You've set some new goals. Like there's things that you already internally feel that you want to do this year. It's not a webinar to sell you anything. You already have my programs. So I'm not here to like, there's no pitch at the end. It's not like all leading to a pitch. It's actually just us building business together. And it's also not just a place to hang out, learn, and do nothing. Like I really want you to actually implement things as well, because otherwise day 30 comes and you're like, oh, that was a lot of great stuff, but where do I start now? That's why like every day when you're here live, you tune in, and when you leave, you take notes, and you cut out distractions. You just get work done, like deep zone work. If you have to wake up early, great, do that. I love waking up early as well. Sometimes I love staying up late too. So like you can stay up late and get work done when your kids are sleeping, or if you have kids. It's also not just a challenge that ends in 30 days and you're left alone. Like we have the private community still, and I want to see your homework, if you will. Like it's not homework because it's your business. You're not building, like it's not a school, right? It's not a school where you do like homework. You're building real life, like cash flowing assets, digital cash flowing assets. And it's an actual community of visionaries, builders, creators, and doers. That's what it is. So quickly about me, I know you don't want to hear anymore about my backstory and all that, but for those of you who are pretty new, we've had people, we still have people joining every single day from YouTube, and they see my link, they join Funnels University and Personal Brand X. So this is me and my family, amazing wife and 2 kids. So I'm married, I'm 30 years old, I live in Finland. Just moved into this new office, which I'll do a separate behind the scenes video on. I dropped out of college because one day I realized my teacher teaching me business didn't have a business. And I was like, is this what they mean when they say teaching from theory, not experience? And I was like, doesn't it make more sense to learn from someone who has experience? And that's why I'm also trying to do a lot of things and teach from my experience doing things. And when people ask questions, I just like answer those questions. It's very simple. I tried becoming a pro footballer. Now looking at salaries that people are getting in Finland, being a pro footballer, and even in Sweden, which is a higher league, it's like 5,000 a month. It's like, not even the average, like some of the better salaries in pro football, pro sports. There's a lot of pro athletes who make like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 a month. I'm like, thank God I didn't become a pro. Thank God I'm an entrepreneur. I built a community and a business with multiple revenue streams, and I get to do what I love. And I get to choose my own schedule and set my own alarms and all that. That's another reminder that sometimes your goals will change, and you'll thank God that it changed, because you'll be like, oh, thank you that happened, because I no longer have that person that was draining me in my life. Or thank God that this happened because I gained so much experience that I can now use in my new business. By the way, as a side note with that, if you're, if you're here because you thought you wanted to be a designer or a copywriter or an agency owner, but then you realize that I actually prefer doing, affiliate marketing, then great. You'll see how we do that as well in the next 30 days. You'll see the different business models and you pick and choose something because you're flexible. You're a flexible human being. You can pick and choose and pivot according to new information that are presented to you. So anyways, wife got pregnant, dropped out of sports university as well. Started my first business 2016, so it's almost a decade now. And I had my first 10,000 a month in 2017-ish. And I tried all types of businesses, and now I finally found what I enjoy, which is what we're doing here today. So here's what's possible when you find a strategy that works and you don't give up, right? And there's a reason I'm telling you all this. I was telling my friends yesterday as well, off grid. I said, it's interesting because sometimes when you learn a skill, I have to stop sharing my screen for this one. Let's say you're meeting people, you're a coach or an agency or something, you're selling clients one-on-one, and you're nervous because you're new to this business model. And so when you jump on a Zoom call, for example, and you try to sell something, you're not really sure how to pitch or present, and you lose deals, and it's frustrating, and you feel you're not really even sure like why you lost the deal, because things were going great. But then there's a tipping point. There's a call or a meeting where things just click, and it's like, that client said thank you. How can I pay you? How can we get started? And things just clicked. And you realize that, oh, the 30 calls that I've done so far were almost close to no deals. I was just getting information and I was pivoting and seeing what worked. And now the thing that was so hard to do, pushing the ball up the mountain, that was so hard to do that made me almost want to quit, now suddenly just came natural. And you're like, wait a minute. The challenge with building a business isn't learning the skills, because those come automatically. It's actually just not giving up. And then when you learn the skill, it clicks, and now you do it naturally. Now it's easy. It's actually easy. Like, I was reworking his pitch and like sales presentation, and I said, why don't you just tell it this way instead? And I did it on the spot, and I was freestyling it, and I was like, that's how I would do it. And I could now close that service with clients with ease because it comes naturally to me. And those are like muscle memories for your brain. So now business can actually be easy. Like building a funnel for me after doing 600 of them is easy. It's actually simple and easy, and it's repeatable. And now I can create systems around the SOPs, processes, and templates and programs like this for you, because it becomes easy. The goal for you is to do it long enough that it becomes easy, because without giving up. And that's the success formula. And sometimes we want to quit sooner than that because we doubt ourselves. We're like, I'm not seeing any results. It's like, yeah, it's kind of like a balloon. If you blow air into a balloon, well, that one you can actually see expand, but then one day it pops. And that's the tipping point. When you roll something up the mountain, it's hard, it's heavy. But then it starts going down, and downhill, and it's the snowball effect, and it's the compound effect, and it's all those things. And it's now you're past that hurdle, and everything else becomes easier. All right, let's get into this one. So I just looked at my Stripe dashboards today, multiple ones. Some of them, there's like multiple offers. Some I have a Stripe for a specific business or brand. And I calculated them all up. I'm like 6,000 customers buying from me. So first of all, thank you for investing in us. And my goal is to, give you 10 times, 100 times more than you ever pay me. That's why I upgrade all the programs that we have. We upgrade them every year for free. You have lifetime access to them. But 6,000 customers, I'm like, organically from like my personal brand, that's way more than I thought it was. 300 plus high ticket clients, people who paid like 5,000, right? Well, I would say like 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, because we've gradually increased our pricing, but that's also not bad. This is way more past $1 million in cash collected profitably. but I still wanted to add it. I don't know. I don't like showing huge numbers for some reason. Maybe it's me. I have a blocker on money. I don't know. But it's still, for some people, it's still like a decent number that might get you inspired. Like, I just want to hit that number because maybe not just for the money, but I want to see what's possible. Have you ever thought, like, I wonder what's possible if I just don't quit and I keep showing up every single day and, I keep investing in myself, even when maybe the programs that I'm buying, some of them are bad. And sometimes it's like, but I won't give up. I want to see what's possible. I want to see what's on the other end of just showing up every single day, even when it's uncomfortable, right? 150,000 spent on coaches, 100,000 spent on courses plus, 50,000 spent on travel, which by the way has also been, I would say, the life experiences with my family, my wife and my 2 kids. It's like an education program for my kids, going around and seeing new places. That's been probably the best money that I've spent, but I couldn't have done that without investing myself and not giving up when I had clients that I didn't want to work with. And I've just sort of like course corrected and tried to do my best with each client and make one person happy at a time. And now this is kind of how my life looks like. I work with clients, I spend time with my family. Here you can see on the right top side, there's my new office. I wrote a book. I like to hang out with my friends, barbecue, off-grid, play golf, and very simple. Now, the reason why we're going to shift into vision, and we're going to start day off with the vision is a Bible verse says, well, there's no vision, the people perish. And I thought about that because you also see that in society when someone has a 9 to 5, nothing against that, but it's like sometimes you can clearly see they're not happy and they'll tell you that they're not happy, but they've accepted that as their norm. It's like, yeah, I guess that's how life is. Like you grow up and there's bills to pay and you'll get a job that you hate and then you die. And I'm like, I refuse to believe that. Right? Have you ever thought like I refuse to believe that this is it? And it's not just that we want to get, it's not like we're money hungry. We want to do more because otherwise we die inside. It's like, people need a sense of progress and growth and meaning. And I think that's why this verse is so powerful. So maybe I went through this already. But the reason why it's a 30-day challenge is because it's enough time to actually get anything done and start seeing results. So if you can commit right now, actually put in the chat, I commit. If you commit for 30 days, we're doing a little bit of Tony Robbins, like back and forth. Enough time to actually get something done. Commit for 30 days. It's also long enough to weed out the quitters and focus on the winners because we're going to do Q&A. I want to answer questions from people who need my help. And I know you need my help if you're here and you ask questions and you show up every single day. You stay to the Q&A. It's short enough to commit and follow through on daily action steps without going too deep on every aspect. We're not going to be able to cover everything I know in 30 days, but we're going to be able to cover enough for you to get up and running or fix the things that are broken in your business. It's also long enough to feel discomfort, distractions, and see who can reshift, refocus, gets the stuff done. And most importantly, it's the perfect time to teach everything that you need. So, and the best part is that I'm doing this with you. Fair warning though, I am going fast, deep, and I keep it very actionable for you, which is why I need you to ask questions when you're confused in the private community, whether it's on Facebook, Freedom Funnels private community, or in school, Funnels University, or Personal Brand X. Ask questions every day for 30 days. I'll be there and answer all your questions. And as a reward for staying active for 30 days, I'm going to give you the systems that I showed you, some of the spreadsheets and Google Docs. I'll give you those. You can copy, you can actually make a copy of them and start using them yourself as well. So, questions for you for day one, vision and identity. So what are some results that you've seen so far in your journey? Write them down. You can write in the chat or you can write on a piece of paper or notes like a Google Doc on your computer. But what are some things that you've actually seen some results with? And it doesn't have to be like, oh, I closed the client for 25,000. It can be, I finished the book, or I started going on daily walks, or it could be that you're here. That's a win. So I'm looking for small wins, bigger wins as well, if you have some. But we're trying to build momentum and show our human computer, our brain, We're going to reprogram to start seeing more wins. Because otherwise we only focus on what we don't have and what are some emotions that are attached to that. It's like, I don't feel motivated because I'm just focused on what I don't have. I don't have confidence when I talk to prospects or clients because I'm only focused what I've not been able to do, right? So what are some results you've seen so far in your journey, and how was your 2024? What are some reasons it went this way? So reflecting on how was 2024, good and bad. What are some things that I learned because of the bad? What are some things that I'm taking with me of the good stuff as well? And if something went sideways, like what was the reason you think for that? Was it you? And it's good if you can take personal responsibility, but also sometimes you'll realize that it's something that is affecting you and you can fix that in some way so that you right now you feel lighter and you have more energy and less distractions going into this new year. And what was great? What could you have done differently? This one I love. Who were you as a person? How can you learn from last year? So me, I'll be honest with you. I'll be a little bit vulnerable. Me as a person last year, I was doing my best every single day what I had, but I didn't go deep enough on some of the issues that I had with my immune system, with my ability to stay focused. And so I would use an excuse, healthy energy drinks, and I would have them every day because I wanted more energy to be able to do stuff and feel creative. And that was all good until it wasn't. And I didn't go deep enough and educate myself around the problem of having caffeine in your body when you're sleeping, the fact that you don't get quality sleep and how it affects you. And this is called second order consequences. When something is happening, there's consequence tied to that. Then there's another consequence. And I'll go as far as to saying this: one bad choice, one bad habit can ruin your entire business and your life. Right? Because of second order consequences, third order consequences. Right? Let's say you get drunk and then you drive and you kill somebody. That can have that will change your life, right? But also on the opposite of that, one good habit, one new belief in yourself, and one new decision, because you make a decision to go to that mastermind, to hire that person, to go to a conference where you meet people, you start seeing, wait a minute, these people are just like me. I remember when I went first time to Fun Hiking Live, I saw, wait, these crazy people are just like me. And that decision to go, even when I didn't feel like I could afford it. In fact, I spent most of my money traveling to US. This was like 2016, 2017. I spent most of my money going there. And then there was a mission to support Underground Railroad. What's it called? Operation Underground Railroad. A charity helping people who were sold as sex slaves. And I remember when they asked for donations, I spent the rest of my money, my savings, to rescue a child, because the slave buyers, like they put a price on a child. But that decision to go gave me so much purpose and belief and hope that I could do what other people are doing on stage as well. And a couple of years later, I remember when I was sitting there in the stool, I was sitting there in the stool. I had a dream to one day speak at Fun Hiking Live and speak on stage. And a couple years later, Russell Brunson sent me a Voxer message. He's like, "Hey, I was thinking if what if you would speak on Fun Hiking Live 2024?" And long story short, even though that didn't happen because I left ClickFunnels, I had a chance to do it, and that gave me a lot of like fulfillment and joy to see like things can change pretty quickly when you start making those daily choices, right? Those you stack those daily habits and focus on one day at a time, and suddenly something big will happen that you thought, what was the thing that made this happen? It's not just one thing that leads to it. It's those like one choice here, one habit here, and then everything compounds, and then people ask you, how did you do it? I just did my best with everything I had that one day. And then the next day I woke up and I tried to become even better and focus more on improving and serving people and show up as my best version to help even just one person. So what's your ideal identity 2.0 that you can bring into the new year? So you start with who were you as a person last year, write that down, and then ask yourself, what's your ideal person? Like, what are some things that I really want to have? The characteristics, the personality traits that I do want to have, right? And then you'll have that as your vision to become that person. And guess what? Your business success will become a reflection of who you are. If you have chaos in your business because you have chaos inside. So if you can fix inside and you can eliminate things that are messing with your head, your energy, then you'll see more success in your business as well. There's a book called Be Your Future Self Now that I recommend. Benjamin Hardy, Dr. Benjamin Hardy is a great author and co-author on another book as well called Who Not How. So how can you, find, instead of learning everything yourself, how can you find the who person behind it who can do it with you or for you? It's also a great book. But this one, usually we look for the gap in life that I mentioned, and it's causing us to feel disappointed. I'm a failure. I'm not good enough, right? But if you switch to the gain, which is what was me, what did I do day one? What did it look like? Who were I as a person? I was scared. I was nervous. I didn't make any, really like day one. I was scared to even move towards I was scared to even think about my goals because I never believed it was possible. But now look at where you are already. Like the progress you've made may not look like much, but I promise you, if you actually write everything down, you're like, oh, I did this good decision. I started creating this good habit and actually launched my portfolio or my YouTube channel. I posted that video, even though it was uncomfortable. And then you set 10 times bigger goals that require you to become a different person. You can become the identity 2.0. Right? So what we're going to start with, day one, is the new updated 2025 Freedom Planner. Take 30 minutes in silence. Visualize your future self 5 years from now. Plan out your next 90 days to get quick wins. Get clear on what you actually want and reverse engineer steps to get there. It's crazy what happens when you do this planner. Some of you've done it a year ago. Some of you, maybe you've done it when you joined Funnels University or Personal Brand X. But I want you to do it again for 2025. Last time I did this, I woke up the next couple of weeks with new energy that was like a fire inside of me because I knew exactly what I wanted to do. And that clarity gave me, it's like a productivity hack as well. And then just so you have the schedule for our weeks, obviously every day we go live, but we don't do an hour every day. We don't go for 60 minutes every single day. It's more like 20-minute, per day type of thing. But today, obviously, we kick off with a longer one, an overview, and then 30 days. So day 30, we'll do a masterclass as well on scaling, with 7-figure systems and everything that I'm building with you during these 30 days. So week 1, vision, business foundation, offers, and math. Week 2, funnels and selling to thousands of people at once. Week 3, personal branding, community building. Week 4, multiple customers from one simple customer journey. And then final masterclass, 7-figure systems and team overview. Some of you, when you see what's possible, when with a team, you're going to be like, oh, I just want to be the CEO. I'm a visionary, right? So I want to take my vision and hire people and sometimes collaborate with people. If you don't have a big budget, collaborate and partner with people. I'll even show you how to partner with clients. Partnering with clients to build multiple revenue streams. That's going to be powerful for some of you as well. So lock in for 30 days. Congrats. You completed day 1. Now what I'll do is I'll show you a little bit about the planner that you're going to get. I'm going to link it in the comments below. And tomorrow we'll do the math behind this. So we're going to start here tomorrow. But today we're going to do the planner. And I want to see it today. So when you're done this one, I want you to post it in the, well, you don't have to because it's very personal, but if you want to, I'll show you mine. I don't care. I trust you that it stays here, so I don't personally care, but this is the one that I created a year ago, and this is the first time I reveal exactly what I wrote, so you can kind of see how I think. I'm a big believer in learning from people who are successful because of how they think. I don't necessarily always need the templates and the AI to do everything for me. I'll use it, to speed things up, but I really want to learn how people think, because that's what made them successful. When the lights and the camera shuts down, it's me in the office, and sometimes you're your own worst uh, enemy, and it's what you do when nobody's watching. That's gonna get you successful, and it's your mind. It's how you think. Like, you're navigating your own thoughts and doubts and all those things to be successful. So this is what I said a year ago. My ultimate dream life would be, I'm running a successful online business from a new home in a small town in my new backyard office. I've got a new YouTube studio and a man cave. By the way, I just moved into this new office, which is a YouTube studio and man cave. I have a pool table, a dart table. I got my new man cave a couple of days ago, and I haven't looked at my planner in 12 months. That's the power of the ultimate freedom planner. It's freedom design. It's freedom by design. This stuff, it works when you implement it. I've got a new YouTube studio man cave with toys and hangout areas for the boys. I just had my two friends here today. I had my team here, my two good friends, Anton and Hugo. They were here this week as well. My family's healthy. We're enjoying the simple life, such a small village, and we're growing our own small farm. We don't have a farm yet, but this is like your future self, your 5-year vision that we're going to bring it back to like 90 days. And we're raising our kids to be strong, confident, optimized for $1 million business without sacrificing family time. In fact, I just set new boundaries. So I only have 8 more minutes on this call, because that's when it's 5 p.m. and then it's family time. So we have boundaries because we don't sacrifice family time to build a business. We build a business serving clients so that we can take care of our loved ones financially, also time-wise. Your kids, your spouse, they're not going to care about you working 24 hours, 12-hour days in your business, even if you do it for them, if they never see you. So you need to know what you want. You're optimizing for $1 million business. I'll share a link to this as well so you can read it. Relationships, social life, health, the assets generating income passively for life. Our investments have skyrocketed in value. We reap the rewards both from hard work and business, long-term investments, even when it didn't seem like anything would work. So what this is, it's the future now, right? So it's the future being here present, because we're visualizing things as if they already happened. So if I go down, every morning I wake up, I start with, and I visualize myself already doing it. That's how you become the Identity 2.0. So I visualize myself with a morning run while listening to an audiobook. It's 6 a.m. By the way, I just started waking up 6 a.m. again after being more of like a 9 a.m. to midnight type of person, right? It's a coincidence that I started doing now again, maybe, but also having a vision and a future self, like Identity 2.0, helps you always, like, even if when you go a little bit left, right, like you always come back to the middle because you have a North Star. You know your vision and what you want to do and who you need to become. So I've got a pool, ice bath, sauna, spa department. I bought my spa and sauna, become a natural routine, spend most of my training, relaxation in water. Still, we just discussed buying the final pool to our backyard this summer. So things are happening. My day-to-day consists of, so how many times have you actually written down exactly what you want your day to look like in detail? Just like your customer journey, here's what the customer does when they join. They have an onboarding call. What's discussed on the onboarding call? Your first step, like everything is documented. Same thing here. Pictures if you want. My workday looks like creative work first, then delegation, finally meetings, right? You know what your days will look like in business and personal life. My life is around these people: family, closest group of friends, tight inner circle, local handful of friends, international I meet up with twice a year. A few times a year I travel to speak, conference, share my message on podcasts. This is also happening, right? Got a picture of my family. My house is built for an optimal life, big 3-floor house. So we actually started talking about, like, what if we build a new house soon and we make it big enough to create everything we want, not just for ourselves, but also for people that we love. And so I, grabbed the pic. This, by the way, I grabbed a year ago. This picture I grabbed a year ago. So you'll do it now. You'll do it again next, every start of new year, and then you'll update it. But this will help you, like, actually, there's something happening like subconsciously that makes you stay on course. Physique, what do you want to look like and why? So I want to not just lose weight because of the visual. I want to optimize my immune system and my health so that I function well, so I don't get ill. I don't want to have inflammation in my body because, serious illnesses can be grown in inflammation in people. So I want to detox. I've had a meeting this Monday with a lot of tests, and now we're doing like a detox. And so you just optimize, and with that comes optimal weight loss, muscle, masses if you're working out, and things just fall in place when you do the fundamentals really well first. So everything, my morning workout and sleep schedule, my nutrition. The reason I need to become successful is I need to be an example for others, to protect and provide, to have complete autonomy and not rely on any external financial support ever. These people depend on my success. My wife and kids know, my parents, extended family in the future. I want to help others. I'm going to prove these people wrong, right? People who mocked me, who made fun of me, who, doubters, haters. Patrick Bay David talks a lot about finding fuel from haters. It comes from a negative source, but sometimes that's good for a little bit because you already have like a vision and mission, what you want to do. You just like find extra fuel. Listen, those people who talk shit about me behind my back, I'll prove them. I'll show them what I can do. And hopefully some people, it'll also inspire them to be like, oh, that's inspiring what you've done. You started at nothing. I can also do this. If I fail and quit, the consequences are, right? My haters will laugh and think this if I fail. So we're adding a little bit of stakes. So anyways, I'll share both this 90-day planner and the updated 2025. I share it in Google Docs so that you can edit it, but it's very similar, the questions. I just added, changed the design, but also added I commit. So it's a contract to yourself. I commit to dedicating this next chapter of my life to pursuing my goals, fulfilling my mission with unwavering focus, and channeling my energy into making a meaningful impact. So I want you to go and I want you to print this and actually sit. Now you can do it here as well. Like you can add your a picture of your signature, and then you can start like you can edit it here, and you can look at mine for example, but only for inspo. Like I want this to come from you. Don't try to copy my goals. We're different. Everybody's different. There's no right or wrong. And I know deep inside, if you allow yourself to think big, you'll have these goals that you want to do. And so we'll do, this is the Canva version as well. I'll drop a link to everything in the chat. And then tomorrow we're going to do the math to freedom. So knowing your math is where the power to actually see this through comes, because there's layers to vision, right? What do you want to do? But then when you connect emotionally, the revenue that you want to have, the business you want to build, you connect it to so that you can do this, right? How many times have you done revenue goals? Said, I want to get to 10,000 a month and I want to have, let's say, 50,000 in the bank by the end of this year. Revenue, expenses, taxes, cash in my bank, right? So with that, that is day one. Hopefully that is helpful. Is that helpful? Do a 1 in the chat if that's helpful. If it's not helpful, we're just gonna cancel. I'm just kidding. Hopefully it's hopefully it's helpful. We'll share the links to everything. So I'll share my and grab it before we jump off Zoom here. So that's the document to my 90-day Freedom Design Planner 2024. This is the one for 2025. So I'll pin this one if I can. I can't. There's no pinning on Zoom. And the Canva. Maybe who wants the Canva version as well? We'll do template links so you can make a template in Canva, which means you can customize it there as well. Maybe you want to upload your pictures in Canva and customize it there as well. Please and thank you. The only problem with me is I feel scared when I do cold outreach and going on the meeting. My designs are good, but still lack with the confidence. Navneet, just as a tip for you and for other people here as well, preparation removes a little bit of that nervousness. So preparation means you know exactly everything you can find about them before the meeting, and you write down all the questions because you're nervous because you're afraid of losing the frame during the call. And so when you write down the questions, it means that you can just go to the next question. You can take notes. So by the end of the call, you've just followed a checklist of things. You've collected information, and that's it. We're saying thanks to you, thank you, thank you. Please and thank you. To everyone, you're a good leader, Gusten. Thank you. Baki says thank you. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Listen, here's what we'll do because I don't break family boundaries. It's 5 p.m. I'm gonna head home, and tomorrow we'll do Q&A. So we'll review some of your freedom planners. If you want to get yours reviewed, post in the private communities, and then we'll do the math, business income, business expenses, personal salary and income, personal expenses. It'll give you a vision of what's possible with the money that you make and how we all break it down into specifics. So we'll do that tomorrow. And then on Monday is when we get practical business, like your offer, how to create a new offer that is better than anything you've done so far. So I'll be back tomorrow. I'll probably live stream from my home. And then I'll be back here on Monday because I don't typically work on Sundays, but I'll show up with, for you, and we'll hang out. Yeah, post in the private community, links to anything, questions. I'll write down the questions. We'll do Q&A tomorrow after the live stream. It's the same time. We're going to go for maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and it'll be quick. And then on Monday, we'll do another banger call here together in this office. With that, thanks you so much for being here live. This means the world to me. Imagine if like 3 people showed up. It would be a little bit embarrassing, but also would have fun, just the 3 of us then, the 4 of us. But thank you for being here. Appreciate you so much. And you guys, you're my family. You're my online family. I don't care if we have, like I said, 3 people, 75 people, or 2,000, right? Because I would rather have less people that mean a lot to me, that we're all the same, rather than trying to fit into the masses, being misunderstood, not really having connection, and being able to talk about things that truly matter. And if it's too many, we can't even support each other. So this is really good. Imagine if we hang out and it's like 50, 100 of us in like a resort. That'd be amazing to do like an in-person event. So thank you for showing up. Appreciate you. I'll see you back here tomorrow. And with that, go and fill out your Freedom Design Planner. And actually, like, put some music, some inspiring music on, and lock yourself in, and just like imagine, who do you want to become? What do you want? Why do you want it? For who? Who do you want to get back to? Do that, complete it, post when you've done it. Say, I completed day 1 in the private community. I'll be there supporting you later today. So appreciate you. Thank you so much. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Dan. There we go. Welcome, welcome. Welcome everybody to day 2. You here, you made it. Welcome, welcome. Yesterday was great. I was planning to do 30 minutes and we went for an hour, and we went deep on everything: goal setting, your vision, visualizing what can be your future self today, and bringing the identity 2.0 into this new year. And I'm excited to be here on a Sunday. You couldn't pay me enough to show up to a conference and speak on a Sunday, because I don't typically work on a Sunday. I'm with my family, and we're actually going ice skating after this. So I'm going to keep it short, but I wanted to show up live because I'm committing 30 days, and I'm asking you to commit 30 days as well. I'm committing 30 days to help you, no matter where you're at, no matter where you've been in 2024 and previously. This is a new, fresh start. I think God created years and months and weeks and days for us to be able to start over. It can be small or big, but it's always a second chance to start a new project, improve yourself, or set new goals, and then create a plan to reach those goals. And yesterday we went deep on figuring out what we actually want. Like, who am I as a person? What's important to me? And hopefully all of you had a chance to do the 2025 Freedom Design Planner. Who actually filled it out? Just do a 1 if you filled it out yesterday. Just put a 1 in the chat if you fill it out. Nonit, Job, Theodore, Christy, Chris, Naveen. Yes, amazing. Joe, Martin, George, Omar, Jerome, Michael, Christian, JJ. Who am I missing? Vince. Awesome. So if you didn't get a chance to do it, watch the replay of day 1. After this, it's live inside of the Facebook group, Freedom Funnels private community, and it's live inside of Funnels University and Personal Brand X in school as well. So today what we're going to do, we're going to keep it very short and simple. And I learned this week and over the last couple of years how important numbers are, because you never want to be surprised by a tax bill. You never want to be surprised by, oh, I thought if I make 10,000 a month, then that'll be enough for me to live off of and take care of my family and everything. And depending on where you're in the world, that's true. But also you never want to be caught off guard. And so when you set goals, money is a tool to achieving those, right? And so we need to understand the numbers and actually know today, beginning of the year, we need to understand, if I make this much, then how much am I keeping and where is it going, right? There's a good book about this called Profit First. And it's about paying yourself first, but that's something you can write down and read or listen to when you're going for a walk or run. Today, I've created a simple dashboard for you. So again, I'm going to share my screen. We're going to dive into the dashboard real quick. For those of you who are just jumping on, this is the 90-day Freedom Design Planner, and it goes through exactly in detail what you want your life to look like. Even the details of when do you wake up, when do you go to sleep, what do you do, what do you outsource, who do you want to work with, right? Tomorrow, actually Monday, we're going to go deep on which business model you ultimately want to have, not which one you have today, but if you could, like, if money wasn't an option and it wasn't like important, what would you do? Who would you work with, right? And then when we go and create our offer next week, we'll see different examples of how important it is when you're selling to the right person versus when you're selling to the wrong person. Then we're going to improve your offer with a new way to create better, higher converting offers. And this works whether you're working with clients or you're selling products to customers, B2B, B2C, all that good stuff. So you have links to all of this from yesterday in the private community. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go into the business dashboard. Now I shared a link here on Zoom to the dashboard. You can open it up. If you click File and make a copy, you can start editing it. You can name it, your name, and then Business Dashboard. But this is what we're going to use. And I'll use my business as an example to hopefully inspire some of you to create multiple revenue streams, to not just have one leg that you stand on. It's kind of like this table. It has 4 different legs. And it's steady and it's firm because there's multiple legs to stand on. And in life, sometimes we don't know what's happening in the market. But if you only have one offer that you rely on, it's kind of like having a job. If you get fired, then you're in a bad situation. And ideally, you would want, even if you do have a job right now, to build up a cash flow income stream on the side, so that when you do want to quit your job, if you want to, you'll make more in your side hustle already that you go full-time into before you ever quit. I always recommend having 3 to 6 months of cash flow before making that leap, right? Before you quit a job and start a business, so that you have confidence, you have peace of mind, you can operate from a place of abundance, not scarcity. So what we're going to do, to the left, we have income streams and how much per month, right? So we're going to delete this. We're going to type this out. And then we have business expenses per month. How many of you right now, just put a 1 in the chat if you have total clarity on your numbers? And it's okay if you don't. I didn't for a long time. But do you right now have clarity on how much you're making each month on average and how much you're spending? Because, and I'm not just talking about lifestyle. You also see people, a lot of times they increase their lifestyle when they start making a little bit of money and they end up with 0, which is what they made in a job. And so even though you make more, doesn't mean you keep more if you don't understand the numbers. And so what we're going to do, we're going to start with your main source of income. So this can even be your personal, like if you have a 9 to 5, if you have a job We have multiple jobs. You can add those in here as well. Job 1, job 2, like you can add those in there. But I also want you to, you can even make a copy. So you just duplicate this and you have another one where you could do your ideal situation. So first we're going to get real and we're going to look at what we have right now. So I'll do like agencies. So I work with creators and personal brands and build funnels and stuff. And so I'm going to put, I'm going to round numbers to just give you an idea of actually, let's not do exact numbers. I'll use my business as an example, but we'll round up the numbers so that it makes sense for you to use this for inspo, and you'll add your own numbers in here. The beautiful thing about building a personal brand, which I hope is a goal for all of you, is that you can have from one traffic source, let's say short form to long form YouTube, to then have a links in the description. You can have 5 revenue streams and you can add those in here, and it's the same focus, helping people for free online, and then it trickles into different revenue streams. And when we add them up here, so we're just going to add the monthly revenue, you'll see how much it is per month and how much is, this per year. When I did this with my wife, we sat down and we looked at business expenses, and we put all of my ideal team members. It turned out to be 49,000, and 49,000 is 500 something thousand per year in team expenses. And we said, well, let's not do that. let's optimize for a lean team, right? So how, like, the fact that we looked at the numbers made us course correct and change our priorities a little bit. I'm still very focused on hiring really good people and team members because there's a lot of projects I want to do, and I realize I don't want to do all of them myself. I want to focus on what I'm good at and outsource everything else. And that's freedom. When you know numbers, you know the income that you're getting from your personal brand, and you're able to hire a couple people, sometimes project-based, sometimes full-time or part-time. But you'll look at the numbers and say, this is actually something I'm good at, this is something I'm actually happy with, right? Like if you make 300,000 a month, not a month, 300,000 a year, and if you have 50% profit margins, that's 150,000 profit. And you can look at your savings, what's left at the end of the year, here at the bottom. So we're gonna go agency, and then we're gonna do software. So software, actually let's do, because we did planning yesterday, we're gonna do the ideal scenario. So this is what we want 2025 to look like. So agency, I want it to be on average 20,000. Now, if I started over and I only had agency, my goal would be 100,000 a month. But because I've done it for almost a decade, and I've had Russell Brunson, Tony Robbins, and many other people as clients, I feel like I've done that, I've checked it off, and now I want to give back and help other people. And so I don't have the same like urgency to go and climb that mountain because I feel like I've already checked that off. So I'm even going to be conservative and say 10,000. Software, I'm going to do 20,000. I have 2 softwares, and one is around 6 figures already, 10,000 a month, a white label of high level, and haven't even focused on it. So if I actually like promote it through my YouTube, then no problem, 20,000 a month on average, that is. And then we look at one-on-one coaching. So I'm talking like actual coaching calls that I do with people. If I do, I'm going to be conservative and do 8,000, which is 8 hours per month and 2 per week. I like having these because I love talking to people and coaching people one-on-one, but not too much because that would take away my focus from leverage, which is more talking 1 to 1,000 plus people, which is a YouTube video, group calls such as this one. This is a free bonus that we added because I could help more people. So I don't want to have too much of that one-on-one. But then we have inner circle, like a mastermind. So I've paused this for a little bit, and now we made it better. We're actually using all of the systems, like the 7-figure systems you see here. So we're using all of this to implement systems into our inner circle students. There we go. And so this will be on average. I did the calculation. So on average, I think for 2025, we can do 120K per month on average. And that's what a lean team, 1 salesperson, me doing a lot of content and having 3 coaches that will do group calls plus me doing calls for funnels, personal brand content, and all that. And then, by the way, if you think that this is absurd, if you think it's a huge number, it's actually just math. And that's what gives me so much clarity and confidence, which is why I'm sharing this with you. So that when you see the numbers, you're like, oh, when we reverse engineer stuff, and we'll actually do this in a later day during the 30 challenge, you'll see how many people you need to reach in order to do this, which is the beautiful thing with KPIs. Key performance indicators. How do we know which indicators to look at to know if we're even close to hitting those goals? It's not just revenue. It's not just like landing page conversions. It's traffic, it's booked calls, or it's conversations, it's invoices sent out, it's everything. It's like there's around 9 different elements that we calculate in the KPIs. So then we'll go to affiliate. Now I'm currently doing between 20 and 30,000 per month in affiliate commissions, and I believe I can get this to 45,000 based on my calculations on average, which is 400. Well, it's 500,000 this year. Again, looking here and typing this up is surreal when I think about where I started, but when I look at the numbers and the data, it gives me so much inspiration to go and actually hit them because I have something that I'm tracking. And you may have heard the quote about like what we actually track, or what gets measured gets done, right? So if it's health, like what can you track and measure to make sure that you actually get it done? Same thing with business, right? So agency software, and by the way, agency is funnels. I do have another. I'm not gonna add it in here, but I have another agency I'm a partner in that we're starting with my 2 friends. It's called Studio, and that one is built to exit. So I'm not gonna take any money from that, but I'm partnered with 2 of my friends here locally, and it's a video agency, high tier video agency. You know, people need videos and funnels. They need to get traffic and convert, and which is why, you know, I focus on my 2 programs, Personal Brand X and Funnels University. It's like that's the mix, the perfect mix that I think every person should focus on. Build a personal brand and create funnels that convert, because you can then create your own revenue streams. You can work with clients and build funnels for them. You can be a partner, a growth partner type instead of a freelancer, which is something we're going to talk about next week as well. I've had a huge aha moment and epiphany on how to improve your offers, both for info businesses and also client businesses. So agency, software, one-on-one coaching, inner circle, affiliate. What else? Now I'm blanking because we're live. But even this, looking at this, 200,000 a month, it's very doable. It's very doable. That would be 2.4 mil this year. And then we're gonna do expenses. I'll come back to this if there's something that I'm missing, because there's definitely something that I'm missing here. Info product. What? I didn't even have that. There you go. Exactly. So this is already doing about 1,000 a day. So 30K per month. I think we can double this. I know we can double it. So 60, there we go, 3 mil. I did the calculation end of last year, you know, early January, which we're still early January, but I got it to 1.9 mil back then. And I think I was a little bit conservative with Inner Circle. So like, I think I had this at like 80,000 as well. But I think this is very doable. And so this is what we're going to aim for. Now we'll do quarterly meetings, and with the team, we'll look at how close are we to hitting this goal, and what do we need to change. And we're never going to sacrifice quality for revenue, right? So if we feel like we want to adjust these a little bit, we will, but we're setting our goals based on what we believe is possible if everything goes right, because it's kind of like setting 10x goals. I'm not a big fan of Grant Cardone, but he says, you know, if you set 10x goals, you can at least like 5x, right? But if you set like 2x goals, I made 5,000, now I'm going to hit 10,000. You're kind of doing the same thing and trying to work harder instead of building new systems that can handle that 10x growth. right? So now we're gonna go to business expenses. So okay, me personally, let's say 10,000. Wife salary 6,000. Actually, let's do 7.5, and then tax. Excuse me, voice crack. You're allowed to laugh at me. We're live, so I can't edit this out. Taxes 5,000 a month. Office. Obviously, I would consult with. I'm actually consulting with an accountant, and we're going through all of this in more detail. So I'm going to come back and update it. But we have things like the office is 1,000. This one, phone bill 100, software probably closer to 1,000. I calculate mostly in thousands, but when I started, I calculated more in like $10, $100, 50. But now I calculate more in thousand because I look at expenses. What's my time worth? So if I have something that I'm need to get rid of, like an iPhone 12, and I need to sell it for $200, then it's more expensive for me to sell it on Facebook Marketplace than just give it away. So I look at thousands and even things out and focus on the big mission, the 5-year plan, and the community. You guys, how can I help you? And the smaller stuff aren't as important. So we have things like insurance, which is also 1,000 per month. We have team. So let's round this up to, I have the developers now as well, which is 6,000, 8,000, 10,000, 12, 15,000. We'll be conservative 15. So we're already at 40. Now you can see why I was expecting around 49,000 a month to be a good number, and I haven't even added everything, but you can see how things add up, right? So now 263, 40,000 in expenses. There's always other stuff. There's like investing in travel. I travel when I write a book. I travel when we travel as a family, and a part of that is a business expense because I work and I film content, and I film B-roll and have my drone, and I write my book, and I do live coaching calls and things like that. But to just give you an idea, 260 income, business expense 40,000, and then even at 100,000. So let's say this was, I'll take this down so it's like 160, and then I'll delete this for now. 100. Even then, we have 40% expenses, which is 60% profit margins, right? Which is still good. But then let's go to personal expenses. So you can add all your personal expenses here as well. And maybe you even want to plan to buy your sports car to reward yourself, in summer or closer to the end of the year. If you hit all the numbers, you're going to reward yourself with something. Take your family on an expensive holiday. Give them the best experience they've had, and that's going to be like 5,000 or 10,000, right? And so you can add that in here based on like you add, if it's like 10,000 one time, that would be like, let's say you travel for 10,000 next year or this year, that would be like around 1,000 per month, right? So you just break it down into a monthly thing. Mortgage 1,500, electricity 300, water 200, insurance probably 500 more, like car 1,300, internet 100. What am I missing? Someone let me know in the chat. What am I missing? Personal expenses. Well, we do also have travel there. We have let's say per month we'll do a 500. What am I missing? Someone in the chat, give me something that we buy. Food. There we go. Gym. Well, I have my home gym. So I've already bought it. But yeah, food, school fees. It's cheap in Finland, but still, there's still stuff. Yep, gas, groceries. Well, I would say groceries, like food, is probably one of my biggest expenses because I buy high quality real food, and it's around, I would say, like 1,500 a month. Is that too much? No, because when I go to the store, it's like 500 at a time almost. Food has doubled. Anyone else experienced like food has doubled? The beautiful thing is, if you just focus on increasing your income and focus on your clients and customers, and you try to do your best, then you can You can make more so you never look at the, and this sounds so cocky, like I never look at food prices, but like truly, that is actually freedom. People talk about Lamborghini and traveling 5-star resorts, like that's good, that's great, but not having to worry about gas prices and food prices, like that's true freedom because I want to provide that to my family as well, right? It's kind of like if you have school fees, um, whatever is important to you and for your loved ones, like those are the things that if it makes their life better, it should be on your goal list. And know what that costs, so you know which number to hit. Now you're excited. Now you're motivated to wake up because it's not just about making money. It's not just about like getting rich for yourself, for your own sake. It's so that you can take care of other people. And I don't like when people say like, "Oh, I just want to make enough so that we're good." Okay, but like what about other people? What about the gifts that God has given you that you can use to serve other people? And in exchange, there's a monetary exchange. And with that money, you can use as a tool to help other people as well. That gives you a lot of purpose and fulfillment and meaning. All right, so we'll leave it at this. We'll come back and add more stuff in here later. So now savings. Okay, so we get, let me see here, per month. So we have, if I double click this, we'll see I3. Should be these two. No, this is obviously calculating this up, but savings is salary. Okay, so we should do plus wife's salary. If it's just you, then obviously don't do that. Minus, I think I'm breaking the code here, the Google Sheet. Yep. Anyways, so we'll do sum this plus this minus expenses. 11,000 per month in savings. Pretty good, right? So now you can calculate how much money is left at the end of your year. Now, this is your personal savings. This is profit. If you just look at income versus expenses, 1 million in profit. And here's the beautiful thing. In fact, I'll do it with you. Want to see something cool? People talk about using AI for all types of stuff, writing copy, creating offers, brainstorming, AI agents, voice. Check this out. I'm going to open ChatGPT and I can take a screenshot. So check this out. I'm going to share my screen again. We're going to keep this short, by the way. So this is the last thing we're going to cover today. I want you to fill this out for tomorrow so we have complete clarity. But check this out. So I'm going to screenshot this. Go to ChatGPT. I drag it in. Calculate my finances for 2025 using this information, knowing that I'm in Finland and there's a 20% corporate tax plus my, let's say, 40% income tax. Obviously, you'd customize this for yourself. But here's what I did. I used AI to finalize the calculations for me because I asked ChatGPT if I wanted to take home $1 million, right? So 7 figures take home, meaning, or bottom line. So $1 million in the bank from this year alone. How would I do that? Right. So I mentioned that I'm in Finland. It's 20% corporate tax. Here's my personal income tax. And it would tell me exactly how much my revenue needs to be. Right. And then there we go, 1.9 million. So we have business expenses, personal expenses, taxes in Finland. And then you start looking at how much. So if we hit these numbers, how much is left in the bank at the end of the year? Net savings would be approximately 1,020,000, right? Profit after corporate tax, 1.1. Salaries. So that's salaries for us, but we have team expenses here as well. End of year bank balance 1 million. There we go. So pretty accurately, and I've actually calculated that way that if everything goes well, we'll add about 1 million in 2025 to the bottom line, to the bank balance. Now, if you're starting out and this looks like it's way out of reach, you can 10% this. Everything I just did, you can 10% it. Maybe you 10% the diversification and you only do two things, right? Like you only do one-on-one work and you do group work, meaning do it yourself and done with you, or you do done for you and done with you. There's 3 types of income streams. We'll talk more of that about that in the next couple of days, but there's do it yourself, done with you, and done for you. And a lot of times we'll start doing one-on-one work, but then we'll cap out because we can't trade our time for money forever. And so we'll find more leverage in doing more group offers. I wish we had time to do a Q&A today. I'll do a couple of questions. So let me know a couple of questions, but we'll do more tomorrow when I'm back in the office and it's not a Sunday, because now I'm heading home to my family again. Again, I do not sacrifice family time, and I don't recommend that you do as well. We're gonna go ice skating. So my 2 daughters are waiting for me to go ice skating, and that's very important to me. And it's a goal that I've set this year to be there for them and be present. So Raymond says, Gusten, man, it's good to see you back in your zone of genius. Thank you. Well, thank you for saying that. And I feel like this is where I'm supposed to be. And I'm very excited for this year because I'm going to be more in my alignment. That's why I've hired a lot of people to do all of the other stuff. Enjoy your family. Go enjoy your family. Have a lot of fun. So people are asking more about like funnels and tech. We have all of that common. We have a private community for you to ask all of that. Raymond said, would you put giving as a personal expense? I do. So when I give money to like friends or relatives, it goes as a personal expense. I haven't looked into what I can gift from my company account, except for charity. So charity I give from my company, right? Because it's a tax write-off, and you can do that. You can give back. It goes into community, a church or whatever, or a charity, and that's a good thing, and you get to write that off from your taxes as a company. I'll look into the personal one but the reason I don't, the sum is smaller when it's that type. So like I would just calculate that into personal. Yeah. Always, I have to say this disclaimer. It's not financial advice. You have to consult with your personal accountant as well. All right. Food has literally doubled. Yes. Amazing. Will it create a problem if I don't talk about my hustle? I'm not sure what you mean if you talk about like your content. It's actually, it's best to be talking about what you're passionate about. So if if you're passionate about work-life balance, or like I just said, time with family is important. So I'm against hustle. I'm not afraid of hard work, but it's within limits. It's contained. And so I don't lose myself to hustle because I control hustle. Hustle doesn't control me. That's when you're in a state of power and you operate from a place of power, not fear, not lack. Oh, I have to work 12-hour days because I don't have enough and I'm not good enough. And like, no, you operate from within, from a place of power, because you know that you have everything you need inside of you. And the future is it's just a matter of timing for you to hit those goals and become the person that you can become, right? So thank you so much for today. It was a little bit of a shorter one, but that's good. Man, imagine if we just talked into the Q&A and I could do 2-3 hours per day for 30 days, and that would be a 90-hour replay for someone to go through it when they join. So thank you so much. Fill this out. Make a copy of it. It's also linked in the private community. So make a copy of it. I'll see you again tomorrow. Who's being here? Just put a 1 or say I'll be here. If you commit to being here, 9 a.m. EST tomorrow as well. There we go. I'll be back. Perfect. Thank you so much. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, everybody. Welcome, everybody, to day 3 of the 30-day sprint. I see we got tons of people jumping on again. So welcome. That's why we do the 5 minutes of music. I do love music, but that's not while we're playing music. We're doing it because we're letting people join in from all over the world. For some of you, you're just waking up. Let me know actually what time it is right now in your country, because here it's 4 p.m. But I know in Australia, for example, it has to be around midnight, 1 a.m. And then in the US, depending on where you're at, if it's Eastern Standard Time or Pacific, like it's probably around like 7, 8 a.m., which is this is kind of the time that I have to do in order to meet all areas of the world. But it's great to have you here. Now, day one, just to recap real quick what we've done. Day one, we've talked about your future self and how to become that person, your identity 2.0, because it's hard to change habits, but it's easier to change identity. And once, for example, once I identified as someone who don't eat processed food, because as a person, I just don't do it, then it's hard to change the habit as well, because it comes kind of naturally. Once I decided I'm not a smoker, it was easy to like not smoke because it's an identity thing. It's not a habit. So that was day one. We went for an hour. Watch the replay if you haven't already. It was great. The feedback has been amazing. And day two, yesterday, we talked about the online business dashboard and doing the math and knowing like what do I need to make in order to keep, it's not just how much you make, but how much you keep in the bank by the end of this year. And I think it's helpful for some of you to see if you make this much, like let's say 5,000 a month doing one-on-one services, then by just adding another income stream like a $30 product, which is not you trading time for money, now you have more leverage to sell to 1,000 people. Even if you just do about 100 a month, that's 1,000 a year at 37. That's an additional $37,000. And so doing that exercise helps you plan out not just who to sell to, what to sell, but how to sell it, how much leverage you have. And today we're gonna go deeper. And this is actually something that some people, and I remember me, same thing when I started my business, I didn't like doing the fundamentals and the foundations because I just wanted like the secret, like what's the one thing that if I just do the one thing, then it's gonna make me successful. But it's actually when you start doing the one thing that you think is the secret and you get overwhelmed, you're not really sure why. A lot of times it's because you don't have clarity. That's why we're going deep on who you want to work with, who you are as a person, what you're selling. Because when we have clarity of everything, even numbers, inspiration and motivation comes naturally, right? So that's the agenda for today. Foundations for everything pre-sales, before you start selling, even before you create your offer. It starts with yourself within. I think it's called Ikigai. Ikigai, if I pull it up, Ikigai. Who's heard of Ikigai? Just put a 1 in the chat if you heard about Ikigai. So Ikigai is when you have the combination of passion, mission, profession, and vacation. So it's what you love, it's what you're good at, and it's what the world needs and what you can get paid for, because business is just a value exchange. And so I've created a tool and you're going to see it build upon itself. I'm going to share my screen and you're going to see as we keep building on this tool throughout, let's go here, throughout the next 30 days. So this is what it looks like. And by the way, if you're just jumping on now, this is your first day, I highly recommend you go back after this and watch the replay of day one and day two. But also, you missed kind of the vision board planning, the freedom design planning of what you want your days to look like, and you missed the math behind it. But again, you can go back. There's links to everything. So don't worry at all. This will still be helpful even though you've not done those things, but if you have, even better. So let's get into it. This is what I would call like a simple version of the operating system that I'm going to give you over the next 30 days, because by the end of it, day 30, we're doing a final masterclass of everything that I'm building internally as well, my 7-figure systems. And one thing I started with when I reinvented my whole process and systems and everything internally and for the team is we sat down for 2 hours and mapped out exactly who we want to work with, what's the customer journey, And so I wanted to create a tool just like this where we go over everything with you as well. There we go. And so we're going to start with brand foundations. And I still remember this vividly. I was driving home from my office one night. I have to tell this story because it will add so much more. It will make so much more sense. I was driving home from my office one night. It was 3 a.m. and I was literally crying because I had anxiety. I didn't know why. You know, the business was good. Like I had a dream of making 10,000 a month and I hit that number and I had it for a long time, but I was still not, there was something off and I didn't enjoy my business. And this was at the time I had a social media marketing agency. And I remember filming myself because I was like, I'll tell this story one day and it'll be an inspiration. So I was filming myself, crying, just saying like, I don't know why I'm feeling this way. I thought this was everything I wanted. Driving home in my Toyota and I realized that I had learned skills to build a business, but I hadn't focused enough on who I wanted to work with. And when I realized that, it was also like a sense of relief because even though it was scary to pivot, it was also very freeing knowing that there's another world out there. And I had built a business locally, but I really wanted to work with people who were just like me. Like, what if I could charge, you know, coaches, consultants, personal brands, creators, authors, speakers, and the online world? And, you know, I saw ads from people like Russell Brunson, his book that was on fire, Expert Secret, Dot-Com Secret. Some of you, I know you've read them. And I realized that I just need to go where they're hanging out. But in order to do that, I need to know what they care about so I can speak their language, so I can craft my sales message and my offer around that. And this was way before I even built sales funnels because I understood sales funnels. I was learning about sales funnels, but I didn't create a brand around sales funnels yet, right? So I got back home and it was 3 a.m. and I made a decision to start over. And this was like 2017-ish, 2016, 17. That whole year is kind of blurry now, but I remember in New Year's Eve, I decided to call my clients locally, and some of them messaged because I was kind of scared and nervous to do this, and I canceled every single one of them. And my wife was like, wait, what? Like, okay, but how are we gonna make money? Like, you know, this was your only income stream. And I was like, I know, but I'll use the skills that I have to create revenue streams and go and work with people online instead because I can't do this anymore. And thankfully, she trusted me, and I built a business that didn't just generate 10,000 a month, but passed way beyond that. And so that's why we're gonna start with this tool that I've created. And now let me share my screen and we'll go over it together. But I wanted to share that story so you understand like how important this actually is. And by the way, some of you, if you're using like a smaller screen, so when you go and make a copy, I'll share this with you. When you make a copy, if it's showing up like this, so you can't see all the text, what I want you to do is I want you to just grab this bar right here and adjust it to your screen, right? And you can do the same with all of these other tabs as well. The reason why I've added these tiny tabs here and made it blank is so that we can left align this without it being like all the way. I just like how clean it looks, and it helps with creativity as well. Some of you are going to go like, well, that's such an ADHD comment, Gusten, that you have to adjust these before you start creating your business. But some of you are going to get me as well. You're going to be like, you know, it totally makes sense. Like I can't do it unless it's like equally wide here on the sides. So what we're going to do today as well, as we go through this, we're going to do Q&A. So questions in the chat. You can also put W's in the chat. If anything is like helpful, you can do W's in the chat. But we're going to go through, let's share the link as well. Yeah, you need the link to fill this out with me. So anyone with the link, there we go. Thank you, George, for pointing that out. A says, can I get yesterday's recording? Yes, it's inside of school. So it's inside of the School Community Funnels University and Personal Brand X, and also the Facebook group, Freedom Funnels Private Community. All right, so let's get into today's call. Let me just move this up. Sweet. So first thing you excuse me, first thing you do is you just add your name in here. So your personal name, if you have any questions on how to fill this out, you're watching on the replay, maybe you can just look at the notes here as well, and that will explain kind of how this works. Very simple, straightforward. Your name, company name, and legal company type. So if you're just starting out, by the way, none of this is financial advice. So if you set up the wrong company structure, don't blame me. I'm not an accountant or CPA. So definitely hire someone professional to help you with that. But you can also, in some countries, pretty simply create the company and register it in, in your country. You can do it online. So it's very simple, very affordable as well. Brand name is very different though. So you have a company name, which is your registered, it could be like your sole, what's it called? A sole, like entrepreneur, like your in Finland it's called your personal firm, but it's like your personal company. And then we have like LLCs and bigger company structures. And so that's why you need to consult with someone locally to see what makes most sense for you. But the company name doesn't have to be the same as the brand name. So you can have the company name be like scaling online call, right? Like it can be something more broad, and then your brand can be like, that's typically the domain, www.freedomfunnels.com, funnelsuniversity.com, personalbrandx.com. And you can do this with all of your offers. And so you can simply just go click the number 7 here, insert one row below, and then you can do, Funnels University. So you can do like your if you have an agency, you can add that in here. If you have another info product, you can add it, another homepage. You can add all of your URLs here. And then your business model. So I want to challenge you a little bit on the business model to think really big. Like we all have that one goal that almost seems so out of reach that we don't even write it down. Like, have you ever had a goal that is so big or outlandish that you kind of like push it forward and you're like, I'll hopefully one day I'll get to that level where I can do that, but not right now. And so you don't even consider it. You don't even write it down. And I want you to write that down here. So for example, it could be that you're a freelancer and you're looking to also be a consultant and have an info product in the future, because you know that if you have multiple revenue streams, you'll be able to build a bigger brand, community, and help more people. And as a result of helping people, you make more money. Some of you just want like a simple business. You just want one focus, because if you just do one thing, it increases your chances of success. And that's also true, right? So you can just be, let's say you're really passionate about coaching people. That's the only thing you're going to do. And then you would just put coaching business here. Now, as this week progresses, I'll show you exactly how to turn that one thing into multiple revenue streams, right? So you'll have, let's say you're a coach, you'll have one-on-one coaching, but you'll have a product as well. So you can sell it to companies, entrepreneurs, or B2C, direct to consumers. And you'll be able to sell your product, which is something that is productized, it's leveraged, so that you can help 100 people at a time without you being there one-on-one. It's a beautiful thing to work with people one-on-one, because you learn so much about them. You sharpen your skills. You stay active, and you stay sharp. You get a lot of experience. You get case studies. You get testimonials. But you're capped, right? You're capped at around 40 hours per week. And if you want to work, let's say 6 hours per day, or 4 hours per day, or 4 days a week, right? So you want to work maybe a little bit less, then you need to use leverage such as media, team, systems, content in order to scale it up. So business model, I'm going to just revert back to the initial one. And then USP. So unique selling point. You can read it here as well, the notes. What makes you stand out? So there's 2 things here. I have USP and positioning. They're not the same, but they're kind of cousins. So USP is what makes you stand out, but positioning is what makes you unique, in the sense that in your marketing, like what makes you unique among everyone else. I would maybe even switch these around. So they're very similar, but USP could be something like, I have experience in coaching people for a decade. right? And now you're moving online and you want to productize what you sell. Or if you're a funnel builder, like your USP could be that everyone else is just a designer, like a funnel designer, but I'm a full stack marketer, right? And some of you are growth partners and you're helping people scale way beyond just designing a page. Some of your unique selling proposition is the fact that you only do design, right? And you're so good at it that you don't have to do anything else because people just want, like, you're the designer. People can instantly tell that, yes, that's what you do. And you charge like 10,000 for it, right? So your USP doesn't have to be more. It's just different. And because it's different, it's better because you're specialized in that. And it's also kind of positioning in the marketplace because your sales message will be formed around this USP. Like the fact that you're a specialist, not a, the fact that you're a specialist, not a generalist, will be your USP. And if you're like a full stack, the fact that you take care of more and take more of the plate for your clients, that will be your USP and your positioning, right? And then we have tips and tricks. And by the way, feel free to ask any questions and you know, as we go through this, so I can expand on them. But positioning is also not just selling a product or service, it's selling a transformation and a method and a system. So I'll give you an example. This is really good. I'll have to stop my share because it's so good. Imagine if I just told you that you could work with me one-on-one and it would be 25,000 for a year. Okay, some of you would be like, okay, that makes sense. Like, I want to work with you because I want access to your brain, my experience. But that would still be me selling my time and access to me, which is one piece of the perfect triangle, right? Access. But what if I spend 10 years, a decade, crafting a unique system? It's like, it's something that we can, as an asset, we can install in your life. And because of that, even if I, God forbid, something happened and I died tomorrow, you would still have this machine and the system. And because of that, the thing itself is an asset. So now if someone buys an asset from me, a system, like let's call it like a 7-figure system, then that thing itself would be valuable day one, right? But if we do access and we only sell access to you, then that would be a thing that is spread out. The 25,000, the value is in like 12 months. See the difference here? Now with the triangle, what if we have like an outcome and we have a system and we have access, and therefore we have like a perfect combination of all the three. Again, I'll go deeper. This is like 1% of everything we'll go over when it comes to the offer creation later this week. But hopefully that makes sense, that we create assets, not just products or services. Access is more a form of delivery, but the system is the delivery, is the outcome. Does that make sense? All right, then we go into brand values. So, by the way, delete this when you create a copy. Just go down and delete all of this. Or you make a copy of it. So you right click, duplicate, and you delete this and you fill it out and you have the copy as like inspiration. You go through some of the stuff that I've added in here. But please make sure that it's yours. It's unique and you're not copying anything, right? All right, so good so far? Just put a 1 in the chat if this is helpful so far. Some of you are going to get some clarity out of this, I hope. Yes, this is good. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Great. Awesome. So brand values is what you stand for, right? There's a quote, if you stand for nothing, you fall for everything, or something like that. I don't know. But brand values is kind of like what you care about. So because of that, it also makes you unique, because some people, the only thing they care about is money and fame and status and all these things. And it's not bad to also care about those things, but what are your values? Integrity, maybe, right? Maybe you've been in an experience where someone were out of alignment, or you've lived out of alignment, and now you realize that it's so important for you. And so when you work with someone, you only work with people, even though you could help everybody, you only work with people who are in alignment with you, which means they have the same values. They have integrity. Like, write down what those pillars would be. Is it that they're focused on, like one of my clients used to say, and he still does, like he's got this mission of like, make more, give more. One of my biggest clients actually in the beginning, when I started building funnels, His name is Akbar. And he would say like his mission, entire mission is like make more, give more. And so when he came to prospecting or people wanted to work with him, he would always be like, is this someone that I actually want to work with? And so you need to have your brand values on a piece of paper so that you know when it shows up and it's like, I don't have a good gut feeling about this. I don't know if I want to work with them, even though I could. Because it's not just about the money, it's about also being real and understanding that these are powerful tools. I don't want to just work with anybody. It has to be someone that is like in alignment with who I am, right? So for example, one thing that I would never do, I would never build a funnel for someone like do an OnlyFans management agency. Like I've had requests from people wanting to hire me for something that was out of alignment, and I just turned it down because like I don't need your money. I don't want to work with people. No offense, but I don't work with that because I don't believe in that, right? So you have to stand for something. And then we have brand identity. So these are things that are kind of similar to brand values, but just like if you want to have like a simple way to understand, and now we're starting to almost go into marketing a little bit, like your content and everything, what you talk about like if you had to summarize it in like 3 to 5 words, like what would it be? So for some of you, it could be like I have a friend who owns a clothing brand, and they're all about faith, fitness, and fashion. So it's a Christian clothing brand. Now, their identity, everything they do is around those pillars, right? So your identity is, for me, for example, freedom, family, faith, and finances. Those kind of the pillars on which I want the brand to stand on. Um, and so if I ever talk about something that is outside of this, like for example, if I did a channel and I was vlogging every time I'm working out, like that could if that takes over and my 50% of my content is around working out, then that is out of alignment with my brand identity, because my brand identity is around freedom, family, faith, and finances. So making money, offers, funnels, and all of that falls under finances. Health falls under freedom. So I'll mention it like 10% of the time because it still falls under my brand identity, right? I'm not just about money, I'm about freedom by design in all areas of life. That's why it's always kind of like a balance of what you talk about. Does that make sense? And then we have brand goals. So every brand should have a goal, right? A mission. And my mission for a long time has been to inspire, educate, and free entrepreneurs and to help people realize their bigger potential, right? So we can become better as a person, we can make more, we can use that as a tool to give back to people who are less fortunate. But my brand goals, in order to get there, to build a brand in a community that's big enough that I can have a platform to be a positive influence in the world, it needs to be unique, right? So one thing is like, okay, I have to get good at something, right? I need to speak about that so that people can find my stuff valuable and see that I know a little bit what I'm talking about. But define what that means for you. So free education, if it's good and I create a lot of free education, it will help me get closer to my goals, right? Yes or no? If I, so I've had in the notes, what you want people to feel. So free education, I want them to feel like, man, this is like a breath of fresh air. Like this is different, right? And so I look back at my YouTube for 2024 and all the videos that I put out, and I'm like, I want to give more free value because I don't want it to be like one video is super valuable, then another one is just me like sitting down and sharing my thought. Like I want the videos to be valuable education wise as well. Like I want people to leave with something, first be inspired, but then leave transformed. And so based on that, I'm adding more free education, free courses and stuff. And then sense of real community. So that means me giving more, but also engaging more, replying to comments. Like I now have a sort of guideline. See how it's kind of like you have guidelines to follow for your business because you understand what your brand goals are. And then content topics. So within freedom, family, faith, and finances, we have like obviously freedom, income streams, lifestyle optimization. We have performance/productivity in order to create these assets. And then we have mindset, You know, a lot of times we're so stuck in our own head. Like I've talked to my biologist, I talked to my who else was it? Oh yeah, one of my friends who's a coach. I talked to so many people, and I'm like, why don't you create more videos? And they're like, you know, it's kind of like there's like an invisible blocker. I'm like, what do you mean blocker? Like, well, there's this blocker that is like, I want to talk about something, but I almost want to create like a separate account so that friends and family don't see what I'm posting. And I'm thinking, like, is it because you're not proud of what you do? Is it that you're not sure if you're good on camera? Because obviously you're not going to be in the beginning. I'm still not good on camera, and I've done this for like almost a decade, but I'm getting better at it. So is it the fact, like, we all know these things, so there's a blocker there, right? So I want to talk about these things so that people can overcome that. In fact, I'm getting a new education as well, to acquire more skills in my toolbox to fix the blockers that are holding people back when it comes to like putting yourself out there. Because if you can't put yourself out there, how can you market your business? And it doesn't matter how good you are at something if nobody knows about it. So I'm like, we need to get people past this blockage that are stopping you from creating content. And I'll figure it out. I know this year I'll figure it out, and I'll be able to help every single one of you to unlock that freedom. That's what it is. See how it comes back to freedom. It's not just like fear of judgment, fear of other people's opinion. Some of you are afraid to lower your status because when you put a video, you're like, what if people look at me this way? And then when they see my video, like it drops down because like, oh, this guy is not that good on video. Like this kind of lower your status, which might be true actually. So now it comes to back to like, how can we be so safe and feel so confident in our own skin that we don't put value on other people's opinions. Okay, so we also have to go to the positive side. So when people give us praise and good feedback, we take it, we appreciate it, we don't let it determine our identity. Because if we do, on the positive side, we would also, when someone criticizes us or makes fun of us because the first video was bad, we also put weight on that and we say, oh, maybe I'm not that good. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this. Maybe I'm actually crazy. And you start doubting yourself. So the trick and the secret is to be neutral. Pull yourself back to neutral. Okay? Experience, quit my job. So how you learned everything. So what's your experience and your expertise? Like, why should people listen to you? I actually quit my job after trying for a while. I started multiple businesses. I've tried everything. I've figured out what works, what doesn't. Now I'm sharing that, what is working. And I've built multiple business to 6 or 7 figures. And that's my experience. For some of you might be, hey, I was a systems person, an integrator in a Fortune 500. And now I'm starting a business to teach exactly what I've learned. That's your experience. So it's not always, oh, I left my job, started a business, made millions, and now I'm teaching that. For some of you, you've been through a burnout and you recovered and you're teaching that. For some of you, you've been an assistant and you learned a lot of processes and you're teaching that, right? For some of you, you've seen the corporate world or maybe the local business market, how they do traditional marketing, it's not working anymore. And so you go and change that. What's your experience that led you to this moment? And then next one is certifications, qualifications. Certified Funnels University. I'm a licensed coach. I'm a certified consultant. Like, what are some of the certifications? You don't have to have these, but it helps if you have. So these are things that you can add on your homepage when we start building that. You can add it in your cover photo, your social media when we start optimizing our profiles. And so notice how I'm like speaking to all types of businesses. All of these things are universal, whether you're an agency, coach, software, like all of these things matter in order to create the hero's journey and your marketing material and your offer for your marketing and sales. And then I should have probably added this at the top, but it's something that most people even forget about because they're like, well, everyone's talking about like, if you want to have a business, you need to solve a strong problem, right? Okay, so if we look at, okay, so does that mean I have to, what's the biggest trend right now? Is it AI agents? Is it AI like call center? Like what's the new trend? And they only look at the trend. But if you remember Ikigai, it's also like, what do I love to do? What am I good at? What is the market looking for? And what are people happy to pay for? And so what do you love more than anything that you could do for free? If money wasn't important, what would you do every day? You can list out multiple things. Like my, list of passions are psychology, sports, so performance, marketing, creative work, branding, design, writing. Like I love all of that. Coaching people directly, seeing people get an aha moment. Like I have different energy and a different vibe when I'm here live with you than if this was pre-recorded and I would just turn the camera on and you can probably tell the difference between this and a YouTube video. So maybe I should be a streamer, because obviously something I'm very passionate about is speaking with people and talking to people. But more importantly, if we sit like 5 people in a room and we mastermind, and I can listen, people like fully understand their body language and what's holding them back, coaching people one-on-one is a beautiful thing, because you'll see breakthroughs and people realize like, that makes a lot of sense. I never thought about it that way. And so the fact that I've written it down means that it is now a part of my subconscious brain as well as I go into this new year, and I can start implementing a little bit of more psychological coaching to help people break free from the thing that's holding them back from the dream business that will then fund the dream life. See how it's all connected. And then what are you really good at? So personal strength. Me, I've found only after doing it, you don't always find what you're good at before you start testing. And that's what's so hard about business, because you have to sometimes go through 3 or 4 different business models before you find your one thing. And when you do, it clicks and you're like, some people will look at that as a negative thing and they say, I just wasted years of my life. And smart people will realize that because I went through 3 or 4 failures, if you will, or pivots, I now found my perfect thing. And I'm now equipped with tools and resilience to actually grow this. And so my personal strengths are simplifying complex tasks, bringing ideas into reality, visually designing products, strategy, systems to create like a streamlined process of doing something repeatably and predictably. Okay, so let's do a Q&A on brand foundations. Tomorrow we'll do market research, where we'll actually go through and look at who you want to work with, because this is such a big part as well. Dream customer, red flags, desired outcome, problems you solve, deeper pain points, previous solutions. Like this requires more time, because you'll go and find what other people are doing, and that will give you a lot of ideas. It'll give you a lot of ideas what you can do differently, because sometimes you don't know what you don't know. So when you see it, you have new information, new perspective to be like, wait a minute, I don't have to sell one-on-one. I can turn my thing into a group format because they just did. Wait a minute, I shouldn't call my offer this thing. I should actually position it this way instead, because that makes more sense, right? Look at what the market is already doing. So, all right, Q&A, questions, let me know. And by the way, if you're just jumping on, we have a link to the tool that I just shared, Online Business OS, in the comments. And then make a copy of it, fill it out, and post a screenshot of your system when you fill it out. Post a screenshot in the private community. Navneet says, do people pay just for designing a funnel? Well, I just hired someone for design, and I have a designer on my team that I pay for just design. So yes, and I'm talking thousands per design. And why do I do that when I could design it myself? Well, because I also have 5 other businesses and brands. So I've realized that the best way for me to express myself creatively is to do some of the work myself and then outsource when I want some of my time back. I'm struggling to approach people for designing. So Navneet, if you're struggling to approach people for designing, this is me like being very like honest, and I think that can help you the most if I'm just like straight up. And if you're struggling to convert people just from design, then that probably means that your designs aren't 10 out of 10. But if you love design, you hate everything else, you hate like being like full stack and doing copywriting, conversion optimization, and emails and automations, like just doing design requires you to be the best that you can be. And that can take a year. to become that good. But then once you're that good, then it's easy for you to design because you've done it so many times. So it's just like a muscle memory that you can do while you sleep. Judah says, are there any tools that can help us define the characteristics of our ideal customer before creating our offer? ChatGPT, believe it or not, ChatGPT will help you take the information you have right now, copy paste it, and then say, actually, let me show you here. I'll share my screen. And then we're gonna take ChatGPT and we're going to, okay, so I'm gonna move this in here. We're gonna take this, screenshot it, and then summarize this for me. So I just want to make sure that ChatGPT can read and understand exactly what I've put here. And then I'm going to open up chat again. Oh, wow. A lot of questions I'm missing. It goes so quickly. So anyways, now that I've uploaded this, I can ask anything like, how would you create an offer from this for a monthly membership? Right? Like I can start asking questions based on this. And when you have new information, you can go and like your numbers, for example, you can screenshot your numbers and add those in here as well and say like, how many visitors to a landing page with a 3% conversion rate do I need per month to hit these numbers? Right? So you just expand on everything you have. But you can see how see here, it's given me a lot of information based on what I uploaded. So yes, you can also add in text, but just screenshotting what you already have is a lot of times enough for ChatGPT to give you more tips and tricks. Henry says, Gusten, you rock the camera presentation, genuine, authentic. I appreciate that, Henry. Thank you for saying that. Florence says, hey, Melanie. Ich komme aus Deutschland bei Frankfurt. Jag kommer från, oh, well, that's Swedish. See how I sometimes I go from English to reading German and I switch back to Swedish. There we go. Henry says we have to allow ourselves to be vulnerable, but not take it personally, be confident on our services. Learn to walk alone, be comfortable with that. Yep. When you're like, there's so much freedom and power in being very neutral about things. And that doesn't mean that you're dead inside. It means that you're certain about who you are. So if you have a client that just flips out and yells at you, you can be like, hey, I feel sorry for that client. Clearly they're having a bad day and maybe something happens. So I'm not going to judge them. I'm going to forgive them, move on, because peace of mind, right? And we can also at the same time, this is emotional intelligence, by the way, we can at the same time analyze our own behavior and be like, what could I have done differently? And then by looking at facts and listing down, like, I could have maybe communicated more often, but that's about it. Then that is clearly someone having a bad day. And it's not me, it's not my personality and identity being attacked. So then we can remain in our own inner state and power because we look at things logically, not emotionally. And this is where you become like dangerous and very successful, right? Because the world is not easy, right? As an entrepreneur, it's not easy going out there. But if you master your inner state and your emotion, that's why they say it's like you versus you, is all in here, is because there's a lot of doubts and chaos and external factors, such as sometimes a great client, sometimes a bad one. I had a good friend who said he started working with companies and helping them. I won't say specifically what, but he said at first people loved his offer, and then he had two big no's, and people said like, no, that's not really something we're interested in, and he started doubting his offer, and it messed with his head for a little bit, and now he realized like, oh, I just positioned it and packaged it the wrong way, but the actual delivery is the same. He's like, so the thing that I have is really good, which then again gave him confidence, but it played on his mind because the way they communicated. So like you can look at something logically and say like, oh, I just have to learn how to present and pitch and sell it. And then the thing becomes easy. I sell more of it and the delivery is the same. And that's what I know I can do for people. I can help them once they're in. So the situation was one way, but it changed his inner state for weeks. And he only needed to shift how he looked at the situation, not himself. Omar says, hey, geez, I got a client in the supplement business who wants me to build a funnel for them and the website. They have over 25 products. I was wondering what's the best program and software. I would say Shopify. You got 25 products. I would say Shopify. Now, here's the thing. You can either do it yourself. You can buy a theme, like a template for Shopify, or you can hire someone to build it out and be the strategist. So which one do you want to be? Is it the one that's implement everything and you're like a freelancer? Or do you want to be the one that is like suggesting ways for them to improve? You sell them a service and you hire people to actually implement it. You create systems around that and you just find more of the same type of clients. Omar says, does high level work effectively for e-commerce business? It works. It's not at the same level as Shopify, because Shopify also has like inventory and delivery updates and all that. Claudia says, how do you suggest to make a funnel for... I love how we have questions about funnels already. It's only day 3, guys. Hey, we have a lot of time to go through like funnels and tutorials. I'll actually be building them out live here on Zoom, and we'll be building stuff out together when it comes to that. So just a couple more days before that. But all of you are going to have your next or your first funnel up and running and hopefully generating revenue before 30 days, which is pretty crazy. Like most educations take years. And so if we can have you live within 30 days, that'd be pretty sick. Okay, but I'll still answer your question. How do you suggest to make a funnel for finding distributors for my business model? We're producing vases, flower arrangements, and 3D paintings. So it sounds like you need a homepage with your brand and everything, kind of what you're all about for your community. But then when they click out to something, it takes them to a specific sales page for your different offers. So no matter it's physical or digital, when you have multiple offers, you have a homepage that is your home on the internet where people go and find out more about you. And they have links to the specific info product, the software, or applying for one-on-one coaching. And those are specific landing pages or sales pages that sells them on one thing, and that's the offer specifically. George says, how can you combine what you're passionate about with business, for example, contact sports with sales funnels? I've actually done it, George. I have worked with at least one, let me think, it's been almost a decade, but at least one sports club. And I've created a homepage, a website for them. We had their team, tickets to their home games and everything. If I could go back now and do it again, obviously I would do it much better because I have more experience. So this was in my early days. But it's actually something I've been considering, right? Like, there's 2 ways I can do this. And I love that you bring this up because I can combine my experience and expertise 2 ways. One is I go and build websites and I help sports teams, so like football clubs or soccer clubs if you're in the US, and I help them create a better brand. So many teams like need a better brand identity, visual identity as well. They need a better social media presence. They need more behind the scenes. They need more interactions with team players. And I can go by just looking at successful teams, Real Madrid, Man City, Chelsea. Like I can go and see what they're doing, and I can bring a smaller scale of that to a local club. So that's one way I could do it. Website, social media, like I can create projects and a team to do that. I mean, we could just bring my camera gear. We can all go out and film their behind the scene games, preparations, trainings, interviews. That could be a whole business. But then I could also, if we go into the deeper psychology part that I really love, because I've seen some success, I can build a brand around tools for performance and emotional intelligence and managing the success that comes as a pro athlete, right? So I can coach people on the personal life when they're an athlete that needs to perform in the spotlight. So I can go to football clubs, sell B2B, or I can go to the athlete and I can work with the individual. I prefer almost more to work with the individual now. And that's maybe because I feel like I've already done a lot of the corporate and the business marketing and funnel stuff. And I've already checked that off. And now I'm more looking for like a challenge to work with individuals, but also business owners like yourself. Like I would love to work with more like you, and one-on-one on Zoom. Obviously, it's very limited, but I love that one-on-one connection. Some of you right now, you're going to understand this. When you're around people and all they talk about is like the weather, and man, it's almost at least Monday again. I can't wait for Friday. Like you don't like small talk because you love deeper conversations. And you're my type of people. So I love coaching. That's what I'm saying. Like I'd love to work with like the CEO and the president of the club and the sports athlete, the musician that needs to perform. That's what I love. Or the person who's been like very depressed or have anxiety and like on a deeper level as well. So that gives me a lot of meaning helping those people. Omar says, I want to start simple where they are still small, using something like Wix or Shopify. I would say Shopify. Ayla says, how do you position yourself as an expert if you don't have enough results to showcase on social media? I would work in silence and message people and keep and start conversations and work with them for free until they're happy. So imagine instead of reaching 1,000 people hoping that a few of them pay you, I would reach 100 people, make sure the people that I work with, 10 people are super happy for free. They give me a testimonial. And in the process of working for free, I actually learn a lot as well. But everyone only get one project free, and then I charge for the next. So now I build skills, I build momentum, connections, I learn how to communicate. And then I would really suggest that you hire someone to give you feedback on like what went wrong as well. Because sometimes that it'll be exhausting if something goes wrong and you're starting to question yourself, doubt yourself, and someone can say like, no, it's not you, it's how you said this, that you just presented it the wrong way, right? So that's a big part of it. Hassan says, as a specialist landing page designer builder, what's one other skill you suggest to add in? Email design, for example. I would say copywriting. I would say design plus copy is very powerful, because then you can also sell them like emails on a consistent basis. Thanks, Gusten. Paul says AI automation is a good starting business. Almost any business is a good business to start. Like you can be a fitness coach, you can be a YouTuber that just create like documentaries type videos. You can be a video agency, a premium one. You can be a social media like clipper. You can be a funnel builder. Like you can be a white label software owner. In fact, here's something we're doing. Who's in the high level space or ClickFunnels high level? Like you've heard of high level and white label solutions. Here's what we're going to do. I'm actually going to do this myself as well. Take a business owner and industry. Just pick one. Keep that in mind. So one business owner, and you go to them and you say, hey, what if I built you a free website and you could host it? You can cancel your other subscription. You can host your website for free in my software. I'll partner with High Level. We have a white label version. It's my own. And I'm allowed to host your website for free. Remember, it's the home of their brand on the internet. They say, okay, like what's the catch? There's no catch. You can host it as long as you want for free. And then if you want, when you need more services or features, you can upgrade to our $97 plan, or hire us to do the next landing page for you for free. Maybe you need a lead funnel, webinar, a book funnel, an event, and I'll be your partner, right? So I'll manage all of your marketing and your sales funnels and website. And now you have because in recurring revenue, what's the thing that's going to make you successful? It's stickiness. So if you get the homepage for free, they get the homepage for free. You get a foot through the door. You get people to stay on your platform, and it doesn't cost you any more to have more people on your own white label software, and then you just upsell them services. And I think it's a genius move. It's something we're going to do as well. Navneet said, they love the design, but I'm clear whom to approach, where they are. Please guide me on this. I would say the sniper approach. The sniper approach is you look for specific people you want to work with, and you reach out to them with a very targeted like message that's specifically for them, and it's not a copy paste. we'll go deeper. Naveed, this is the third day. I love your question, but we'll go deeper when it comes to like funnels and client acquisition closer to the end of the challenge. Masood says it's important to niche down to a particular type of funnel to build. Great question. Thank you. We're going to talk about this when it comes to the offer as well, but I really quickly want to cover it. We're almost done an hour, so I'll keep it short. I asked my systems person who's behind 8-figure systems, Katie, and I said, you know what? I've always said that it's better to pick a niche like coaches or creators or personal or YouTubers instead of the funnel type. Let's say you're a funnel builder. And she's like, yeah, because if you're a funnel type, then it's only one funnel you can sell to a client. I'm like, exactly. But also you can templatize it, sure, but you're limited because it's like not everyone wants a 5-day challenge, right? So then they're not going to buy your 5-day challenge funnel. But if you work with coaches, this is why it's so important to shift how you do marketing this year. You're not a funnel designer or funnel builder, even though that's what some of you do. You're someone who partners with coaches. They're not just a client. You partner with them to handle the conversion system that brings in more clients for them. So now let's say you build a system, maybe even a snapshot in your high level account or a framework in ClickFunnels or whatever, a template in Airtable or wherever, and you build something that's repeatable. You can now build it once and you just duplicate it into someone else's business. And now you're not just like the funnel person for them. You're the one that helping them scale so that they can focus on coaching if they're a coach instead of building the funnel, doing the emails, setting up the automations, connecting the tech, and then coaching when they have time. They want to do the thing that they're passionate about. Just like content creators want to focus on content. This is beautiful because now you can upsell them. Let's say you give them a free homepage. That's your freebie, homepages, right? So we create your website. Everyone needs a website for free. You have a template for it. Doesn't take you long. It's free. Now you have a foot through the door. Guess who they're going to hire to get a sales page for their coaching offer? The homepage leads into a coaching offer. Now they need a landing page or sales page for it. They'll hire you to do it because the first one was good. And if it's not good, you'll do that first. You'll get good at it first. Make sense? So now you have like, okay, now we're helping coaching businesses with the infrastructure, the ecosystem. No, not traffic. We're not going to run ads. Well, some of you, I have people in their circle who run ads as well. But you get to choose what you do and you get to choose what you outsource. But now you have an asset. Remember, people don't care about you and your time and your effort. They care about the asset that you build for them, the system that you build for them. So even if they, after 6 months, if they no longer work with you, they still have the thing that's super valuable. Hopefully for some of you right now, you go like, makes a lot of sense, right? Like if you work with YouTubers, it would be, you could do like research for videos. You could do the sales page that convert YouTube traffic into like a product, and you can help them with the community. Because now you're emerged into like YouTubers, and it's the only thing that you focus on, not the funnel. That is like one piece of it, but you understand YouTubers more. So your niche is super important. All right, we've been here for an hour. What's the difference between a homepage and a website? It's the same thing. It's just there's a good way and a bad way to create a homepage or a website. The reason I call it a homepage is because it's a home and it's a page that leads into other funnels, right? And so if you do it the wrong way, it's like a brochure, a ton of information. You have like different pages about us and like people move around, but it doesn't lead anywhere. A homepage is a homepage funnel that leads into either a freebie they can download, a video they can watch, or a program or a product they can buy. And so it's authority, like what we do, how we can help you. It's sales copy, and it leads into products or service that you sell. Theodore says, how can we make sure we get a testimonial once we deliver for our first free customers? Some of them get the result and stop replying. If they get the result and stop replying, look yourself in the mirror. This is like the truth. Look yourself in the mirror and ask yourself why they stopped replying. Were I harsh? Were I impatient? Did I rush them? How did I ask for the testimonial? Was it very like, hey, you have to send me the testimonial, remember? Or is it like, hey, by the way, I'd love to hear your feedback. Like imagine if you ask for feedback and then they give you feedback, you can ask, can I use this as a testimonial? Instead of like demanding a testimonial when the product wasn't really that good. So sometimes we spend more time on trying to get the testimonial rather than getting them so happy that they want to give it without even asking. And it's like, that's the place where we have to work more on. It's like helping them, making sure they're super happy, over delivering. Like ask yourself, how can you make your clients and customers so happy that they post about you without you even asking? All right, keep the questions coming. What I'll do after the recording is I'll upload the replay. We've gone for an hour and I said we're probably going to do like 20 minutes per day. But you guys are too fun to just hang out with, so I can't just like leave. And what I'll do, I did this for day 1 and day 2 as well. I went to ChatGPT. I took this transcript and the chat and I uploaded to ChatGPT and I said, what are the questions that people have asked in this replay or the recording? And what I'm doing is, as soon as I have time, I record more content around these things, answering these questions. And then tomorrow we'll do more Q&A. So show up tomorrow, same time, 9 a.m. EST. Put in your calendar so you can be here, and we'll go through all of your questions that you have. If you just jump in on now, make sure you go back and watch the replay and get the tool with the questions in the online business OS. So let's go back into that for like 20 seconds to just show you what your homework is, if you will. I like calling that because it's not a school. This is a real business that we're building. But this is what we went over. Your brand foundations. So you should have your vision board. This is an old example from like 2023 or something. You should have your freedom design planner, and you should have your business dashboard with your numbers, and then your foundations about who you are, what you love doing, what's unique about you as a person. It could also be, not just like your results, but also your personality and everything like that. And then tomorrow we'll do market research and start listing out like your perfect customer avatar. Imagine like working with someone that you could call a friend. Someone asked, from the doc file, I can see your content based on brand identity, but let's make more sense. Most content about your passion, your brand identity, is just your brand identity only. I think it's a mix, brand identity and your content pillars, right? So something you're super passionate about. Brand identity is also like, what do we stand for? So your content pillar can be online business, but your brand identity can be like legit, like helpful business ideas that make the world a better place. So it's important to have both of those. And then you'll repel some people who like make the world a better place. I couldn't care less about that, right? And then you have someone else who's like, oh, I love this. Finally, a community where I feel like home, because for me, it's important that I do something that's meaningful and actually helps people. So both of them are important. We'll do 2 more questions. How do you qualify clients for outreach on Facebook? Sometimes people hide their funnel links, making it difficult to qualify them for a reach out. There's a checklist for this that we'll do on lead generation and outreach, but I qualify them by seeing if they have a business in their profile. And if they don't have a link to anything, I'll scroll down a little bit and check the content. But if they don't have a link, you can also Google them. But typically, if they don't have a link in their profile on like multiple platforms, then it's okay. I'll just move on. There's enough fish in the ocean, so I don't need every single lead. Colin says, in high level, there's just, by the way, side note, correction. If they don't have a link, but you clearly see in their profile and picture and banner photo and the content they're a business owner, they're still like, you know what I mean? Like they're still probably a good lead that you can message. And I don't even look at them as like leads and prospects, just as like a potential friend that you can help out. Remember, like your offer will be free and it'll be no risk for them. It'll be a no-brainer offer. And so you're just doing them a service by reaching out, because It's a win-win. They get something for free. You get what you need as well, which is more experience, more potential clients and customers to work with. Colin says, in high-level distress, choosing a niche. Do you recommend choosing a feature as the niche if you want to work with entrepreneurs which are in different niches? No, I would never choose a feature as the niche. A feature is just how you do something. It's a part of an outcome, because if you want to launch an online course and you want to sell it, you need a course funnel, and you need a feature like the funnel builder to build a course funnel. So I would talk with the business owner and ask them what they're building, what are your offers, coaching and course. Okay, great. What are some of the links that you have right now to those? Do you have a sales page? How do you sell it? Great. Oh, manually. Okay, so would it make sense for us to build a sales page to then sell the thing on autopilot instead, so you can focus on more traffic and more content and helping people that come here that you, in the funnel would sell for you? Yes, great. Okay, that's what we do with clients. So we take care of that for people like you, so you can focus on what you love doing the most. And now you're selling the vehicle, the tool that's going to help them get more of the stuff they want, which is more customers. So the features just, and I get where the question is coming from, because in the local space, a lot of people talk about selling like one feature. They talk about selling like missed call text back, but that is still an outcome of like, hey, you remember, think about like all the calls that you don't get to respond to, and how many leads that is like losing you money, like how much is left on the table. Like that's what we fix for you. And there's a feature that can do this, like our software can do this for you like automatically. And so the feature only becomes the vehicle after the sold on even wanting the transformation or the solution that you have. So again, me personally, I like working with online businesses, not so much local, but some of you might prefer local businesses, and that's totally fine as well. So, all right, we're going over time. Colin says, how do you qualify clients that can afford your services? Threshold, annual revenue? No, by mentioning the price. When I say the price and they say it's too much, then I'm like, okay, that's totally okay. Like some clients, they think it's too much, and that's totally fine. We've also had clients who, I'll tell them this, like we'll also had clients who are looking for cheaper and come back to us because cheaper isn't always better. And I go, yeah, that's also true. So you'll see, like you'll develop a gut feeling of, man, there's something not right here. They're not respecting me. It's more about that. Like they look at me as a freelancer that they own. I'm almost like a slave, instead of, oh, I really need you and I appreciate you because how good you are, and I want to collaborate. I want to work with you, and obviously I'll pay you, what you're worth. That's someone who has a budget. That's a dream client. Versus red flags, do not value me, looks at me. Oh, by the way, I have a meeting. I have to go now. My bad. Welcome. If this is your first day, basically how we do this is every day we go live for 30 minutes, 32 an hour sometimes. I do go over time because you have so many amazing questions. Day one, we went over the vision, creating an identity, your mission, and just creating a better version of yourself and a business that you're actually inspired by. Day two, gosh, it's day four, so I'm starting to forget what we did at day two. We went over the expenses and income streams with the online business tracker. I added a link in the chat where you can check out the replays, and there's resources and everything in that one document. It's called the 30-day challenge, resources and links. So check the chat for all of that. And then yesterday, day three, we went over the foundations of the business. So everything that you need to have in place before you actually get started. And today we're going to continue that. But before we dive in, today we're going to do a little bit differently. So I'm actually taking questions first, because you know how it goes. When I start taking questions, we'll go for an hour and I don't even have time to get to all of them. So we'll spend a couple minutes here in the intro to answer your questions. Maybe you have questions about your business model, your customer avatar, which we'll talk about more today as well. But yeah, let me know questions in the chat, and then we'll cover them one by one. If you have something specific, like something very technical, I'll pick and choose the best questions that are valuable to every single person on here. What about the recordings? I just dropped the document in the chat. I wish I could pin the comment, but you can go up in the chat and look for Google Doc, and that has all of the resources. I'll drop it again for those of you who are just tuning in now. So there you go. That is the Google document. By the way, I also just got my ticket to Funnel Hacking Live this year. It's happening, I believe it's 14th of February. No, 10th, 11th, 12th. It's 12th February. And so let me know who's going to be here. Just put a 1 in the chat if you're going to be at Funnel Hacking Live. The place where it all started for me. So it's surreal going back at for the Funnel Hacking Live number 10. There we go. Some of you are going to be there. And so I'll see you at Funnel Hacking Live. Those of you who are going to be there. I'm also going to be at the High Level Summit in October, I believe it is. And so hopefully I'll be able to meet some of you there as well. Someone says the Vimeo links in the document aren't working properly. I'll check on those after. Maybe it's because I'm sharing them in a document instead of like a embed on landing page or in school. All right, let's do questions. How we're all feeling today? By the way, as a quick side note, I have to share some of this stuff I'm very excited about. I just started flying my new drone, and I'll be dropping an office studio of this new place. I just got a new screen, and I'm doing like a proper setup with an external screen, and I got a third camera. I'm feeling like a kid on Christmas, so hopefully we can share the excitement. Sony A7C. I got 2 of these, but then I got a third one that's a Mark II. So you can see it's a Mark II. And so now we got 3 different cameras, and I'm simplifying the setup to put out more YouTube content for you. So let's get into it. Questions. Waiting for the shots. Yep. Okay, let me scroll up and see. Christian says, is there a limited number of cold outreach messages I can do per day on Facebook? I sent about yesterday and got temporarily flagged. Yeah, you can, especially if you're sending all at once. So whenever you do outreach through social media, you have to pick and choose and randomize the messages. So when you wake up, you send like 5 messages. During lunch, you send 5 more. And these are cold, meaning you're not a Facebook friend with them. It's different if you message people that have accepted your friend request or if you reply to messages. So you can reply to way more than 5 at a time, but just so that you're not so that you don't have bot-like behavior, you spread it out throughout the day. And so you do a couple in the morning, you do a couple during the day, and then a couple in the night, and that way you spread it out. If it's email, for an example, you can do more. And you can set up multiple inboxes and domains to do cold outreach through email. And we have a module on that as well in Funnels University. How to do cold email, up to 1,000 emails per day, customized with AI. So something to check out as well. All right, let's do another question. If you would pre-made a template from research to final funnel build out, how would you start? Love the Funnels University. Well, thank you, Maxim. If I would create a full funnel from a template, I would then first look at the funnel type. So, okay, is this a course funnel? Is it a homepage? Is it an opt-in page? Like, what's the actual funnel type? And then from there, I would pick the right funnel template. And there's a link to all of my templates. Let me grab those as well. So I'd first pick the right funnel template, and then I would. There we go in the chat. Those are free templates you can pick and choose. We're adding more for people inside of Funnels University and Inner Circle as well. The first thing I do is I pick the funnel type, and then I create the mood board. A mood board is kind of like a brand guide, and you look for inspiration on Pinterest, Dribbble, Landingfolio, and I just screenshot a ton of different examples. You do market research by going on social media. On YouTube, you look for links in description. You Google stuff, so like fitness challenge or personal trainer landing page, and you just go through and find different examples, and you screenshot them, you add them into figma.com. Figma is a design software for those of you who are new, and you just create a new board, you add a ton of examples in there, and different for colors, the look and feel, like the vibe of the brand, and then for fonts as well. And then you upload your logo, you pick your colors, and then you start designing one section at a time. So consider it kind of like building Lego. You do one piece at a time. And so one funnel or sales page is, let's say, 10 building blocks. One section at a time. There's a headline, subheadline, and call to action usually. And then there's a picture. So depending what you're saying here, like enroll in Funnels University, the #1 community. Here's what you get: private community. Like you list out the copy for that section, and you add a graphic that shows and combines and syncs and aligns with that thing, right? And there's like a specific process to building that funnel from like promise, problem, the process getting there, proof, backing up your claims that you can help them with. And then the next section, you could go over the problem, the pain points that people are having, and then introducing a new solution to it. And then what's the logical process of actually implementing it? Social proof, there's 2 types of proof: results-based, why should people listen to you? And then external social proof as well. I could go on and on for hours just about funnels, but let's get to the next question. So then I build out each section at a time. I go back to Figma and I create a graphic, I upload it, I change the background, I clone the headlines, and I just build it out just like that. George says, what's the most efficient or effective strategy you found for positioning a funnel agency consistent, attract high-ticket clients, especially when competing in a saturated market? It's to not always talk about funnels. I saw, no offense to this is you, but I saw people posting in a Facebook group, kind of like tips on 5 ways to increase your conversion rates or 3 top mistakes that you're making. And these are information-based posts. But what you want to do is if you stand out, you pick an industry that you're very passionate about and you become obsessed with it. And so now you're talking about the whole business and not just the funnel. Like you can talk about a project that you're working on behind the scenes. You can talk about results you've been able to get for people. You can talk about how people can double their revenue by adding a backend to the business. Like talk about the business model, and then the funnel is just a vehicle to do it. Right, it's like one of the conversions elements, but also if you do automations and email sequences, you can double the profit. If you have a low ticket to a high ticket, a self-liquidating offer, you can double the business. If you add a backend to the front end, you can triple the business. So you talk about the business, not just the funnel conversion hacks and like the shallow, basic information that people usually see online, right? So you stand out by being a doer and sharing what you're doing, rather than just sharing theory. Raghunath says, what would be the USP for someone just starting the journey? I have a portfolio and the one client testimonial, but not any revenue numbers yet. Well, if you look at my portfolio, freedomfunnels.com, I still don't have revenue numbers there. So why am I getting clients? A lot of you who have similar businesses like me, you can model, not copy exactly what I do, but look at what I do and what type of content I put out. And obviously right now I have so many different like income streams that it's not just focused on one, but speaking about one also helps me attract another one. So me speaking from a place of authority and teaching also, from behind the scenes, getting the new office and everything plays a part of the overall personal brand that attracts those high ticket clients. Ishang says, right now, I'm working with a coaching company, setting up their funnels, automations, writing emails, full backend help, running online events. I'm at 4,000 a month. How do I scale? I don't want to run my own agency. I'm good at what I do. That's to work in the background. Well, one thing you could do if you're in a coaching company is ask them how you can get to 10,000. Like, what would you need to provide to the company in order to get to 10,000? You said you don't want to have your own, which would be entrepreneurship. You want to be a part of a business, that would be entrepreneurship. If you're your own business owner, there's more responsibility. There's also more freedom and potential upside. So one thing you could do is work with 3 clients and then take profit share from each of them, right? And then you build your team of like a couple people. So you have a designer, copywriter, and a tech person. So you would be 4 people and you focus on selling. And this can take you from 4,000 a month to 40,000 a month. And then you pay your team typical salaries, kind of like what you're on now, and you have 30,000 a month in profit. Is it okay if I build my portfolio in a blue theme as became a common color for the portfolio? The colors it doesn't matter. It's all, yes, colors matter in the sense that you need contrast and it needs to look professional and clean so people can consume the information. But look at Apple. They don't have a lot of colors. And so why is Apple a high-end brand? Simplicity, right? Luxury. Not necessarily luxury, just premium. So colors, like I have now turned on the blue. I don't know if anyone noticed from yesterday and the other days where I didn't. And I don't know, I'm just testing because today I felt like I wanted to add color blue. Yesterday I had no color blue. So it's not a big deal. It's yeah, nothing to be too focused on. Uh, how how much do you charge a client for only sales page design plus copywriting as a beginner? Well, you work your way up. So you start for free, then you charge 500, and then you charge 500 for a little bit, and you just get more clients. And then when you're like, okay, now I have a lot of projects, I'll charge 750, because a lot of you don't think that you can close a $3,000 project or 5,000. You'd feel like a fraud because you're not good enough yet. And so part of like feeling like a fraud, or what's it called, imposter, is our natural protection system holding us back to not go too far to one side, right? So it's actually a good thing feeling like an imposter at times to a certain extent. Now, you also have to realize that your mind will be holding you back when you do want to increase your prices. So when you're ready and you've done like 20 projects, you should increase your prices. When you're good at what you do, you should increase your prices. It's like supply and demand. So when people really want to hire you and you no longer can take on more clients, then increase your prices, right? Then you're fully booked, you increase your prices. And at a minimum 5,000 all the way up to 10,000 per project, right now I'm fully booked and there's leads that I have to turn down. And so that's how you increase those prices. If I increase my prices for just copy and design, after 10,000, I'll have more resistance. And so now the supply is there, but the demand isn't as much, because even though I would say I'm pretty good at building funnels, there's still a limit to raising my prices where people would feel comfortable paying that for copy and design. Now, if I go in and I consult the company on multiple offers, building the funnel ecosystem and everything, now we're talking like a $25,000 thing, or revenue share. So 5,000 plus revenue share, right? So then you start becoming more creative, because like creative with the packaging, the pricing of it, because you're selling a different role now. You're selling a different outcome. I had a call yesterday with a systems person, and he mentioned that one of his offers is 50,000, because it's not just like one-on-one consulting on the systems, but by creating systems and processes, we're focusing on removing me from the day-to-day and building equity and doing like quarterly P&L meetings. And so like he's operating from such a high level, looking down at the business, looking at what we can improve. And he's like, that would be 50,000. And so when you think about pricing, ask yourself if you're selling a service, are you selling a task, or are you selling an outcome such as increasing the valuation of a company, right? Now, I'm not saying as a funnel designer, you should say, oh, what I actually do is I increase the value of the company. I'm saying you could be a consultant that works with people and implements systems such as sales funnels and automations to increase your revenue, right? And this is totally different positioning than just saying, I build landing pages. So hopefully that makes sense. I'm so happy, Axe. I'm so happy that you're asking about the marketplace. It's coming back. Last week I had a meeting about our marketplace, and it's shifting from just being like funnel services to being freelancer based, so that no matter what you're selling, you'll be able to compete in like different categories. But yeah, it's coming back. The funnel marketplace, for all of you who are certified or getting the certification in Funnels University, you'll be able to list on the marketplace. All right. Question. I know you can make content for your own podcast. Do you find being on other people's podcasts an effective lead generation authority strategy for you? Why or why not? I primarily coaching consulting business model. Coach JP, I love that you're asking a question from a coach consulting perspective so that we have a mix of industries and business models, because today is about business models. And podcasts, when I started out doing consulting and coaching, I actually went on podcasts. I went on Josh Forty, his podcast. I went on ClickFunnels podcast. I went on, I had also interviewed Steve Larson on my podcast, James Smiley on my podcast. I was on so many different podcasts, and I also started my own podcast. I didn't get rich from a podcast, but I got a lot of synergetic authority by association, where if I position myself next to someone, we get closer to each other in terms of authority, right? Because otherwise, the one who has authority wouldn't do a podcast with someone who is typically, I'm saying, in general terms, if someone is just starting out. So typically what you do is you have a podcast with someone who's like 2 steps ahead, 1 to 10. If you are 4, you'll have a podcast with someone at 6 or 7. You're not going to get Elon Musk on your podcast, or Mark Zuckerberg, and maybe even Russell Brunson, but you might get someone who's a couple steps ahead. And then you just try to get as many guests as possible on your podcast. They now share that episode to their audience and vice versa. So try to get on other people's podcasts, but also try to invite other people to your podcast, and your audience will grow, your community will grow. And I've found that because it's a podcast, people spend more time together, and people watch it for longer. It builds more intimate relationships, and people get to know you on a deeper level, which means that even if you don't have millions of followers, you still get better conversions because people trust you more and they like you more because they see more behind the scenes of you than like a short form clip. All right. What else? Okay, we'll have okay, we'll do one more. Omar, hi Prof. I had a call with a real estate agency owner today. They want to grow by building their sales funnels, improving their content, ads, and SEO. I have another call tomorrow to present the proposal. What are your recommendations for building their funnel? A real estate agency owner. Okay, so what type of funnel are you going to build out? Because you could be building the agency homepage. So then in that case, I would start with the foundations of having a high quality, beautiful, professional agency homepage that builds a lot of trust and authority. And I would look for other agency homepages and websites for inspiration on the visual side, and then the framework and the layout of building trust, having case studies, call to action, and all that. I would look for that in my market research. And then I would also consider selling a VSL to them. Like, how can we create a video that's 2 to 5 minutes that works as our VSL to get more real estate clients? Now, if you're talking about funnels for the real estate industry, which is something they can benefit a lot from as well. One of my biggest clients was a $36,000 package, and we built a lot of real estate templates as well. So we built some for the real estate coach, some for the real estate company, and then some for the real estate community that they built, and like real estate funnels for their templates for their community. So those were seller leads and buyer leads. So we just looked at the market. What are some freebies that we can have on the opt-in pages? And so, for example, if you're looking to sell, so seller leads, we created a funnel around 10 ways you can improve the value of your home, right? Download the guide, boom. If you're looking to improve the value of your home, maybe you're thinking about selling, so now they have a qualified lead that they can talk to. Judith says, I saw an offer for funnels.so. I've started to train on the high-level platform. I find that there are many features that require additional fees depending on usage. How do you make sure that everything you've included in your offer won't exceed the 97 you're charging? So same thing for us. We charge for emails and SMS as well on funnels.so, as well as AI employee credits. And that's because we're getting charged for everything from high level. So the entire AI and email and SMS industry is based on usage. It's how much you're using it. Like I have my email on active campaign still, and it's around $500 a month for just emails. And so everything is depending on how much you use, you're always going to get charged more. Vimeo, for example, where I host videos for our programs, they started charging me, I think like $10 per month or $15 per month. And now it's up to like almost $100 per month. So everything is based on usage as you grow. But yeah, if you're just starting out, you have a smaller email list, it's not going to be much. And me personally, I don't use anything with AI agents or AI calling, or like, I love community and connection and me actually like connecting with people. So we don't use any of the AI stuff. Sometimes that can be, it can be a distraction as well, right? Like the way I grow my business is by helping people, putting out helpful content, not implementing an AI chatbot, for an example. Also, depending on the industry, a chatbot will be very beneficial. If someone is calling your local business or your clients who could be local businesses and nobody answers and picks up, that's a lost lead. But then you have an AI agent that responds, takes the information, and then books in on the founder's calendar. So, all right. Let's get into it. Uh, let's get into today's content, and then we can do more questions here later as well. So yesterday we went over the online business OS, your name, your company registered name, your company type legally. So if you don't have one, I highly recommend you set one up. It's very affordable and very simple to do online. And then start outsourcing bookkeeping as soon as possible. We talked about brand name or brand names. So I could also add in here, I could do PBX, personal brand X, funnels.so. And I could add all of my brand names there and all my domains. Business model, we talked about education, agency, affiliate. Well, not so much affiliate. We'll talk more about that in the next couple of days. USP, unique selling proposition or unique selling point. And positioning in terms of your marketing message, values, identity, goals, topics for the content. Go back and watch the replay if you haven't already seen this. And then your experience that makes you relatable and people find out how you learned everything, and just gives a new level of trust, as well as certifications. If you have any passions, personal strength, we talked about ikigai, combination of what you love to do, what you're really good at, what people want to see more of, or they want to, there's a need for, and then what people are happy to pay for, right? Because you could be very passionate about something, but if it's free online, the exact same thing, then you're not going to be able to charge for it. For example, ChatGPT, if you have a clone of ChatGPT, you're probably not going to get a ton of customers. But if you add your own framework and your own method and your own ecosystem or your templates, like, you can create a custom solution around something that would otherwise be free, and therefore people are happy to pay for it. Now, today we're going to do market research. So I know for some of you, it's going to be like, I don't want to do this. This sucks. And some of you are going to be like, great, now I finally get clarity. And I'm in the clarity boat where I'm like, the more I write things down and actually spend time on this, the more energy and inspiration I get to actually implement this well, because I have so much I can just open up a document and go through everything. And I don't have to keep it in my head, because that's usually where people get overwhelmed. So, dream customer avatar. Let me share this again, the document, for those of you who don't have it. And then chat. There we go. So make a copy of it, go to file. You have to be logged in to Google to do this. Go to file, make a copy, and that way you can start editing it. All right, dream customer avatar. Who would you love to work with? So if you're a fitness coach, for example, you could go and you could work with everybody, right? Let me add this in here. 1 second. This is the formatting. The text was similar to the notes. So there we go. So you could work with everybody, or you could work with people who have a massive pain. They have a problem with pain points, such as, I am a busy entrepreneur, or I'm an investor in multiple companies, and I need to optimize my fitness so that I have energy even when I get home, because I want to be my best version around my wife and my kids, for example. So for you, depending on what business you have, this will look totally different. But for me, it's gonna be business owners. So dream customer avatar is business owners, especially in the info and creator space. People who are already in business or starting. So I'm not looking to convince people to start a business. So that could be one way to put it. Another way could be that you go for like CEOs. Like if I were a business coach, I would go for like high performers, athletes, CEOs, high level like executives, C-suite. Yeah, high level people who are like, I can make a great impact on a bigger scale and they have deeper pockets. So I would work with them one-on-one. Red flags avatar. So who do you not want to work with? This is equally as important to have clarity on who do you not want to work with, right? Some red flags, if you're a fitness person, would be someone who isn't serious, someone who's like micromanaging you. If you're a funnel builder, you don't want clients who look at you as like less of a person. Like, what are some red flags? Someone who ghosts you and don't pay the invoice, and then they come back 3 weeks later and they're like, oh, sorry, I forgot about this. You don't want to work with people who are maybe in an industry that you don't support. Integrity, values, right? So red flags could be something like I don't want to work with people who are not dedicated, comes up with tons of excuses, someone who is half in. They kind of like, yeah, they're dabbling, but they're not serious. Could be, and by the way, this is okay for you to take like 30 minutes or an hour to fill all of this out. It doesn't have to be in seconds like I'm doing now. Complainers. People who look at themselves as victims, right? I want winners, people who take responsibility, who move fast. And I want people who are very serious, who don't just want like a hobby, but an actual business. Desired outcome. What do people need right now? So what's the outcome? So this, depending on what it is, like it would be, you know, in relationships, for example, it could be they want a great partnership or a spouse who appreciates them for who they are, who are not trying to change them, who shows respect and demands respect. It could be in business, it could be that the desired outcome is that they want to have a meaningful coaching company with seamless systems so they can have their time back, so on and so forth. So I could then go, okay, if a coach is doing one-on-one calls, I remember a couple of years ago, I had a coach who had like 12 calls per day. His calendar was fully booked all the time, just calls, calls, calls. He was exhausted. He was almost depressed. And so the desired outcome for him was to have a coaching business where he could still help people, but at scale in a group format. So imagine if I just sold him a funnel and a landing page instead of also suggesting that, hey, you do know that you could do this differently, right? And doesn't have to change much to still get people results. In fact, if you do a group setting, people actually get support from each other as well. And he goes like, oh, I didn't look at it that way. I never looked at it as more valuable. I just thought it's not going to be as valuable in a group format. So problems that you solve, this would be, again, very different based on your industry. For you in the chat, let me know what are some problems that you solve. So let's just use that as an example. Write it down, make it happen. A book I bought years ago. Nice. I'll look into that. Write it down, make it happen. It's by Henriette Klauser. All right. Appreciate the book suggestion. Joe says confusion, information, overwhelm. And what are they confused about? and overwhelmed about? Is it picking an industry? Is it their marketing message? Giving clarity and offer strategy. Okay, clarity around what exactly? Is it clarity about the business model? Is it the customer journey? Is it clarity around delivery? Overwhelmed about the tech stuff? Yeah, that's a big one. I mean, there's stuff with high level, for example, that I get overwhelmed by. So I just decided to outsource a lot of the technical stuff because I love the creative stuff. I love the strategic stuff, the planning. So these are good suggestions. So problems that you solve, we'll use funnels for an example. Let's say you're a growth partner or a funnel builder with people. Problems you solve is tech, overwhelm, it's time or lack of time. You also solve problems of lack of income if they're not selling enough. Problems you solve, issues to scale because they're like trying to do everything themselves. So just list down all the problems that you solve, and then you can ask yourself, like, what are some of the pain points that people experience as a result of this problem? Okay, well, the pain points would be on an external level, it would be if there's tech overwhelm and lack of time, then the pain points are stress, feeling stressed out, overwhelmed, questioning their business model, maybe. Questioning. Questioning. It's a lot of pain points based on what problems you're solving. If, for an example, if you sell performance, peak performance, or if you sell fitness, the pain points would probably be more something along the lines of, again, there's like external and internal. It would be, I just want to lose weight because I want more energy. Part of me wants to look better as well. But deeper inside, the internal one isn't just like losing 10 pounds. It's, I want to feel proud that I say I'm going to do something and then I'm actually going to do it, right? I want to maybe be respected or accepted by certain people, and I don't want to be someone who lets myself go. And so therefore it's identity based. See how, like, the reason we started with identity on day one is because everything goes back to identity. And even when you're selling, it's something called identity based selling. And when you're selling with identity, you talk about things in a way like there are things that we just don't do, right? And then there are things that winners do because it's our standard. So a good example of this is a sales coach. He's always talking about like other people not doing things the right way and not doing proper, like, because he's a sales trainer, he's like, you know, professionals in this industry, there's a system that we follow, and it includes everything from top of funnel throughout the customer journey. And winners don't worry about having to reach out to a lead and ask them when they want to jump on a call, or winners don't have a problem with like putting in the work and actually connecting with people one-on-one. Things that are good, such as connecting with people one-on-one. Winners don't worry about, oh, that's, you know, I'm a closer, I don't message people, right? So he distinguishes between winners and ego people. And it's like, okay, that becomes like the identity-based sales message. And then people are drawn to that. All right, previous solutions. So what have people already tried? So if it's fitness, again, it would be like trendy diets, cutting corners. Maybe you're all about like balance, and so maybe you don't recommend going cold turkey. Like, you recommend that there's a lifestyle change with habits that are implemented over like 90 days instead of going cold turkey, cutting all the sugar off at day one, right? So what are previous solutions? And I'm going to leave this empty because this could be anything. Like if you're in business, this could be, previous solutions have been to just hire more coaches, right? hire more coaches. And so if I wanted to implement the system for scale with funnels, then I wouldn't just talk about the landing page. I would talk about who, not how, hiring people who are really good at what they do, buying their time back, implementing a content system to get more organic traffic. And the solution isn't just buying another course or hiring a coach, it's hiring people to do the work for you. So I would talk about this. Therefore, people would see, like, they would get a mindset shift and be like, okay, that makes a lot of sense. So identity based, I could say winners who are real business owners, they create systems for attracting, converting, and delivering so that they're not the one doing all the stuff one-on-one and trading time for money. And now winners, because they have systems in place, they hire people to do it. They don't just like try to learn everything themselves, because then they would crash and burn out by trying to do everything themselves. So previous solutions can be a lot of things. Like I mentioned, it can be a bad software. It can be a bad mindset. It can be a bad process. It can be a leaky process where they're losing money. Competitor offers. So do research and look at what are people selling. Industry leaders. So who are these people, right? So you can go find the biggest YouTubers, people with podcasts, authors in your industry. Don't just go, if you're selling funnels, if you're selling copyright, and don't just look for like industry leaders like Tony Robbins, because he's still, yes, he's an industry leader in business, but he's not selling what you're selling. So look for industry leaders who are selling what you're selling, right? Current gaps, what's missing in the market? And by the way, we'll do a Q&A here soon. But current gaps, so what's missing? Have you ever thought about like what people are already doing and how you could make it better? It's a good exercise. I'll give you an example. So stop share. Anytime it's like super important, I have to stop share. This office is in a paddle hall, you know, tennis, like paddle. And there's like 3 paddle fields. And it's a huge, like over 1,000 square meters, not foot, square meters. And I told the owner of this entire complex, what do you call this place? I said, why don't you make it 1 tennis paddle field, 1 gym, and 1 beach volley or something. And then you can have like a small corner, a cafe, and there's like a couple tables, like a lounge, because you already have like the sauna, you have a golf simulator, like all these things. And I wanted to improve the space because I saw the potential with the space, and maybe one day, if everything goes well, I would love to own this place, and it would be like a center for entrepreneurs and high performers to gym, work out, and work and mastermind and everything. But that's a gap in the industry. So I look for gaps. I do the same on YouTube. What are some, like when I went on YouTube, I looked at what are the gaps right now, and ClickFunnels tutorials were a huge gap because everything looked old school. Everything looked like spammy, even scammy landing page. Not everything, but a lot of it. Like I remember my wife one day said, when I opened a ClickFunnels landing page, she said, "Is that a virus?" And it's like, whoa, no, it's an ebook. It's a download. It's a free gift from a great marketer. Yes, direct response marketer, because they always go with the ugly funnels. No offense. But so I saw a gap to improve funnel design visually, and I built a huge company on the back end of filling gaps in the marketplace, right? So you have to understand what are the gaps that you're filling. And if someone is really good at what they do, you can find inspiration from what they do, but also what they're not doing, and see like, oh, this person is really good in the high level space, in the ClickFunnels space. I'll go in this space. I'll create tutorials around Shopify, which, by the way, right now, I don't see anyone doing that. If you're in one space already, just double down on what you're doing. But if you're in e-commerce, look at that space and go like, oh, what's missing? Maybe high level e-commerce, maybe ClickFunnels e-commerce. Like, what's your unique thing that you can be very specific about? And people start tagging you, recommending you. YouTube start promoting you because you're very, like, you're filling that gap. New opportunity. What makes this different? So this is very important. It's called opportunity selling by Dan Kennedy. And it's, instead of selling an improvement offer, you sell something that is new, right? So improving your website is a new improvement, right? It's an improvement of your website, but selling a sales funnel with one-click upsells and a front end and a back end, it's a funnel ecosystem. It's a new thing. So when you're creating your offer and your marketing message, you want to have a unique new thing, right? So if I'm selling peak performance, for example, I would create an Asana board and I would have like a 12-week program and I would call it a specific name, like the peak accelerator, the 12-week peak accelerator program. And it would be with one-on-one access to me. It would be an app that you download. You track your habits. You upload your nutrition. We track that. You have an Oura ring, so we track your performance. So we have information. We have accountability, and we have data to make sure that you get the result that you're looking for. And that would be a unique thing. So now it's new and it's different. It's not just, oh, I'm going to help you with one thing and it's an improvement of your for example, it's an improvement of your sleep that you're currently doing. So I'm just going to help you sleep better. Okay. Well, what are some things that I can do to sleep better? You can cut out the screen. You can do these 3 things that will help you sleep better. Right. Well, that's one thing. But if you can create like a system that will transform how you sleep, then that's a new thing. Right. So it becomes a blue ocean. Process, what's the process to the solution? So this is more the logical step. So like you help people with what? You help them have more energy, perform better. Do you help them with getting more coaching clients? Okay, if you do, then what's the process of getting more clients for a coach, right? So you write those down and now you're starting to have a pretty good foundation. Look at this. We have everything from the legal side, the branding, the name, to our own personal brand, why we're different, what we believe in, how we help people, what we love doing, all the way to the customer. What are they struggling with? What do they want? What have they already tried? And now it just becomes like a logical process, taking someone from being a complete stranger to learning a little bit about what you do, loving your content, starting to really understand why you're so passionate about what you do. Oh, starting to see why this is different than what they've tried. And now when you get the money question, how much is it? Then you know they're interested and you've ticked all those boxes. And then there's the logical question of like, how does it work? Okay. So that is it for today. Let's do a couple more questions. Was that helpful? Put a 1 in the chat if that was helpful. Hopefully it was. 1. Yes. Amazing. W. Omar put a W in the chat. That's double points. If you put a W in the chat, that's double points. Sam says, you rock. Well, Sam, you rock for showing up. Francis says, I noticed that you design everything in Figma before building it out in high level or system. My question is, sometimes it's easy to create visually appealing designs in Figma, but it can be challenging to replicate them exactly in the system. How do you ensure that the design created in Figma are preserved or accurately translated into a software? So you do one thing at a time. You design a graphic in Figma, and then you group it together. You export that as one image. So it's kind of like I plug these two together, and then first I have to screw this on top, and when it sits here, I can then add it to a tripod, okay? It's the same thing with graphics in Figma. You first group together images. So if I want like an image with the background here, then I need 2 different boards in Figma. One is with the background image. I export that. I go and upload it in high-level ClickFunnels, whatever software you use, system. And then I go add the headline, the sub-headline, the call to action button and everything. And then the image I just upload as a graphic, an image, because it's a grouped image. And then the background, boom, we have that. We move on to the next section. So it's not really that difficult. If you have like a specific thing like gradient headlines, then you can use CSS, and that will help you make more of like custom design, no matter what platform you have. And a lot of times AI can help you generate those CSS codes. Like, hey, I'm building a funnel on this platform. I want the gradient blue button. Like, what would be the CSS code for it? So, yeah. Next question. Next question. Henry says, when creating content to share, pick 5 topic areas you're passionate about. It can be fitness, spirituality, community service. Then pick 1 topic to post about on a rotating basis. Post it daily or 3 times per week. You determine the frequency, then you're seen as having a diverse viewpoint, not just fitness. I highly agree. And I highly recommend that, because if I just did tutorials, it would be a tutorial channel. But if I sometimes share behind the scenes of revenue numbers or income streams or mindset, then it becomes more of like a community, because we don't just care about money. We care about the struggle. We care about the doubts. We care about the failures, the mistakes, because we all go through it. So that's why it's so relatable when someone shares kind of the stuff that they're struggling with. Then there's a win. People are rooting for you and they celebrate with you when you get that win. There's a guy on YouTube. His name is Max, and he just sold his company Sour Strips. Anyone familiar with Sour Strips? He sold Sour Strips to Hershey's in the US, a multi-billion dollar company. And he's just a regular guy. Sure, he's successful, but if you look at his vlogs, he's just like goofy, he's funny, he's like very relatable. Some people might find him cringe. Doesn't matter. He's being himself. People love it. They follow him, and he built a big company selling candy, and he just sold his company to Hershey's. So I'm assuming it's a 9-figure deal, but people love when you're being yourself and sharing not just that robotic content like here's how to do this, but it's also here's what I'm learning today, or here's a conversation I had with a client, or you know what we figured out when we were on this trip and we were brainstorming. We were sitting there in the sauna off grid, like I was traveling last Friday for off grid, and we were sitting there and we were brainstorming all types of businesses, which we'll talk about offer creation tomorrow. So tomorrow, don't miss tomorrow. Tomorrow is an important one. How to transform your offer so that people can't say no. All right. Ishang says, when did you last build a funnel for a client by yourself? Are they that bad? Ishank is like, hey, you should probably sharpen your skills. It's been a minute. No, last time I built a funnel for a client was last week. And that was actually it's my 2 friends that I'm a partner. Does that count if I built a funnel last week? It's for Video Studio, a video premium high-end video editing agency. What do you suggest? Should I build everything like running ads and creating funnels? Focus on one thing at a time. So if you want to do everything yourself, it's definitely like one thing at a time. You build a funnel, you move. It's kind of like you know, when they build cars, there's like what's it called? Ford invented the machinery of like, hey, you put the doors, you put the windows on the car, you do the wheels, and it's like man, assembly line. There we go. I even have the agency assembly line module in Funnels University, and I forgot. So the assembly line is kind of like that. You just move it to the next stage. And so when you hire people, you don't clone yourself and find one person who will do everything, because if they get sick or travel or leave you or ghost you, now you're screwed and your clients are screwed, and everything falls apart. What you do is like one person is doing research or creating the client brief. One person is writing the copy. One person is designing. One person is building it out and doing the tech stuff. One person is running the ads. One person is like optimizing the ads. One person is doing the creative. One person is optimizing the ads in the manager. And now you can take on way more clients because you'll just have a machine and a system that runs like a machine. Ishang says, lol, I wanted to know if your sole focus for 25 is to build things only for the community. Yes and no. I'm still taking on clients here and there, but only when I prefer it, when I want to take on clients, because I also realized that I can't do too many things at once. I wish I could, and sometimes I try and then I break down. Even with the team, it's because, consider this. it's a question for all of you in terms of focus. When you wake up or before you go to sleep, what are some things that you think about? When you take a shower, when you go for a run, when you're in the gym, what are the things that you think about? You can write it down. You can just think, like, keep it in your head. For me, if I'm building Funnels University, it's the thing that I'm thinking about recording videos for and updating, creating amazing tools, templates. And then if I have a client, I go and focus on that. And then we build out their community info product, because I don't just do the landing page. And I immerse myself in their business. And then I go, oh, you have to fix the software. And then I go here and I have meetings with high level. I go and I immerse myself in high level, and I give them feedback on Collab, the community, the courses, or the funnel builder. I immerse myself. And then if I want to do a clothing brand, I could spend like a week just designing clothes. I love that process. But during that week, if I'm just immersed here, I don't get ideas from the universe or God or subconsciously. I don't get the ideas because my attention is focused here. Does that make sense? It's kind of like if you're a business owner, you want to stay in shape, right? You sign up to a marathon and then you start watching videos about running. And they want to get a better shoes. You want to get new running clothes, and you start thinking about nutrition. So now you watch a YouTuber about nutrition. You spend so much time thinking about the marathon that now you spend like all your time away from your business, which was the thing that you're trying to optimize for. It's the same when you're trying to do too many different things. I could grow the funnel agency to 100K per month. I'm 100% confident in my ability to do it. I have the team, the systems, and everything to do it. But if I did, I would have to pause everything else, scale it to 100K per month, outsource everything, create SOPs for everything, then step away, make sure that it runs without me so I can exit without selling the agency. And then I would not even show up to any team calls or anything, because that would divert my focus. And once a quarter, I would look at the P&L of the agency and I would give suggestions to the CEO, but that's the person that I would talk to. It's my only contact person. And if you know me, I'm more like the person who's like the designer message me. I'll help them out. So I love being in the business, build the business, not just talk with the CEO of one of the companies that I own, if that makes sense. That's why I take less clients, but I'm more involved because I actually love it. I am a nutritional consultant. What funnel works for this? So Beverly, I would do a homepage about you and your expertise around nutrition. And then we'll talk about why people need one-on-one custom consulting around nutrition and how it affects us when we try to go the general route. So create a section around like the old school generalized way of trying to follow a trendy diet, a fad, versus having data, versus having a system and a one-on-one consultant where we customize something for you specifically and your lifestyle, your goals, and have a call to action where they can book a free call with you to ask questions, because everyone has questions around fitness, such as, what do you recommend that I change in my diet? What do you recommend that I do to work out? And from there, you help people, you create a plan, and then you sell it to them with a implementation program. So here's everything you get, which is how you deliver it, but also here's how I'll help you make it simpler because I'm here and you're not doing it alone, right? And then there's a price for like a 90-day, like 12-week program instead of one-on-one calls. If I want to get clarity on something, I can do one-on-one call one time. If I want to get something done, which is a full transformation, I want to get clarity. I want to get follow-up to see how we can optimize things, maybe fill in some of the gaps, and even have an outside perspective looking in and saying like, hey, change this, because sometimes I don't know what's broken before it's too late. And so someone looking in can say like, hey, change this, fix this. And that's why you sell like a 90-day thing. Cool. Henry says, thank you for that point of view. We'll use the same framework for my business growth consulting firm. Yep, I'll recommend it. You're to love attending your live call. So many aha moments for me every time. Thanks, Gusten. Well, I appreciate you saying that. Thank you. It's crazy to do 30 days of live calls. Now we went another hour. So here's what I'll do. Tomorrow we're talking offer creation, probably one of the most important parts of the actual business. Now we've set the foundations. What are your goals? What do you want? Who do you want to work with? What are the numbers? What are the expenses? How much you want to make? With what type of income streams? And tomorrow we're talking offer creation, which is bringing it all together to a tangible thing that you're putting on a site and you're selling it when you go home to your family, when you're having dinner, when you're working out. There can be sales coming in through a sales page because people are buying an offer and it's getting delivered to them. Now, if you're doing one-on-one, great. It is a good step to getting to that productized, more automated passive income. Active income is amazing until you can't scale it any further. So you can make 10, 20, 30,000 a month with active income, and then we'll add multiple revenue streams. So now we're going into offers, funnels, and this is my jam. This is what I do. So thank you so much for today. Put your biggest question for tomorrow around offers in the chat, and then I'll use AI to find all the questions from the transcription of this call. So put your questions about offers below, and then you can also ask them live tomorrow as we go over how to create offers, a new way of creating offers. I'm not just saying that as like a new opportunity selling, but an actual better way to create offers that we'll touch on tomorrow. So appreciate all of you. Thank you so much, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. All right, welcome to day 5. I have a new microphone, so let me know if it's too loud or too low, and I'll adjust it. If it's good, just let me know with number 1 in the chat if it's good, and then we'll get started. Let me also close down the music. Oh, it's good. Perfect. I don't even know where to begin my gratitude to my good friend, Danerik, who was just here in the office and helped me set up my 3 new cameras, and one with a slider, one with an external screen, and the whole setup. I was very overwhelmed this morning, and it just goes to show that if there's anything that you want to learn, it just takes like one person to show you, and then now I know how to do it. It was a great reminder that I wanted to start on, because so many times we're trying to figure out everything ourselves, and we end up being stressed out, confused, overwhelmed, and we're like, forget about it. I'm not even gonna, like, this microphone is a Sennheiser point and shoot, and I didn't know how to connect it because my Focusrite needed a 48 volt settings something, and I was like, this thing is $1,000. I'm not even gonna use it. And he's like, no, you just click here, one button, and it worked. So anyways, I have a little bit of an update for you. First of all, how we're all doing. Let me know in the chat how we're doing. It's day 5. We've been very consistent, but today I'm going to take my own advice, which is we listen to our bodies. And when I started, I was like, let's do 20 minutes per day. I think that's good. We're going to have a little bit of training, like 15 minutes training and 5-minute Q&A. For me, I'm a yapper, right? So the kids call me a yapper. So I can't do 5 minutes of Q&A. I go for like an hour, and we've been live for almost an hour every single day. And today I'm going to take my own medicine, which is today I'm just going to do a Q&A, and tomorrow we're doing offer creation. And I know that some of you, when we have to cut off at 1 hour, you don't get your questions answered, and that's also not good. So we're going to do a win-win type of deal. Today we're doing Q&A, and then tomorrow we learn how to build offers. Is that cool? Hopefully that's cool with everybody. That's okay. That's amazing. One. Fantastic. Speaking from experience, the for president. Yes. Awesome. You guys are the best. So let me know your questions. Could be anything from the business model, the industry. I know we've talked about a lot of things, and a lot of times you see these like 5-7 day challenges. It's like one thing. They only do one thing for 7 days. And we're on day 5. We've talked about goal setting, identity 2.0, visualization, vision board, your math, your business income, expenses, personal income, personal expenses. We've built the entire foundation to the domain, the brand, your USP, positioning, how you're different. And I'm like, let's just take a breather today. And maybe I'm feeling you as well. Let me know if I'm actually feeling the energy correctly from you as well. Hopefully it's been helpful so far, but you're also kind of okay with taking a little bit slower today, listening to our bodies and adjusting. So Domingo says, I want to build up my high-level affiliates using my YouTube channel. What kind of lead magnets would you leverage to increase the signups, snapshots, or how would you go about it? Great question, Domingo. So I would do exactly what I did personally, that I'm also doing more of this year. I would look at the high-level space and I say, like, where's the gap, right? So remember the tool, the Online Business OS, like one of the questions are, what's the gap? And the gap is, if it's snapshots, then great. But I don't think the gap is snapshots, which for those of you who are new here, high level is the all-in-one software that we use for most of our funnels and websites and everything. A snapshot is when you take a workspace. So someone builds a homepage, the email sequence, a calendar, a pipeline, which is a customer relationship management feature, and basically all the different features in a workspace. And we say, hey, if you're a coach, here's a workspace for you. It's a website for a coach. It's a lead magnet opt-in funnel for a coach, the automation, the emails that you can send out in your follow-up, the webinar for a coach, like everything is specific for a coach in a coaching snapshot. So Domingo is asking, how would you get more affiliate income recommending high level? And the best thing is if you can use it, show people how you use it, why you're using it, and then add a link in the description of your YouTube videos. So the gap, I would say, is it snapshots? Yes, but maybe not for local businesses, right? So when I got into high level, I saw a lot of people doing local business, like dentists, roofing, like a lot of local business in the US. But I didn't see anyone talking about landing pages, homepages, and funnels for course creators, consultants, authors, speakers. And I was just bringing over my experience into the software. And the value is in a customization of the thing, not just recommending the thing. You could do reviews. So another type of video would be reviewing click funnels versus high level for a specific outcome. If it's e-commerce, you could review Shopify versus high level. And then you review it together with people, you build something, you give it away for free. Then when they use your link, you get a commission, a kickback, and you can say, just email me at your email. And then you also invite them to maybe, like, something that you could do that's super helpful is if people use your link, you invite them to your WhatsApp and you say, like, I'm going to help you implement this as well. So it could be a one-on-one coaching call. It could be more snapshots, more automations, more done for you stuff that I've created. And that would be a cool bonus. And now you're building this small community. They're not just affiliates, and you're not just getting a cut of the revenue, but you're building relationships and communities. And now some of those are also going to want to hire you. So they'll say, Domingo, what would you charge to set this up for me? Now you have two income streams. Someone else is like, hey, can I hire you for like a one-on-one coaching call? Now you have three income streams. And so, like, one thing, one path, one customer, but multiple ways of packaging your offers. Hopefully that's helpful. Omar says, I'm loving everything so far. Great. Taylor says, love this. Shispa says, change studio. I think Shishpal want me to go back to my home studio, which that one is fine as well. Mingo says, very helpful. Gaurav says, this is my first day. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, welcome to the live challenge, and I'm happy you're taking the time to be here. Today is kind of a Q&A if you're just jumping on now. It's more of a Q&A. We've done so much in 4 days, and I just felt it. I'm like, if we keep going like this, I'm going to crash and I'll have to cancel it. I don't want to cancel it. I love hanging out with you guys. Theodore says, would you recommend implementing our Figma designs, funnels directly into high level, or would you say it's better or easier to use website builders like Frame or Webflow to implement the Figma design there and then connect to high level, I assume, for like checkout? I'm asking because funnel builders high level are a little bit limited compared to what Figma offers. Some web builders, like the ones I mentioned, have plugins for Figma. Okay, so you can go and design it in Figma and then basically click publish, and that's a live site. Did you know you could actually do that on Canva as well? So Canva is another more basic, but it's it's pretty good right now for all types of graphic design. There's stuff that you can't do in Canva that you can do in Figma, but Canva, you can actually build like a full page, design it, just drag everything where you want it to be and hit publish. So it's a website, but it's not optimal. Like you can't have multiple landing pages for your offers and have an upsell. So someone buys your ebook and then, hey, what about a one-on-one call to get customization for $50? There's none of that in there. And so you lose a lot of sales by using a cheap version. But now the question is from the chat, Theodore says, what if I use, and I'm trying to make the questions valuable for everybody, so hopefully that's okay. He's asking, what if I do Framer or Webflow or Wix, or any Squarespace, any type of page builder, if I build it there, and then I have high level or ClickFunnels or Shopify as the conversion, like the checkout. Think of it as like a web shop. And that's also possible, right? I would only ask like why I would do it, because ClickFunnels and high level, which are the biggest ones to create landing pages and upsells and sales funnels, those are the biggest ones for a reason, because there's a lot of templates, colors, themes, industries, funnel types. Like there's a lot of templates that you can use. So I would just go with something that's simpler. Actually, Framer has good templates as well. Framer, Webflow is like Framer, but more complicated. So Framer.com is kind of like you take Figma and you publish your site. And I know a lot of successful people who use Framer as well. So you can use Framer. I have a lot of templates if you want to use high level. So I'll drop those. Maybe you've seen them already, but this one, like these have a preview as well, so you can check them out. There we go. You can check them out before you import them into your account, and high level gives you 30 days to try it out for free, and you can cancel in the time. So, Francis says, sorry, I'm late. Hey, it's all good. It's all good. Appreciate you being here. Judith says, since I've been at Funnels University, I wanted to build funnels done for you, as well as all-in-one systems for high level system. System as a service. Is it advisable to pair the two fields of activity together? From my point of view, they're complementary, which will give me a second source of income. So if you say system as a service, are you talking about automations, or are you talking about team structure and processes for that type of systems? Or are you talking about project management? What type of systems are we talking about? Because there's what are you talking about? Marketing systems or company structure, operational systems? I would say yes, 100%. Because now you're adding more value to a business. If I come in and I help them design the homepage, that could be valuable, but it's a one-time thing. So I get paid 5,000, 3,000, 7,000. It's a one-time thing. But if I come in and I help them optimize their revenue streams, then I look at the next landing page and I say, well, this one would have to be optimized as well if we want to be, perfect. And so I would suggest more things. And if they see the vision and what I'm trying to do, then they're like, okay, that makes a lot of sense. What would that cost? It's kind of like if someone comes into my business and they say, hey, I love your YouTube videos, but I also think you could do TikTok. I'm like, I'm not really on TikTok. They're like, yeah, I know, but I'll take your videos. I'll actually plan out videos for you. You can film them here in your studio, and I'll just distribute it on TikTok for you. And I'll do the first month for free to show you kind of what it looks like. I'll be like, okay, great. Or if they're already in my business, they do YouTube and they upsell this and it's like $1,000 a month, I'd be like, great, sounds good. So it's kind of like that back and forth partnership that you're looking for. The reason I start as a freelancer is to learn the industry. It's kind of like if you're a coach and you're starting to work with someone, you do one thing, let's say you're just trying to ask questions to figure out what's happening here and what's stopping them. But then as you're starting to understand them more, we got a couple of coaches in here. When you start understanding people more, you can be like, you know what, I would actually recommend. I thought it was going to be a personal workout program. I think what you really want is more like a one-on-one consulting deal. We could do like a 12-month or a 12-week program where we work on all areas of your health, your performance, your relationships, your overall, I would say like a peak performance type of thing. So it's only when you start working with clients and figuring out what's truly happening, that's where you can suggest new things. And if they believe you, they'll be like, how much is it? So Divanshi says, loved it. Me too, started a YouTube channel today, built the script framework of the videos, will optimize it. Great. Yeah, the biggest thing is just getting started, and then finding out what works for you. I've tried so many types of videos. Like sometimes I do tutorials, and then I get bored of doing tutorials. And if I get bored of it, it's not gonna come across as like me being passionate about something. So I'll try something else, like maybe a vlog behind the scenes, talking about the office setup. And people who follow me, great. We build connection, and that's kind of the ultimate way of building a YouTube channel and creating videos, is where you can create something you're passionate about and people love it because they find it valuable or entertaining. Sometimes it's just more entertaining than actually educational. Versus thinking like, what gets views? Okay, well, giving out $1,000 to strangers would get a lot of views, but would it grow the business? I don't, so it's like, it's a combination of that. What works and what do you love doing? And what is the market wanting and what are they having to pay for? That's like the ikigai quadrant, if you will. Theodore says we have to upload most of the stuff as an image inside of high level. That's what I'm asking. Yeah, I've done that for years and it worked great for me. Everything I export as a group of image, I upload it, I do the next one. But then as you get better at it, you speed up the time and it doesn't take as long anymore. And then you start outsourcing. So you build the design and then you outsource it to a tech person, right? So if I charge 5,000 and someone charges me 500 to build it out, that's 4,500 or 4,500 in profit. All right, Vince, offer creation for G-Sun. I have 4 ebooks as a low ticket, $70 or $67. An online course, $497. An inner circle, 8 to 12 weeks of weekly calls, match play analysis. Ooh, what's this? Is it football? What's the match play analysis? Or is it tennis? Let me know. Either way, I'd love to see it. I'm unsure how to price the final offer, how to integrate the offers into my videos. My YouTube channel at 312 subs. I do have a lead magnet. Should I focus on pushing that in my videos? I think you should definitely mention the lead magnets in the videos. You know how when a lot of YouTubers, they read an ad read, they're like, hey, by the way, you should get this VPN, or you should sign up to BetterHelp. Or my favorite one that just came out that it was a scam, install Honey. Who saw that whole thing with Honey being a scam, and they would change out the affiliate code when people clicked it? Man, what a company. But anyway, so instead of having ads in your content, you do like a quick plug for ways to work with you or freebies that they can download that builds your email list, and the email list is your most valuable assets. It's kind of like the funnel goes, top of funnel is awareness and attention, building trust and goodwill through free stuff. And then email list is like the first conversion. People talk about conversion rates. The first conversion is to your email list so that you have traffic that you control. You can message them and email them on demand at will. And then the next conversion would be the first time they buy from you, even if it's $10, one call. If they buy something for $1 or $100, it's like as soon as they buy from you, now you have a customer relationship, and it's a transformative relationship that they keep following you and they watch your stuff. They're now a part of the community. So when you have a new offer, or they even come to you and they ask for something else to buy, like how can we work more together? And this is like the beautiful thing about multiple revenue streams. It comes very naturally. You can also list in the description links to your 67 or 497 or inner circle. I'm unsure how to price the final offer. I would say based on 67, 497. It also depends, Vance, what is it that you're selling? Because if it's a money offer, tennis. Okay, so it's inner circle for tennis. Is it becoming a pro because that has more value than learning tennis as a vehicle to lose weight or getting a hobby? So I assume because it's match analysis that it would be more like a pro thing. Let's see, Vince, if you're still here. Apologies if I said Vance. We have a Vance in our community as well. Vince, let me know if it's how to become a pro, because then I would probably charge 3 to 5,000 versus a course that's 497. That's typically like a lot of, like, even my stuff is from free all the way to 1,000 to 5,000. And then we're planning to add a $25,000 offer later this year, which would be more one-on-one. We meet in person. It's more like a higher level mastermind. The way I would structure my offers would be what's like the outcome for each of them. So if you're having problem with creating a strategy of offers, let's call it like that, a value ladder, if you will. It's like you look at what's the ebook, the goal of the free thing. A free training could be learn how to become a funnel builder, or learn the 10 things that are causing you to feel stressed out. Or it could be a free training on how I went from 0 to a professional tennis player. It's like a specific outcome. Learn how I did it, the overview of it. That's the free thing. You can have a checklist that's like the 12 things that I do every time I film a video. Or if you're in nutrition, you can have a top 10 healthy, delicious recipes, right, that are helping you lose weight. And then the $67 thing would help them start implementing that and getting a quick win. So now you help them get on this like massive transformation, getting them from the couch to starting like exercising, or from thinking about it to like hitting record and filming that first video, or becoming a freelancer and getting your first client. And then the 497 to 997 is the full transformation. So ask yourself, like, what are all the things? Oh, you need a workout program, you need nutrition, you need sleep. Like, what are all the things that we're doing to get the full transformation? And then inner circle is typically like people who are starting the full transformation, seeing some results, wanting more of a high-end mastermind and one-on-one access to me. Like that's so it's pretty simple. First steps, quick win, full transformation, more access to me. You have 4 offers right there. A lot of questions. I thought we were going to go for 10 minutes. By the way, if you jump in on now, I know people are jumping on. Some people jump on when we start, and throughout the live call, we have more people jumping on. Today, we're doing a little bit of a breather, just relaxing, answering questions, catching our breath, and just taking everything in and making sure we have clarity on the actual business. Because otherwise, you're not going to have the right questions to ask on offers, funnels, marketing, sales. And so if you have any questions on anything we've talked about, feel free to ask them below. But I see there's a lot of questions already. Good morning. Thank you for doing this. Do you have a suggestion for getting stuck in the, I was going to say getting stuck in traffic, getting stuck in the graphic design part to streamline websites? I always spend too much time on the design. Well, Carlene, I would ask myself, number one, are you a designer, or do you want to outsource it? Do you want to become good at it? Do you actually enjoy it? Or could you just outsource it to someone else? Number two, are you doing enough research? So when you're sitting there and designing, you have data points and a knowledge base, kind of like AI has a knowledge base to take information and inspiration from. Do you have that? I love my hand gestures, by the way. I know some of you are making fun of me, like Gusten with his hand gestures. So do you have enough? Do you have enough sites that you go and find inspiration, you screenshot it, and you add it into like a mood board? We call it a mood board because we're like, is this my brand? Is this my brand? And you just collect, you add like a collection of inspiration. So when you start designing, you have something to look for and model after. I don't believe in like the whole good artists create and great artists steal, something like that. I'm not a fan of stealing other people's stuff, but your mind will come up with new concepts when you have more inspiration, right? So that could also be a thing. And then another thing is, if you get overwhelmed, usually it's because you're trying to do everything at once, the whole page, when in reality it's like one graphic at a time. When you write copy, it's just one line at a time. It's like one word. It's one letter at a time. So it's the same thing with graphic design. Omar says, I just finished a proposal call with a real estate agency owner. They agreed with me to building their funnels. It's my first client. How can I get started? Also, I can effectively manage 2 clients without having an onboarding anything. You could do onboarding form or an onboarding call. So if you're just getting started, it would probably help for you to have an onboarding call with them. because you can ask them any question that you need. Like what's currently lacking for you to build it out? What questions do you have? It could be around their brand, the offer, the messaging, industry specific language. There are things that you need to know to build it out. And you can look at the onboarding form and ask those questions on a call with them, and you should write everything down. And then ask in the private community specific things as you're building it as well. So Hunvo, Francis says, here's my offer. Help client create a free training to attract customer. I write script for the training video. Create a sales page to automate appointment with calendar for my client coaching. I charge 500 euros and I would add more things to reach a $2,000 offer. Any idea? So help client create a free training. You write the script for as well. So like a free webinar VSL. You create a sales page to automate appointments with Calendly for my client coaching. Is that okay for your coaching client? I think is what you're saying. Well, that's worth 2,000 euros to the right person. It's worth $2,000 to any client if they excuse me, if they implement it. So are you working with the right clients, or do you just like need to change who you're working with? I know there's a marriage counseling coach or consultant who charges 250,000 for 9 months. The reason he can charge 250,000 for 9 months working with couples and fixing their marriage is because for his clients it's more important and more expensive. It's more important fixing it because it's more expensive to get a divorce. It's more of a mental struggle getting a divorce. So like the value is there because of who he's working with and the impact he can have on them. Navneet is, how do you plan your content? I look at the content pillars of like, I want to talk about info products, funnels, personal branding, and the creator economy, freedom as a whole. Then I look at topics. So topics are more like within those topics could be in the funnels. We have how to get clients, how to build funnels, design, copywriting, offer creation. Now I have topics. And then for each topic, I look at titles, packaging. And I say, if it's funnels, how to get clients as a funnel builder, the title could be, if I started over as a funnel builder in 2025, here's what I would do. And the titles you find from looking on YouTube, seeing what outliers are, and an outlier video is kind of like if every video on the channel is getting 2,000 views, one has 20,000, it's a 10x outlier. It means that in relationship between how big the channel is, how many views they're getting, it's an outlier of 10x. It's much more viral than the other. And you look at, okay, would it make sense for me to also create a video? If I had a burnout right now, here's exactly how I would fix it. If I quit my job right now, if I wanted a new job right now, here's exactly what I would do, right? So you can take the title formula into an industry. If I was struggling with my self-confidence, here's exactly what I would do, right? Vin says, usually I've gotten parents that want to improve their kids, but I do get some trying to get a high level college or pro. So in that case, Vince, I would probably charge more like $2,000. And then athletes, I will have a separate one-on-one thing with athletes going pro that is more like 5,000. Let's see. Who hasn't been able to get their questions answered? Andrea says, a friend of mine is a few steps ahead of me, building funnels and ads for clients. Last night on a call, she tells me she's been mentoring these clients during the process. Sometimes these clients panic right away when results aren't there yet, or when my friend proposes new ways to revamp her clients' offers. What stuck with me is that she said mentoring her clients is a must. That we constantly need to do that. Is this true? And if it is, where do we draw the line? What's the key here? Maybe I'm missing something. Thanks, Gusten. Mentoring is one way to put it. I've always said consulting. So if I have a call, casual conversation with a client, a sales call, I like to first understand the business, because I can't mentor or consult kind of like a doctor would ask first all the questions. Where is it hurting? When I had a sinus infection, the doctor started asking me questions around, where does it feel like it's swollen? Why is it warm around your eyes? What's happening when you this or that? And based on that, he's like, that's not sinus infection, it's stress. And this was last year, by the way. He's like, that's stress presenting itself through physical symptoms in your body to give you a signal to slow down. And I was like, okay, that's interesting. So he couldn't have said that without having more information. When you work with clients, you ask them enough questions to gather a full picture of what do they want, why do they want it. Oh, you thought that the best way to get your business from here to here, basically double it, would be to launch a new offer. But in reality, all you have to do is sell more access to you within this offer that you have. So you have more simplicity, more clarity. You just sell an upsell of one-on-one consulting or coaching. And when you tell that to a client, they go, oh, that makes a lot of sense. And in order to do that, we just need an application funnel. And that's when you sell the thing that helps them fulfill the vision. So you consult on the vision and help them understand what they want, like how to get to what they want. And this takes practice. This takes learning and studying, right? Because you can't suggest something if you haven't done research and seen what other people are doing in the space. A lot of times I suggest what I see other people do. So if someone has an online course, I suggest that they add a back-end higher ticket program, because I know that's the standard. You have something lower ticket, something more higher ticket. Lower ticket, everyone can afford. Higher ticket, only 2% of your customers can afford. So imagine just selling the high ticket one and leaving 98% of people without having a chance to work with you. Again, when clients buy from you, they make two purchase decisions. One is deciding, they buy into the idea. When they buy into the idea, they have to also buy into you as the source to give them the solution. So that's why you ask all these questions to present a solution. When they buy into the idea of the solution, if they trust you based on that and the goodwill that you built with them, now they hire you to implement it. Does that make sense? Put a 1 in the chat if that makes sense. Domingo says, take a rest, bro. Don't burn out on us. I'm not burning out now. That's why we're taking a chill today. We've gone for like an hour every day, and I didn't plan on doing an hour. But you guys have good questions. And the feedback, I get a lot of, maybe have a big ego because I get a lot of energy from the feedback. You guys keep saying it's been helpful. I'm like, more. We need to do more of that. Vincent says, I'm struggling to package a good offer or providing more value. Let's say I'm good at designing. How could I package it as a must-have offer instead of a good to have? Must the offer always promise an outcome of conversions? No. Or something like an increased percentage of certain metrics, or must be some sort of transformation? No. Vincent, I think you're overthinking it. I think that you think that your offer has to have a specific outcome that is universal for every single person. It's kind of like, again, we keep going back to fitness because it's so easy to give an example. But if you're a fitness coach and you have the same outcome to every single person, you could say something like, hey, you're going to perform more, which means in your work, you're going to, do more and you're going to make more money. Like, because outcome based, right? Well, then when you work with a high level performer who loves competing, but he's in a 9-to-5 job, he's not going to make more money just because he has more energy. So he's not going to relate to it. Sure, you could argue that if you perform better, you're going to get a raise, you get a new position, new role. Yes, but if that's not why they're hiring you, they're not going to love your universal, like, same offer to everybody because of outcome. It's more like, think of it like this. We're 10 people here, and we're sitting here, 10 people in a ring, and I would talk to each person individually, and I would figure out, like, okay, let's say you need a sales funnel because every business has a customer journey, right? What's your customer journey? Oh, for me, it's Instagram stories and Instagram content, and then I send a calendar link, and then I talk with them. Great, do more of that. And if they're like, okay, but I also want, okay, so let's leave that at that one. And the next one is like, yeah, right now I'm also using Instagram, but I don't have time to scale this because I'm always there messaging people. Okay, for you, the solution would be to build a sales funnel and content that goes to the sales funnel where they book without you messaging people. So based on the information I found out, I prescribed the same vehicle, but I explain it differently because the reason they need it is different, right? So the one that is totally okay where they're at, they're not in pain, it's working, I would say do more of that. And then they reach a cap. I can't do more of it. Let's build a funnel, right? So it's like you work with people, figure out what they need, and prescribe a better solution to them, not just a design, right? They'll tell you sometimes, hey, we just need, like, we're at a level right now, we're doing 300,000 a month, and we just want to upgrade our branding to match the revenue with the brand, right? Perception, we want to have both at the same level. Then yes, we would fix the brand. We're not going to go and, oh, what about the conversion rate? No, let's just fix the brand. It's good. They're making good money. Maybe their goals were 30,000 a month, and now they're making 10 times more that. They don't care about you fixing the conversion rate, right? Another thing too is, well, this is a tangent, but side note, a lot of times the conversion rate isn't just the page, it's the pre-funnel, the content, the goodwill that's built up to the actual launch. So anyways, JJ says, I'm struggling to start creating YouTube videos for my brand. What general topic should I focus on to get started? So if you want to get clients, JJ, and building funnels for them, I would sort of layer the content into tutorials, how you do something, using keywords that people look for. So ClickFunnels and high level, for example, because I know you're in this space. And I would create short videos based on the keywords so that when people look for them, I can start ranking in those keywords. Then some people of those, you have a link to your agency. Some people from those videos, they're going to want to book in a call and hire you because they just prefer to outsource it and hire an expert. And then other videos, when you get a win, would be more of like, I got a client. Here's how I got a client. Let me think about the title. So if I were a coach, let's say you work with coach. If I were a coach in 2025, here's how I would monetize. Just as an example, you can also use ChatGPT and say, give me 20 similar YouTube video titles to these three. So give context, expand on these GPT. Great. Now you ask yourself, how can I create videos that the business owner, the coach would want to see, and they would find it valuable? And then in the video, you mention how this is what you do for clients. Then you have an offer like a free call, a free audit, free template. You build your email list, you get booked calls, and that's it. And then you just optimize the feedback loop. Try one video idea, see how it works, what can you learn from it, and then do it again, right? So just repeat the cycle of like, oh, what worked, what didn't work, what about this? Did I enjoy it? Did it come off authentically? Did I get clients from it? And it's a little bit of a grind at first, and that's normal. Like anyone who's on YouTube, they would tell you it's a grind at first. Me too. But then it starts compounding because it gets easier. You build a brand, so people start coming back, and it's great. Florian says, I'm dealing with a bit of information overload. There are hours of course material. Should I just go through every video in order, or what are the very first things I should prioritize to get my business up and running? Florian, what's your business? Because some people want to have an agency, funnel business, growth partner. Some people info products and core coaching, consulting. So what's the business model there, Florian? Alyssa says, I'm starving. Starving. I'm starving. That's what I'm reading as starving. Alyssa says, I'm starting my YouTube tutorials for high level. Excuse me. I made so many tutorials, but I feel like they aren't good. I keep having to remake. Do you have any suggestions to make better videos you made and your process? So if you're struggling to the point where you're feeling brain fog and like your brain is melting, it's because you're first setting up the camera, hitting record, and then you're thinking about what to say. And imagine being on stage in front of 1,000 people and you haven't prepared anything. You're like, hey, welcome everybody. Let's talk about funnels. For some people, they're naturals. It just flows. but I've always had to do some sort of planning. What's the video idea? What's the structure? What's the intro? I need a hook, right? That is curiosity based so that they stay throughout the video and watch it. And then I need to deliver on my promise as well. So what type of outcome do I want from the video? Is it that it's helpful? Is it insightful? Is it inspiring? Like, what's the outcome of the video? And then, like, what are the stages in it? First, I'm going to tell you about the software, and then we're going to go through the features, and then we're going to show you how it works, and then we're going to do like a pricing review and see pros and cons summary. Like, there's a structure to it. And one easy way to do is find one style that you do first and look it up on YouTube. So if you do like high-level tutorials, ClickFunnels tutorials, look them up and see what you like, what you don't like. Oh, this is so boring. This person is talking about their personal life choices that has nothing to do with the title. Like, let's cut that out. And then you would start your video with something like, a lot of people are struggling to build their website these days. And so in this video, I want to simplify how to build a website, but more importantly, how to make sure that it converts so that you get your visitors into actual customers. That would be like a semi-good hook, right? And then you can do storyboarding if you will, if you want as well, which is more like, well, first it's going to be like stakes. There's a hook. There's like a transformation. Then there's a problem and a solution, and then like an outro. You can kind of like movies are doing, the hero's journey. Just depends how deep you want to go. Theater says, at some point, can we get a video tutorial or a live demonstration on mobile funnel design inside of high level? Yes, for sure. Any recommendation for video tutorials for learning mobile funnel design? I have some, but on like live calls, I'll do a specific training on it. I want to support your desire to make this a shorter call, Gusten. We can go to the community for answers to our question. I appreciate you saying that, Beverly. It's been 45 minutes already. Time flies. I don't know, and I'm enjoying it. It's when I get home that I'm like, my introverted brain like just used all of my energy that I had left. So today is just Q&A, and I enjoy this, so it's all good. Francis says, thanks, I should get more rich clients. Yes. I'm just a little nervous to charge more. I'm afraid to lose the deal. Well, don't try to raise it too much so you start losing all your deals. You keep your prices where you're at until you're fully booked. Then you increase it a little bit because you're fully booked. It doesn't matter if you lose one, right? So always look at your conversion rate. If you close every single conversation, which at some point I had like 90 something conversion rate on my conversations from people who are interested. And I was like, okay, this is probably like, it means that I have enough of like a pull that I can increase the prices now. And even then, if someone says, let me think about it, which is usually a no, then it's fine because I have less clients paid more and they appreciate me more. And then I just did that at like 2,500, 3,500, 5,000, and 7.5K. Coach JP says, question, late to call. Did the replay videos get fixed? Yes. It should work now. I changed the settings on Vimeo to be public, so it should work. Let me know if it doesn't. JJ says, this is great, bro. Thank you. Sweet. Florian, I create funnels and lead magnets and ghostwrite content. Amazing. Florian, you want to test my content? You want to look at my YouTube videos and do like a draft? I don't take a script and just read it as my own, but if you want to do like a draft and outline of like, hey, I think you should talk about this because you have a lot of experience in it, I'll look at it and say, oh, this is great. Let me add my own twist on it. My own stories, my own results, my own frameworks, that sort of thing. Sanskar says, I was unwell for the last couple of days and I'm starting my challenge today. I want to go through the first 4 days of videos, but the first 3 video links are not working. Still not working? I'll look into it and make sure that it's working. Xaslil says, how can I scale digital product consisting of 27 templates that we launched a few months ago? We generated 2,000 euros in revenue with minimal effort. Well done. But it's not our main offer. The product is priced at 97 euros for the full package. Yeah, so here's how you do it. You said it's about system.io, right? Which is a software around funnels. You create videos on YouTube around system, and then you say, by the way, you can get a free template to system. It's like a universal template for any business. And then below that, you have a link to the full package with all of your templates for 97 euros. If people download the free one, you say confirmation, great, success. This is now sent to your email inbox. By the way, if you want faster results, why don't you get these 27 templates? So you have more options. You can pick funnel types, different colors, and it's just going to save you a ton of time and money. And instead of hiring a person for 1,500, just use these templates for 97. So anchor it to this. Instead, it's just 97, and then have a link. They can buy it there, right? So you get emails, the freebies, and you also get customers directly. Jonas says, this is so full of value, Gusten. I've been struggling to find some kind of guide on how we can structure our whole business. And I see more and more aha moments each call. More questions popping up all the time, but I feel we're going to find the answers thanks to you and everything you're sharing. Thank you. Well, thank you, Jonas, for saying that. And if you do have specific questions, definitely feel free to ask. You have my number as well, so just send me a message on WhatsApp and I'll get back to you. Peter says, we appreciate your time with this call. Love that. Gaurav says, can I get a document where you mention all things related to YouTube videos, like which sort of videos should you make as a funnel builder? Let's actually create a document for that. In like specifically best video ideas for funnel builders, for coaches, consultants, and we'll look at outlier videos because we're doing it for myself anyway. So we'll just put together a list. It's kind of like what we do with offers. Here are the 100 offers. Here are the best 100 funnels for inspo. We can do the same for YouTube videos because we also do it for short form. In Personal Brand X, we have a list of viral video hooks for intros. Anton actually just sent me a message today for Personal Brand X. He's like, here are some new assets that I created that you can upload. And it's like lots and templates for videos and Premiere and all that good stuff. One more question. Most of the people are talking about SOPs, like agencies should have the SOPs and all. Can you tell me a bit what it is and who can create it for our agency? So you can create your own SOPs. It's basically like this. You take a document, you name it. So the title would be how to upload a Figma design to high level or to ClickFunnels to system. So that's the title. Then like the first thing you do is you use a template that is similar. And then you remove the step one, import the template. Step 2, remove the sections that you don't need. Step 3, go to Figma and copy the text and outline the layout of the page to make sure the layout is there. Great. Step 3, do this. And here's how you do it. You copy it, you paste it. And there's like screenshots of everything. Screenshots how to import it, click here. Screenshots how to change the font size so it looks good, do it here. Here's how to optimize the text on mobile so it's smaller. If the headline is 56 on desktop, we're going to make sure that it's 26 on mobile, for example, or 32. Here's where to change it just on mobile. So it's step by step and it's screenshots with an arrow, click here. That's an SOP. So when people read it, instead of having to watch a video, they can just understand it. I like adding a Loom video as well. So I can add a Loom video of me. Like one thing I did for my assistant and my bookkeeper, I said to my assistant, I said, hey, here's how you go in Stripe and how you export a CSV file of our customers. And here's the place you upload it for my accountant. And now I've created a system and an SOP with just a Loom video. I can also say to my assistant, hey, can you take this Loom video and create an SOP about it? So we have it saved somewhere, because let's say my assistant gets sick or she leaves, God forbid, something happens. I would now have an asset that shows how to do it, my video, a document, so we can quickly onboard a new assistant who learns it and they continue doing the tasks over and over. So this is how you create process systems where the machine is running whoever is doing the work. whether it's you, it's them. So like design, I could do everything that I do, I could outsource with SOPs. And some people call them like guides or playbooks, but it's essentially a tutorial on paper, usually also some sort of video teaching them how to do it. Think of it this way. You have a sales funnel for acquiring customers. Why not having a sales funnel for your team as well? So the team member would join your company, they would learn some of the values, the mission, vision of the company, and then go through the training. Imagine if you sold a course to customers, but you also gave a course to your team members to go through and see how everything works. That's an SLP. It's documentation, yeah. Florence says, I'm building a funnel, do consulting for a coach. She's a mindset coach for mothers. What's the number one thing besides a funnel they would recommend for her to get appointments? So content on social media, give out free stuff so you get their email, and then send out emails every single week to book calls. So this is how you do it. The entire goal of the email is to provide some sort of goodwill. So it builds connection, and have the footer of the email be, by the way, when you want more customization or custom help, when you want more one-on-one guidance to getting this transformation. So you said it's a mindset coach for mothers. When you want to solve this problem, it's not just the outcome of or the offer, it's when you want to solve this thing that you're struggling with as a mother, just book a free call with us and we'll see how we can help you. And if it makes sense, you can decide whether you want to join or work with us on right there on the call. And so that would be a great way to create the email that gets booked calls. So top of funnel social media, short form, long form, get them on an email list or a WhatsApp chat. And then from there, you can talk to people, invite them to book in a call, and just do that for a little bit. As you scale up, if they want to have other offers like, hey, the guilt-free mom 30-day challenge for $100, like create a sales page similar to a course funnel, but it's a challenge. Here's everything you're going to learn, what you get. It's $100. Here's what people are saying about me. Here's what we're different. Here's why I can relate to you as a mother. Not me, but get the point. And so that would be a sales page. So you just build out the funnels as they add the income streams and the offers. It goes strategy. How do we sell to who? And then you said it's calls to mothers. And so strategy, offer, funnel type, and then implementation of the thing. Ilya says, or Ile says, how do I find communities with my dream clients, entrepreneurial podcasters? Communities. Podcast communities, podcast events, podcast conferences, podcast YouTubers, building your own podcast, interviewing other people so that you get a name as a top podcast, tutorials how to build a podcast, tools and reviews around resources for podcasting, make a YouTube channel about podcasting. I love that you're working with podcasters, by the way. It's great. Even better if you can collaborate with other industry leaders around podcasting. Like, what's his name? Pat Flynn. Yeah. Joe Rogan. All right. Thank you so much for being here. Another hour went by like this, and now I'm heading home to my family, have dinner, and so I'll see you again tomorrow. We'll talk more about offers tomorrow, but appreciate you jumping on. Yeah, keep asking your questions. We'll make sure we can respond to even more questions tomorrow, but I appreciate you. Hopefully this was a little bit more relaxed. No new information in the sense of like a new training, another thing to learn. I feel like we should almost do this tomorrow as well, but we'll see. We'll see. But I'll see you here tomorrow again, 9 a.m. EST, 4 p.m. Helsinki, Finland time. Until then, you can ask questions in the private community as well. All right, peace. Bye-bye, everybody. What's up, everybody? Welcome to day 6 of the 30-day sprint. We're already having questions about who's the best Uno player in my family. For those of you who don't know, we're playing a lot of board games in my family, and sometimes I post behind the scenes on Instagram. And yesterday, me and my daughter, who's 4 years old, We were playing Uno, and in Uno I beat her, but in memory, and Kimball, and what's the other one? Alphabet. She's beating me in everything, and I'm 30 years old. She's 4. So anyways, that's a lot of fun. um, welcome. Day 6. Oh wow. So yesterday we took a break. I jumped on, gave a 1-minute explanation why, and today we're back, and I'm very excited. I feel better, and we needed a quick break. So here's the new update for those of you who are like, this is a lot of information. Every single day you're taking an hour to not just give a training, but also do a Q&A and stuff. We are switching it to Monday through Friday. So today is Friday. So that means everything that you're learning today, you can go and implement throughout the weekend or take some time off. Guilt-free, you can take time off and be with your loved ones, or just work on yourself and implement everything. And we'll see you back again on Monday. But don't worry, we're still going to have 30 days of this sprint spread out over probably 40 days. So that way you still get the same value. You get it still in a short enough window for you to implement everything, but you get some breathing spaces, some breathing room as well. Because our human brain is interesting. When we miss one day, or there's a task to do that we don't do, then we feel like, man, we're behind. It's kind of like, oh, I'm not even sugar 2025. And then if you have a little bit, you're like, well, I just failed, so let me just cancel everything. It's like, no, we have a 30-day challenge, a sprint for you to get up and running, no matter what business you have. And we're leaving nobody behind. So even if you miss a day, you still have weekends to catch up. And I think that's a great format. And from the comments yesterday, that's something you really love. So if you love that, this is the new W in the chat. So W in the chat, we're live streamers now on Twitch and Kick and everything. So but today we're going to talk about offers. So we talked about the business and the numbers and everything, who we're going to work with. Today we're going to put into practice. In fact, I just had a meeting today with a good friend of mine, and a lunch meeting. And he said, one of the things that I'm really wanting to learn more about is offers. And I was like, great, perfect, because today is about offers. And he said specifically multiple offers and like what to sell on the front end and the back end. So if you have a coaching business or course business or a funnel building business, no matter what the business is, we're going to talk about offers and how to put them together, how to price them. And it's a universal rule and law and system that you can use no matter what industry you're in. So let me just share my screen and we'll jump straight into it. So there we go. Thank you, YouTube. You did a great intro for us. So this is the offer creation system 2.0. And I've seen a lot of offers. I've seen hundreds of offers in all types of industries because I've built them with people. And when I say I build funnels for clients, it's the strategy, the offer, and the funnel systems, the landing pages, the upsells, the automation, the whole 9 yards. So saying that you're a funnel builder is kind of undermining the extent of the value that you bring to a business. You're more like a consultant helping them make more money. And this is positioning, and we're going to talk about how to improve your positioning as well. But here are some common mistakes. So let me just zoom in so you can see this better. Here are some common mistakes that I've seen with people when they make offers. Number one is not having an offer at all. So having a product or service and talking about the product or service, but not really creating an offer. And in order to fix this, we need to ask ourselves, what is an offer? And an offer is the thing in the middle between the buyer and the seller that makes the value exchange happen. Because for me to sell something, I need to get paid enough where I feel like it's worth selling it. For you to buy something, it needs to be valuable enough for you to part ways with your hard-earned money, right? So the number one mistake that people make is not having an offer and just selling the thing as like, here's my product, right? So how do you make it more valuable? Making it an offer that they can't refuse instead of like, okay, that's a product and it costs like $100. And then the next thing is thinking that all the offers are the same, that they're created equally, which is also not true. Because if you think about a book, for an example, can be super valuable. It can be like 100 years worth of knowledge packaged into a book of 200 pages, but it only costs $5, $10. If it's $10, do you think that's the value of the book? It's not. And so the offer is more of what? It's more of like an introductory offer, right? It's not the main business, right? For like I would say for 0.1% of all authors and business owners, a book is like the main business revenue. Not even that. It's like 1 out of 1 million people. And so for the rest of the business owners who have a book, it's more like an introductory. It's like an introduction is where you get to know someone. And so the book has a specific set of functionality, right? And so if you put out content, that's not an offer. That's like nurturing content or attention content. But then you need to put out offers in order to get people interested in either working with you or buying some of your products. And so that's where we get into like offer creation 101. Good news for you as well. If you're new to business or to the online space and you think that this is a little bit overwhelming, I have an AI tool that I've developed called the 10-minute offer creator. And you're just going to click this. I'll drop a link to this in the chat. But you're going to answer these questions. And now, because you've done the offer, so the online business OS, you'll just be able to plug all of this in. Who do you work with? Well, I work with these people. And so you go here and you'll just answer one question at a time. And then you'll get the offer from an AI agent. So let me drop this in the chat and you can start using this as well. There you go. Save the links so that you have them and kind of start using them. Maybe even bookmark them. All right. So the next one is charging too little, which means not enough value. So if you charge for something that is super helpful for someone, but you think that this is the cost for me to produce it. Have you ever thought about that? Like, oh, well, it's just my time and I have a full-time job. So on the side, when I'm launching something, it's just my time and it's not that valuable. So I can't charge thousands of dollars because it's only going to take me, maybe a day or a couple of hours to deliver. And so you compare your time or production cost to the value, which makes you charge too little, right? And I do this myself as well sometimes. If I have a really good friend where I want to give away a free course, sometimes I just give away for free, even though it's worth thousands of dollars, right? And charging too little typically comes back to like, how much am I, trading of my own time and efforts and sacrifices in order for them to gain this thing. So when you switch it around and you say, well, and this is really good for offer creation positioning. Let's say you work with companies and their teams to help them improve their health. What's the value? Is it the 2 hours that you spend with the group per week, which is 8 hours per month, right? So $50 an hour would be 400 euros or dollars. Is that the value to the company, or is the value the fact that you have 400 employees and we're going to be able to reduce your costs of people being on sick leave, having problems with their neck, their shoulders and back because there's no breaks with a little bit of gymnastics? What's the value? The value is in we fix the thing that is making people be sick so that you can have a healthier team and therefore cut the costs, but also make them happier, produce more, make them stay longer, be more loyal, friendly environment, which means increased performance. The value can be in the billions with the right client, but the delivery, the input for you is the same. Does that make sense? Put a 1 in the chat if that makes sense. When we have a win, we put a W in the chat. If it makes sense, you do a 1. Next one, common mistake is selling to the wrong group of people, not the right group of people. That's not a mistake. Selling to the wrong group of people. So there's a quote that says, don't go where you're tolerated, go where you're celebrated. And I remember for me, starting my business, I felt very like as an outsider and underdog. And in some places, I would just be tolerated for who I was. But around the right people, I was celebrated as one of the crazy ones, the entrepreneurs, the dreamers, the visionaries. And same thing with your offers. People who are solution aware, right? There's problem aware and solution aware. People have a problem like, I need to lose weight. Solution, I want to go to the gym. I want to hire a personal trainer. Those people respect you and value you because they know that they need you. They know what you can do for them, right? The wrong group of people would be like, nah, I don't know. That's probably not going to work. Nah, I've tried that and the trainer wasn't any good. It's like, okay, maybe it was you. Maybe it wasn't the trainer's fault. Common mistake, right? No clear customer journey from stranger to customer. So customer journey is like the touch points. And mapping this out is super valuable because your offer and the purpose of your offer is to get someone from point A to point B as quickly as possible. It's like the gap selling. There's a gap between where they are and where they want to be. And your job is simply just creating the bridge, getting them over, sometimes like pulling them over if you have to, pushing them up the bridge to get over to the other side. And then another mistake is no clear ascension path after initial purchase. Remember, not every offer is created equally. Some are introductory offers, but they're not getting people the full transformation, right? So how can you work with them more to help them get over that bridge? Next one is not naming your offers correctly, kind of like packaging the offer. There's a course called 21 Day Piano, and it's done, it's probably done more now, but it's done at least 8 figures. It's done more than $10 million in revenue. And it's a 21-day piano course. It sounds like a very introductory offer, but they've increased the prices as they made it more like a core offer, which we'll talk about here soon as well. And it's still 21 days. So the value went up because you can learn something quicker, right? How many times have we thought about making something like, let's do a 365-day, like one year mastermind offer. And because it's longer, it's more valuable. But the 21-day piano course is actually more valuable because you give them everything they need in 21 days, which means they can just go and play now and perform or practice, or they have a new hobby in 21 days. And so because of the speed, your offer is delivering speed, therefore it's more valuable, right? If you can help someone fix their posture, is it more valuable to do it in a day? Just literally helping them shift their posture, giving them the stuff like a t-shirt that will fix the posture for them, or a training program that they have to do for a year in order to fix their posture. Which one do you think they would assume is more valuable? And it's about what the cost is. Perception, marketing's perception, right? So naming it is very important. It's the packaging, the wrapping paper, if you will. Next mistake is overcomplicating and overwhelming your customers. So when we dive into the online business OS, you're going to see after market research, we have offers. If you scroll down in the offers, you see assets. Assets are things that you can click and you can add, you can add a workbook, you can add a checklist, you can add a lot of assets that will get people quicker results. Right? But let's say that someone wants to do something simple. Hey, I want a new morning routine. Okay, just give me a morning routine that I can do to increase my productivity. And you have a list of 30 things they have to do. It's like, well, I didn't want like a 3-hour routine. For me, that's a no, and I'm not going to buy, because it will disrupt what I'm already doing and slow me down instead of speeding me up. Perception. And so it's not always about adding more, it's about adding the right things. I've added a few things here, so just so you can get kind of a couple of ideas. And when I say not having a name for your offer, this is what I mean as well. You can have a game plan strategy session, a kickoff session, an implementation accountability partner. You can get a weekly list of the top outlier videos. One of the things we're doing now, I just had a call with my YouTube creative director today, and he came up with 31 different video ideas for me on YouTube. And I said, can we give this to everyone in Personal Brand X as well? He's like, yes, let's do it. So we're giving away a Notion list of 31 outlier videos. And it's an asset that now can help millions of people, right? Literally, if we had millions of people in there or gave it away for free online, like it could help millions of people, because it's an asset. It's not us doing it custom for everybody. And because things change and virality change and algorithms and what's working, market sophistication, we have to update it, and then we create new assets. And this is valuable for people because we shrink the time that it takes to come up with video ideas for themselves. Does that make sense? And now we're creating a custom GPT, so like a 10-minute video. What's the name of it? 10-minute like YouTube brain or something. It's like giving you the video ideas. I think 10-minute video idea generator or something. All right. Next one, no proof of results, lack of credibility. How many of you have something you're really good at, but you never talked about it? You haven't thought about how to present it because you're not really sure how to do it without making it about yourself, right? So there's a lot of ways to instill credibility and authority into your offer by just talking about it a specific way. So instead of saying, look at me, how great I am, you can talk about what you did in a specific scenario where you got an outcome or a transformation for yourself or somebody else, still respecting someone's privacy, but just sharing the transformation and the process of getting there. Here's the logical process we went through. And by you sharing that, you become the expert, because if you didn't have a system, you wouldn't be an expert, right? Like the process would be crap if you weren't good at what you do. And so by you just explaining it, you are automatically also an expert, and you can be your own case study. Next one and final one on this list, not taking their past experience into consideration. So when you create an offer, we've talked about opportunity selling 2 days ago, how to make it unique. And we also have it up here in market research, looking at what people have already tried and creating something new and explaining this offer isn't that. So how many times have you seen an ad and what's a good example? This is not just another course. This is not just another guru, get rich quick type of scheme, right? First, they say what it's not. This is not another complicated software, right? So another thing you can do if you're a funnel builder, for example, is I'm not just another like designer. I'm not just another copywriter. And it's a different way of positioning yourself, which I'll share with you in the offer creation system 2.0. And we're going to use email marketing as an example. We can use funnels. We can use trainer, coaches, anything you want. Just let me know in the chat. We'll get to that. So there's 3 types of offer. Number 1 is introduction offers. Kind of mentioned those already. Free offers people can download, or low ticket offers, typically ranging between $1 to $100. So impulse purchases decisions they can make and like make on the spot without having to think about it. Like, I want to buy the book. I want to buy the workshop. I want to hire you for a 1 hour call. So a lot of you could just sell a 1 hour call and help them on the call. And then because they find it valuable and you're no longer a stranger, right? You've bridged the gap between being 2 strangers to like, okay, now we'll work together for an hour. Let me create a custom plan for 90 days. Let's give it a name and a specific outcome and a list of things that you get where we do weekly calls. You get access to me to ask questions in WhatsApp anytime you want. And there's an accountability checklist, like a system that we do for 90 days to track everything. We have data to make sure that you see results and we can actually prove it. So by the end, you'll be able to have more of this, less of this. How does that sound? That's an offer. It's not a service. It's an offer because of how it's all packaged together. It's a system. Does that make sense? So now you can take that, you can customize it for yourself. The next one is adds enough value to do the selling for you. So whatever you're doing that 1 hour, whatever you're doing that free audit, whatever you're selling in that template, make it quality over quantity. So I rewrote and did like 10 iterations of my book. Sometimes I traveled for like 3 days just to write and edit the book. And I wanted to be so good that the book could do the selling for me when I launch my next book, which is in a couple months, right? So I wanted to be so good that it does the selling for me for whatever else. Like people have bought the book, then bought Funnels University, or bought the book, sent me a message and wanted to do one-on-one coaching, right? I've even had people offer me a stake in their company. So like stocks in the company for being their partner because they found me online. Next one is core offers. This is full transformation. Everything they need to succeed and everything they can get from you. This is your core offer, everything you want to do, but also a list of things you don't do, right? So we have with two of my friends, we have a high-end video agency, and we don't do thumbnails or script writing. It's just high-end video editing. It's like very specific. And so you need to know what is it that you do. With the editing, we also give ideas for video creation, right? So it's more like an offer instead of just a service. And it's a YouTube funnel, which means we only work with people who need video editors to grow the business. We can talk more about that if you have questions on it. Another car offer is a system that can be repeated, and it's a process that you can now outsource and systemize without you being the main value. And the third one is ascension offers. Very natural progression from a core offer would be back-end upsells, one-on-one access to you, mastermind for the more advanced or elite of your, I don't want to say elite, but like the most advanced, like already successful clients that you want to upsell. And typically around like a percentage of your audience. That's why you have other offers as well, so that you can monetize those. And also, when I say monetize, you can also help those people. Imagine not helping 99% of your followers and audience because it's not a good fit. You should have something to sell to those as well. And then they can ascend into the other offers when they have a bigger budget and when they're ready. And then higher ticket, obviously, and you can create monthly recurring revenue by doing payment plans. So this seven-figure coaching system that we build for people with sales funnels, we can then, do that over 90 days, and it's going to be 5,000 a month instead of 12,000 upfront, for example. That being said, there's a difference between types of offers and type of delivery method. So you probably heard of these, the different types of delivery: done for you, done with you, and do it yourself. So ask yourself, which one of those am I doing? Like which one are you selling? Are you selling all of them? Because you could actually, if you look at an outcome, let's see how business owners perform better. You could have it done for you where it's, we create the system, we meet and we do like exercises together, and it's like done for you. I do your workout program, I do your nutrition. I even do your stretching for you, right? Like not for you, but like there's what's it called? Not a masseuse, but like no, a practitioner. They will like, professionals have like actual personal masseuses. What is it called? They do the stretching for them with like the legs and everything. Is the player's just laying there resting, done for you, right? It's a weird analogy to use for done for you. Done with you. A lot of consulting. I've done a lot of done with you where I charge for like a call to do consulting, and then they hire me to implement it, and that's more like a done with you. You can also do coaching where it's done with you. So pieces of the puzzle, they have to do the client themselves, obviously, but then you'll also do some of it, and it's like a very back and forth, like a kind of like a collaborative partnerships. And then do it yourself. Courses, workshops, where you learn something but you implement it yourself. Now we're gonna break down the principles. Is this good so far, by the way? Let's do we'll do a question. The best question will physical therapist, yeah. We'll do whoever has the best question will do a Q&A, and then I'll give you specific examples as well. If it's valuable so far, just do one in the chat so I can see. Great. Good for my ego as well. Aye. Let's see. We'll also discuss sales psychology, funnel optimization. Yes, all of that as well over the next 30 days. So we're only on day 6. We're only on day 6 so far. Domingo says, when building a low-ticket course, would it serve better to complete it all then sell, or to start making it, give access away for free while you refine it to your audience, getting feedback from them to further refine it? So Domingo, great question. I would do an open cart launch and a early bird launch type of thing. So here's how it works. When people do events, there's like an early bird. So if you buy a ticket to an event like a year prior, it's cheaper, right? And so when you launch a low ticket course or high ticket course, like you can do, mid ticket. So anything that you sell through like a sales page in order form, like a typical course, you can announce it. So you promote it by telling people what's coming soon and why you're doing it, and the gap that you see in the market and how you plan on helping people. And you let people know what's coming. And then when you open doors for enrollment, you do an early bird. So the typical price is going to be this. So that's the framing. The value is this. This is what we're building. But because it's being built right now, there's a discount, right? I did this with personal brand as well, personal brand X as well. Open the door to 50% off. Every week I increased it by 10%, and now it's at 100%. And the reason is because we had a lot of this built out, but we didn't want to wait because we wanted to start working with people. And we also wanted to get feedback on the final pieces. In fact, what I'm doing now in this new office is refilming a lot of those videos and making it perfect. So you give people a discount, and in return, you have more time to complete it. And there's also natural, authentic urgency for people to enroll and join the program as you keep increasing the price. Does that make sense? So, all right, I'll do more questions here in a bit, but let me give you an example of offer creation 2.0 as well. So let's do email marketing. You can also let me know in the chat other examples, and we'll do specifics of offer creation, but we're going to keep it to offer creation today. We're going to stay focused. Before any of you are starting to ask outreach and all of that as well. It's all fine. It's good. I love your questions. All right. Always, I sell email marketing for businesses to make more money, and we take care of all your weekly email newsletters. How many times have you seen people sell copywriting, video editing, short form Hormozy videos, like very generic, right? What happens when everyone is doing that? It stops working because the clients that you're reaching out to are getting the same message over and over. There's never a unique system. There's never a visual of something that you've discovered. There's no passion and conviction around the research that you've done. For example, my creative director sent me a message. I should almost like play the voice message here to you last night. It was a 3-minute voice message of the 31 videos that he found on YouTube by doing hours and hours of research. And he specifically like giving examples in the voice message. He's like, here's what I found. These are the outlier videos that are crushing right now. I have thumbnail concept, 3 concepts for each thumbnail for all of them. And so he's transitioned from being a video editor to being a creative director on YouTube, like a YouTube creative director, which is new. Old school, I'm an editor. Okay, great. I'm a creative director, and I help you come up with ideas, which then what? It fuels the need for editing. If you sell editing, but there's no videos because the guy is not filming, there's a lack of the need, you look like everyone else, and your offer falls flat. Is that making sense? So the new way to do the email marketing, for example, would be I partner with clients and install a profit maximization system for $0 down. Okay, it's not a service. It costs $0. So you never pay a penny before we actually make you more money. The way it works is simple. There's 3 things we do to add as much value to our clients as possible, so to you, by solving 3 huge problems. And again, we don't charge a single dollar for it. Immediate bottleneck. So think of it as like long-term, short-term, and immediate. It's a great offer. Immediate bottleneck for email marketing, what could that be? Something that's like immediate. Deliverability, right? Because right now you're bleeding money and you're leaving money on the table because you have problems with your deliverability. Okay, what about short-term pleasure? Short-term pleasure are goals that we have right now that we want as quickly as possible, but it's a gain, it's a positive, it's a pleasure, not a pain or an issue and a negative, right? Immediate negative, short-term pleasure. So for short-term pleasure would be, we're going to do a launch, right? So we're going to do a cash campaign, which you'll see here as well. Let me just actually read you this. So we'll do this by first fixing email deliverability. So your emails don't land in the spam or promotions folder. So that's immediate bottleneck or pain. We then help you build more goodwill with your audience and build up demand through value emails so they actually want to buy something from you. And finally, we create cash campaigns to bring in a ton of sales and customers during the open cart launch, where we take care of everything. You don't have to lift a finger. So now what we actually do, here's the best part. We are not email marketers. We're your rainmaker growth partners, for example. You can name it, and it's like, well, I'm not an email marketer because I'm not just writing your emails. We first fix the deliverability. Actually, let's do this. I am your, someone should steal this, recurring revenue partner. So what we do is we're a recurring revenue agency, and we help business owners who are making okay money, but they know there's more in the audience, their email list they worked so hard for, and these leads are not dead. What they are is they're distracted because everyone is promoting to them. And what we do is we fix deliverability, we create goodwill emails, so value emails, and then we help you create recurring revenue with a new offer. Here's the beautiful part with the offer. We're going to take what you have and we're going to create a subscription offer, or we're going to take and create an online course with it. And there's a payment plan of like 6 months or 3 months or 12 months. And now there's recurring revenue. And we're not going to charge anything for the service. We're going to partner with you and take a percentage of sales, right? And this, from positioning standpoint, we're adding recurring revenue. So we're not adding emails. We're not adding tasks on the table. We're not adding things to worry about or stress about. We're looking at your business. We'll only work with people who we can actually help. And we'll help you create recurring revenue through our own email system, where we fix the, there's like a triangle. We fix deliverability, we increase goodwill, and then we do cash campaigns and we launch stuff to your email list. You have a unique offer. And then you name it something like recurring revenue partners. Instead of a funnel, you can do, actually, let's get to that in a minute. So what's unique with us is we don't sell a service, we install a system for specific business owners that includes all the funnels, automations, emails, and tech setups, all done for you so you don't have to lift a finger. Here's how it looks. An example, 7-figure coaching system. Now, you don't have to have revenue based. It can also just be the coaching system. This is what we do, the coaching system, the impact driven coaching system, where you get to be, you could also be the coach led growth system, where you get to be the coach, the creator, and we take care of everything else, so that you can help more people. And we just create a bigger pie. So you're not paying us and you're not risking anything. We just take a piece of the pie that we add to your business, not from your current revenue, but from new revenue that we add to your business. Some of you right now are getting like mind blown. You get so many ideas of what you could do. I want to show you what this could look like, because you want to have a visual of this as well. In fact, one of the reasons why I'm so excited about this new way of creating offers, especially if you're working with clients, is we're doing a total revamp of all of our operations and systems in my business. And I'm like, I want to give all of these systems as templates to you. And then I had an idea this morning, actually. It's funny, I was going to do offer creation yesterday, and then we took a break. And then I had a new idea this morning when we're doing offer creation, and now I can share that with you. So imagine this. Instead of doing sales funnels and landing pages, imagine if you work with, let's say, coaches or creators or experts or SaaS people, and you figure out exactly what are the ultimate landing pages and websites that they need in a business. Then you take every page, every email, every tech integration, everything, every email, like everything that they need from the entire sales process, from front end to back end, and you create a visual like this. But even better, you link to like the Google Doc for the email, the funnel template you're going to use for the website, for the opt-in page, for the webinar funnel, the webinar script. Do you imagine how much you'll get paid if you write a webinar script, a VSL script, you design a homepage, you write the copy for the homepage, the website, You create their value letter with all of their offers with them. And then for each of the offers, there's a sales page, order form, and an upsell, downsell confirmation page. The book a call one-on-one offer that they have, you create a sales page, an application with the calendar and the emails that go out. You have a system now. There's like a huge, like looking from an overview, a bird's eye view. And this is the asset that you've created. Guess what you'll do with it? Instead of sales calls where you ask salesy questions of like, hey, how much do you make and how much do you want to make? Where do you see yourself in 90 days? Cool. I build landing pages. Instead, this is what we do with clients that we really resonate with. It's our own system that we've developed, and we really want to make sure that it's a good fit for people, with the people that we work with. And so the energy is different because they need your system. You don't need clients to sell your, a service to. And so now it's different. Like they see something unique that's like, wow, this is exactly what I need, because for us, it's a little bit all over the place, right? And it's like the need and the gap is created by automatically by just looking at it, the thing that you created. If you got an epiphany from this and you're looking at it differently, you're like, wow, put a 1 in the chat. I want to see who's getting it, because some of you might still be overwhelmed. That's fine. I'll still help you. A lot of 1s. This is great. See how that's very different than like creating a sales page or a website, because you're competing with everybody else. You might be really good at design, then you can sell design. But who's going to pay you subscription on a design unless you sell new funnels? So I have multiple clients who have paid me like 20,000 plus in total, and it's because they've bought multiple funnels. But the best ones, I've been a part of like the strategy as well. I've had clients who paid me 10,000 per month for being like the lead of the marketing funnels, right? Which means the strategist. So it's just very different. And I'm seeing this trend with other people talking about, who's heard of like growth partners? Who's heard of build and release? Build and release is also a term that is very similar. In fact, the coach that I've hired for systems, she's the one who built all the systems for build and release. And build and release is just you build systems and then you release them into companies and you get paid a percentage of the revenue because you're adding revenue streams. The systems aren't automations for the sake of automation and saving time. It's for scale. It's fun times. Already 45 minutes? I thought we'd gone for like 10 minutes. All right, share my screen. Any questions so far? Let me know. So here's a new way of selling this. Instead of doing sales calls and asking cliche sales questions, convincing clients to pay you $500, instead do free audits where you look at the business. Here's the thing, you need a system to do an audit. So this would be a system, right? So this would be a system. You do a checklist of everything, and you can go through my stuff. Do this for yourself, do it for clients, but create a checklist of everything that a person would need, a business would need to be optimal. Like it's a perfect system. Take that and look at a business owner and say like, okay, what do you have right now? Do you have multiple offers? Write down the offers. What are your sales pages? Add the links to the sales page section. What about your email sequences? Let's take a look at them. The audit would then give a score of how good is the offer and the funnel and the branding, the visual identity. How good is the copy? Do we have a Facebook pixel tracking it? Do we have, the mobile page optimized? Give a score, and the score will do the selling, right? This is an audit. It's a reality check where you say like, look at Russell Brunson, whether you like him or not. He's got a 10 out of 10 here. He's got a 9 out of 10 here, 10 out of 10 here. And he's always launching new offers. Some of them are introductory. Some of them are core offers, which are more like the cash flow. Think of it like this: trust, cash flow, and profit. So introductory, you build trust. Core offers, you build cash flow. And then if you have a team and expense and everything, you'll keep some of it. But the high-end back-end, the ascension offers, the one-on-ones on the back-end, those are the profit maximization offers that can double, triple a business. guess what you do in your services, in your offers, if you work B2B? Funnels, ads, copywriting, branding. Like, you build systems to help them double the business, not get a couple of customers, not look fancier, not just build a new brand, scale a brand. Hopefully that's making sense. So you give them a free audit, you create a templatized audit system that you plug info into, map out a visual, unique visual to show them what they're missing, and then sell the bridge to the gap and say, like, this is what we're going to implement for you. Create this, right? Create this. And this is a lot of fun, like when you start building these things out. Create this, like a visual. By the way, I found this on Google like a couple minutes before we jumped on live. So you can find a lot of inspiration online, but create your own stuff. You don't have to create this. I mean, this took me weeks to create all of this. And it's for people in Funnels University specifically. But you can use this as inspiration. Use AI to brainstorm and ask for ideas to create your own visual system. And then Figma has a Fig Jam where you can start mapping everything out. So let's do a customer journey. We'll do like step 1, free audit. Okay, what are they doing in an audit? Actually, here's step 1. First thing you do is audit form. So fill out audit form. And then you build out your customer journey and everything that's happening. And then when you have it for yourself, you do the same for like a client journey. And you just say, when a client joins, what's their business model looking like, and you build out the visual for it. That becomes your system. That becomes your asset. I think that will have to be enough for today because we're almost done an hour. But I know there's multiple. Here's the thing: there's multiple business owners in here, and agencies or growth partners need to learn how to build offers for their clients, which are, SaaS, authors, speakers, coaches, consultants, course creators, YouTubers, all of that. And so for those of you who are in personal brand X, and you have questions around how to create offers for yourself, start with the AI tool that I dropped in the chat. I can send it again. And just fill out the form, answer those questions, and you'll have a really good starting point. And then fill out the online business OS as well. I don't think I've dropped the link to that today, so let's do that as well. So online business OS, and this is where you fill out your own offer. So there's the document to that. All right, so in here, what you'll do is you'll quickly it doesn't have to be perfect, just do like what you think your value ladder is. So free videos, to free ebook, then VSL, book a call, 3K acceleration group program, then 10K one-on-one program. And then you can name them here. So price for the first one would be, let's say we do like a starter kit as well. Actually, let's do $100. Let's say this is for YouTube. So I could do something like 30-day YouTuber. And then price is $100. Core offer would be the 3K. So I'll put the price here. 3,000. Core offer would be YouTube accelerator. And then Ascension, 10,000. By the way, click file, make a copy, and then that way you can start editing yours. This would be like the 7-figure creator mastermind, for example. And then you have assets here as well. So please remove all of this and rename them as yours. I should have just pasted them in here. Paste. No. Okay. All right. Questions. Delivery. We'll do delivery on. We can do more offer creation stuff on Monday as well. So we're taking a break Saturday and Sunday, so you can be with your loved ones. You can rest up and fill all of this out. I know it's a lot of information, and I apologize for just brute forcing everything into 30 days. But I really want, for the dedicated ones who don't want to wait 90 days to learn about funnels and sales and scaling, I don't want you to have to go like super slow. I want you to get everything in 30 days and then boom, off you go. I want those of you who need more time to have the ability to watch the replays. I'll put them on YouTube as well, because I don't care. I want to help as many people as possible. So I'll put them on YouTube so you can watch the replays and you can implement at your own pace, right? So if you're feeling overwhelmed, it's better to take a step back, go at it slowly instead of feeling like, man, I'm already behind. So why bother? Why even bother, right? Okay, a couple more minutes to do a Q&A. Coach JP says, what have you found as best rule of thumb to strategically pick in what type of offer to create or price, and when to add additional offers, value ladder, upgrades, etc.? For example, is it research of industry or niche, revenue-based, audience-based? Is it time-based? I've heard one offer for 1 year until you hit 1 million, but it doesn't apply to every business model. Thanks in advance. No, that's a good point. It doesn't apply to every business, because imagine as a fitness trainer for stay-at-home moms, like a fitness coach for stay-at-home moms. If you hire a business coach who say you should sell high ticket, sell at 5,000, they're trying to simplify their marketing message and say that everything works the same in every industry, when that's not the case. Because if you only sell fitness coaching for $5,000 to stay-at-home moms, then again, there's only that 1% who can afford it right now or who wants to buy it. Not everyone wants to spend their family savings on a fitness offer for $5,000. Maybe high performers who are business owners, because they see the value in a financial, they see it differently. It's an investment that will help them make more. But if you offer and your target audience is stay-at-home moms, then it would be best to target people on a global scale and sell like a low ticket, $10 per month, like $9 per month app. There's customization, upsells. There's a New Year challenge, naming the offers. Remember, there's a local coach here who sells. She's got like a 50-day and 100-day sprint for 2025, and it costs $50 or $100. Very affordable, but she's getting a lot of people into the ecosystem, getting introduced to her. People are tagging her on Instagram in their stories. And so she's getting word of mouth. Because it's a cheap impulse purchase, people can buy it without having sales calls, more introductions from new customers. And then a percentage of people, if you sell 1,000 of them at $50, that's 50,000. And then a percentage of people want one-on-one customization. Can you meet in person? Can we do? In fact, I'm doing an in-body scan next Monday at this place, me and my wife. And so I want more data. I want to see muscle mass, fat percentage, water percentage, and all that. But that way she's getting introduction offers, core offers, and then on the back end, she can have ascension offers, 3 types of offers. Masuma says, how to make a better offer if someone wants to target B2B, not the coaches. So how to make better offers? Well, that's kind of the example with the email marketing system is a perfect example, or the example of building like the charts and the customer journey and all the templates for the funnels and the email sequences and basically the entire marketing, right? I'm struggling to find a word for it. And when you see how much is involved, you can probably understand it. It's like, it's not just a sales page. It's not just an email sequence or a tech integration. It's a system for automating the marketing and sales process. And when you build it for a coach specifically, you can now install that same system in multiple coaching businesses. I mean, you can give it as a workspace, as a snapshot, as a template, and you can sell it for $100. Now you have two revenue streams. You create tutorials around how to use it, how to implement, how to change it, how to edit everything. And now you have a course. You have an introductory, you have a core offer, and an ascension offer where you do it for them. Cool. Free content to a free audit. Work with people one-on-one to implement it. Free content, free template. Buy the full snapshot for $100. W. Henry says W's in the chat. Gusten will be ripped soon. I will. Thanks for the support. Sam's W in the chat as well. Alyssa says, where can I find the Figma file? I'm looking in Funnels U. It's in Funnels Mastery first module. It's the ultimate business map. JJ says, hey, brother, do you know if there's a business that built an AI landing page grader? I think it would be great to have a really good trained AI tool that will, where you can put in your URL, it will grade your page, give it tips on how to improve it for better conversions. JJ, great idea, but take a step back and look at the landing page as 10% of the business. Literally put like 10 lines of text and the landing page put in the middle. And then say, what else can I do? Even if the landing page conversions just increases a little bit, what else can I do? I can build their homepage and I can guide them from homepage to a specific landing page for the freebie that they're giving out. It's an ebook, a checklist, template, training. It's a landing page, right? What else can I do? I can guide them to what? An email list. In the email list, I'll tag them as someone who downloaded the freebie. And then I'll create the first email, which will be confirmation. Here's the free thing that you requested. Make sure you go through it. You're going to learn exactly how to do X, Y, and Z. And then tomorrow, make sure you open your inbox again because I have a new something that I'm excited to share that will help you get even more results or even get even more out of the thing that you just downloaded. Great, the next email comes. Here's something I learned really quickly when I was so-and-so. And if it hadn't been for this thing, I would have probably quit. And then you give value in the email. These are value emails. Guess what? When you build these, you can then take them, write similar introduction email sequences for the next client. You can have examples for emails, landing pages, and websites for the next client. And so you're not building visual landing page examples. You do it in the beginning, but that's not the multi-6 or 7-figure business model. I'm giving you the 2.0 version of the offer creation. Now, after the email sequence, there's another, what's Russell Brunson's system called? Linchpin. The reason why Linchpin has made Russell Brunson millions and tens of millions of dollars is because it's a unique system. It's not a landing page. Have you seen it? This is positioning. I didn't even think about that when I created this, but it just popped up in my mind like, that's Linchpin. He created a system from getting strangers to be introduced to you, watch a webinar. They call it dramatic demonstration. It's a training, right? But it's a twist. Why is it called dramatic? Is because of the attractive character. How would you stand out in the marketplace? And you have to. And then it goes to the next thing that sells them this thing. Then you give a lot of value, so they want to buy the next thing. Now, Russell can package that into a framework in ClickFunnels and sell it as like a template. You have the template for the homepage, the webinar, you have a template for the script, you have a template for the ad, because it's the linchpin system. Some of you right now, you think you're just a freelancer and you're putting limits on yourself, when in reality, you're a visionary that can create anything. You're a creator. We're made in the image of God, who's a creator. You're a creator. You can create new systems with your imagination. And you have it inside of you because you've consumed enough information from me, that person, that YouTuber, that podcast. And you need to block out everything and sit down and go, who do I help? What's everything that they do? If you don't know, go and find them on Google. This is the landing page. This is what they do. The most successful ones, here's what they do. I'm going to first rebuild what they have so I can learn more about it, right? It's a long-term process, but you'll figure out what people are doing. You see patterns, and then you create a system that works. I mean, message me and ask for help, right? If you're in my programs, message me and ask for help how to create your own system. I'll give you feedback. I want you to win. I want you to have a unique system that isn't just a service, a task. Because if you have clients, you'll chase clients. You'll chase the paycheck. You'll chase them. I mean, you'll follow up to get the invoice paid, right? And you always feel like, man, if you have bad clients, you'll feel like this is super draining. When in reality, you want to work with people who love you because you're adding so much to the business. You're like, I couldn't even imagine doing business without this person. And here's the thing, for those of you who are overwhelmed, you have to use ChatGPT. You have to, because you can literally say, I'm overwhelmed. Here's what I learned from Gusten's son. Do you know who Gusten's son is? Here's what I learned. He gave me an example. Let me screenshot it. Boom. Here's the tool they gave us. I'm thinking, because I'm working with coaches or because I'm working with these people, I want to customize and create my own system. What would you recommend? And you get a list of things. And then you say like, okay, how would you create a visual out of this? And you just expand on it. If you don't have questions, you'll say, I'm feeling stuck. I'm not sure what to ask you to like make this a reality, to create my own unique way of working with people long-term as a partner rather than a client relationship. Explain the vision and brainstorm with AI. And sooner or later, you'll have it. And then you'll be like, this is how you use AI. I guess this is the power of it, right? Anyways, we've gone for an hour again. Should we do Q&A on Monday? I think we should do Q&A on Monday. And then we'll talk about, we'll do Q&A on Monday. And then, because then we can talk more about offers. Offer is such a big thing. It's impossible to cover in just 1 hour. But hey, I'm noticing that not a lot of you are asking questions in the private community. So maybe you're getting distracted after we all jump off now. I mean, there's dinner, there's breakfast for some of you. It's nighttime, it's gym. There's a lot of things that are also super important in your lives, which I understand. But if you want more support, I feel bad for just doing 1 hour, even though I was planning to do 20 minutes. So if you feel like you're not getting the support that you need, reach out, send me a message on Instagram at Gusten. It's just my first name at Gusten on Instagram. And I'll try to help as many of you as possible with that. Thank you so much for being here. W's in the chat. I'll see you on Monday. Much love. Have a great weekend.